I'll start with it. Okay, we ready? 9 o'clock. Yes? Welcome. Ready to rumble, or is that trademarked? Ready for town meeting? Could we all please stand for the Pledge of Allegiance and then remain standing for a moment afterwards? I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Now, I'd just like to take a moment, a silent moment, to remember those Townsend residents that we lost this year. Some titans, some characters, and definitely all loved ones. Thank you. Please be seated. So, welcome to the 161st Town of Townsend Town Meeting, I think. Warning, for the Town of Townsend 2020 Annual Meeting, the legal voters of Townsend are hereby notified, that's better, and warned to meet at the Town Hall, Townsend, Vermont on Tuesday, March 3rd, 2020 at 9 a.m. to act on the following articles. If there's no objections, I will refrain from reading the entire warning to you. Seeing no objection, good morning and welcome to the Townsend Town Meeting. I hope the past year was good to you and I'm glad you can make it today. A special welcome to those who have never attended, that are new to Townsend and have never attended a town meeting. My name is David Lebo. It's my pleasure to serve you as the town moderator for the past year and up until Article 1. We'll go over the moderator to explain procedural questions and please ask any clarifying questions before a vote. You have the right to challenge any decision I make if you feel my ruling is improper. Robert's Rules is the basic order of rules for this meeting. Voters should check in at the entrance and have a ribbon. This ribbon must be worn to vote. It identifies you as a registered voter in town. Non-residents are not allowed to vote. They may speak from the floor if there's a 2/3 vote of approval. Please stand and state your name before speaking. Please speak loud and clear. We have a microphone that will be passed around. Please use it so we can hear you. All motions and remarks should be addressed to the moderator. There will be no discussion between residents. There should be no discussion between residents. Articles must be moved and seconded and restated by the moderator before discussion may begin. Articles can be amended and the amendments can be amended once. We'll get to that if we need to. Debate can be cut off with a 2/3 majority. However, calling the question when you do not have the floor will be ruled out of order. You may speak once per motion until all have had a chance to speak unless a direct question has been asked. You are only allowed to speak twice per article, kind of, unless the rules are suspended. There'll be no personal attacks, and I'll rule you out of order and ask the constable to remove you from the meeting if you are disruptive. During elections, I will only allow the person nominated to give a brief introduction. When voting by paper ballot, please come up through the center aisle and exit through the sides. If you need the ballot box brought to you, please ask and we'll bring it to you. Please turn off your cell phones and pagers. I think cell phones are starting to work here in Townsend. Leave your ribbons in the basket when you're done to save tax dollars. Moderator, please announce this. This meeting is being recorded by Brattleboro Community Television. You can watch it later on Comcast Channel 1085, Southern Vermont Cable Channel 10, and online at brattleboro.tv.org. For anyone speaking at the meeting, please stand, state your name, and speak directly into the microphone so viewers in the room and home can hear you. Thank you. Up front, we have the Select Board. Will Bissonnette, Driscoll Mansfield, Steve Frisk, and Robert Wright. Is that everybody? Oh, And Kathy Hagee. Okay, and Kathy Hagee is not here today. And in the back, we have some justice of the peace. Representative Emily Long should be here around 10-ish. We would have to suspend the rules to allow her to speak, but just a warning that she will be here. Some information about paperwork in the back of the room. There is a broadband survey to get your feelings about broadband issues. Please fill out the survey, and if you can't do it here, you can do it online. If there are no other announcements or objections, I will move on to Article 1. Ready to go? Okay. Article 1. Yes, Article 1. To choose a moderator for the ensuing year. I will now entertain nominations.
I nominate Dave.
Second.
Any other nominations? If there are no objections and hearing no more nominations, I declare the nominations closed and instruct. Do I say that first? Bratt? And instruct the clerk to cast one ballot for David Lugo for moderator. All those in favor, please say aye. Aye. Opposed, no? The ayes have it. Thank you. See, I got to do this a couple times. I'll get better. I only do it once a year. Okay, now, before we move on to Article 2, if there's no objection, if there is, that's fine, we'll take the vote. If there's no objection, we would like to change the order of the articles. What? No? Let me say something. We would like to move Article, which one is it? I'm looking. 9. Article 9, which is law enforcement article, up to now. Because we have law enforcement here and he has a lot of towns to go to, so we wanted to move that up so he can answer any questions before he has to leave. It requires a 2/3 vote if there's an objection. Is there any objection to it? Doing that? Okay. Seeing no objection, we're going to move to Article 9 to see if the town will vote to raise by taxation money for law enforcement services, and if so, how much? I'll entertain a motion.
I would move that we engage law enforcement for $20,000 per year.
Is there
What we had last year.
a second? Second. Okay, it's been moved and seconded. Let me get there. It's been moved and seconded. I guess the motion will be to raise by taxation $20,000 for law enforcement services. Okay, it's moved and seconded. Now we can discuss. Any discussion? Yes.
I'm hearing.
Wait, you gotta do this. I don't know how we're gonna do this, but.
So that's all right.
No, say it, Matt.
Is this for the state police or for the sheriff's department?
Okay, the microphone is on. The question was, is this the state police or the county sheriff's department, right?
Correct.
That will be determined later. So what we're voting on now is just to decide if we want to engage law enforcement, and then the select board actually makes a decision as to which is chosen.
Okay, thank you. That's the answer.
Okay.
Elizabeth Martin, I'd like to know what the current budget is.
Right now it's 20,000 has been for the last several years.
You have a question? Wait, his microphone right there. There you go. Good, thank you.
I just wondered, is this mandated that we actually do have to have this and find it mandated by the state? Or is it because we do it in meetings, or what is the reason we're doing it? You got to speak.
She asked what the reason we're doing this is mandated by the state.
I honestly don't know if it's mandated. We have in the past engaged for police protection, investigation, speeding enforcement, that kind of thing.
On page 15, just so you know, on page 15, I wrote it down, I don't know why, but on page 15, law enforcement, on page 15, it's about 2/3 of the way down the page. The past 2 years, we have budgeted, right, $20,000 for law enforcement. Yeah,
Who is providing that service for the past 2 years?
everybody hear that?
The state police,
State, not the sheriff.
correct.
So where does the $20,000 that was saved last year, where does that go to?
That's been paid to the state police on a, I think it's quarterly basis. It's paid as an hourly basis. And it goes.
Yes, sir. Microphone behind you.
Andy Snelling. I just want to point out that we also do collect a share of any traffic citation fines. Which amounted to a little under $8,000 last year, which we go to offset the amount we pay for law enforcement.
Glenn, you're electric.
I don't know what's going on there. But anyway, Glenn Beatty, I was just wondering, while the Sheriff Anderson is here, maybe he could explain to us exactly what he might give the town accountant for the said $20,000 and how any traffic fines, if that's what they're contracted to do, which is normally the case under my understanding.
Awesome.
Do you need to do a vote? Do you need to do a vote?
Well, yes, I guess, yes, you're right. The 2/3. So he's not a township resident. Again, we'll do it by no objection. If there's no objection, we have to allow a non-resident to speak. 2/3, any objection? If not, we'll take the vote. Seeing no objection, your floor, sir.
Good morning. I don't think I'm new to this body, but I am new in this role. So I'm Mark Anderson. I'm the new Windham County Sheriff. I was appointed back in July. What can we do for you, I think is the question. That's a good question, and it's one that we leave to a negotiation with the select board. The sheriff's departments are enabled to provide services, I believe the statutory phrase is, in a manner that's conducive with their responsibilities. It's a broad brush. So, some towns, but let me back up and talk about what the state police do and what we do. By statutory enabling, the state police are the de facto law enforcement agency in the state of Vermont. Somebody breaks into your house, you're sleeping in your bed, you call 911, they're the responding agency. If they're at full staff, the Westminster Barracks provides about 6 troopers per shift. Their coverage area right now is all of Windham County, all of Windsor County, parts of Bennington County, and parts of Rutland County. So there's 6 troopers to do that. It's a lot of area. I don't offer this as an insult to the state police, but I'd like to mention it as fact. There was a trooper on Main Street of Brattleboro who was dispatched to a domestic in Cavendish. He told his dispatcher he's over an hour away. And they said, you're the closest one. So, what do the state police provide? They provide that catch-all service for everyone, but they provide it as they're able to, and they provide it as best as they can. The state police do a great job. They've serviced towns throughout Windham County and throughout the state for a variety of years, providing numerous forms of service. I'm not here to discredit them. What I offer is a stopgap between establishing your own police department and accepting what the state police can provide as they're able to provide it. State police are also going through a shortage of manpower. I talked to a trooper a few months ago. I believe that they're trying to hire 40 troopers in this current year. The Westminster Barracks has a shortage in personnel. I'm talking to many towns who are saying, we're just not seeing the coverage we used to. It's not a discredit to them. Law enforcement across the nation has been struggling with hiring. I'm fortunate enough that my full-time staff is full, and while I do need part-time help, my full-time staff is where my patrol staff generally comes from. So what can I provide? I can do anything from a very basic contract of traffic enforcement, which is what I do in Newfield Village, all the way up to full service 911 emergency services 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. We're able to investigate homicides, deaths, motor vehicle crashes, burglaries, and we've done that in Wyndham County. The question is, for me, what does the town of Townsend want? I can tell you what I think you need, but that's my opinion. I think that Vermont is critically underserved by policing. I think that in daily conversations, I talk to people who are truly numb to criminal activity. Talked to one resident in Wyndham County who was telling me about a theft of their property, and they didn't want to bother calling the police because they're too busy. I was like, you pay them to come deal with this. When you have to explain, like, yes, you being victimized is something that the police handle, there's a serious failure in the system. I can say that, but I'm not a taxpayer in Townsend. Born and raised here in Wyndham County. I told the governor before he appointed me that I wasn't smart enough to get out, but I truly love it here. The unique nature of finding ways to do things more cost efficient has always struck a chord with me. So in that regard, while I think that we're critically underserved in policing throughout the state, I also respect that taxes are high. This is not a cheap place to live. So what do you need? You need more. How much more? That's really a question for you. Now, the other question that I believe was asked was regarding tickets. I try not to be a revenue generator for the town when it comes to tickets. I do joke that we write the speed tax. If you want to go 20 miles an hour over the speed limit, you'll pay the speed tax to do that. It's a speeding ticket. The way that speeding tickets in Vermont work, if the town adopts a local ordinance, there's a variety of statutes actually, speed, stop sign violations, one-way street violations, and many more, overweight truck limits. The town can collect a percentage of that fine amount. So if I write a ticket for going 15 miles an hour over the speed limit on, say, Route 30, which last I knew was an adopted road for the town of Townsend, there is a surcharge that goes to the state to operate the Judicial Bureau. There's a percentage that goes to the state, I believe that's about 20%, that goes to the state to operate some of the special funds, the DUI Enforcement Fund, Victims Fund, things like that. And then the remainder, which is roughly 80%, goes to the town. So when you take all the fees out, a $150 ticket, the town's going to see roughly 50% of that, or $75. My agency doesn't see a nickel of it. There's no incentive for me from a financial sense to do that. The legislature provided that mechanism many years ago to offset the cost to towns for people traveling through your town at high rates of speed or blowing stop signs or whatever. I don't say to fund the town off of tickets because eventually one of two things happens. We solve the problem and then you're funding it out of your tax base and it's unexpected. Or the second thing, people become enraged because they're only writing for the purpose of money. It doesn't jive well with people. It doesn't work. So our reason for writing tickets, we want to stop motor vehicle fatalities and injuries on our roads. We don't want to get caught up in the bend down here, waiting for the bus with electrical cables laying across it to get cleared. We want to make sure that we're not seeing injuries. In fact, Wyndham County for nearly 15 years has been the most fatal county for motor vehicle accidents. The most fatal, more than Virginia County. And where we weren't the most, we were in the top 3. We host a number of state highways and a lot of traffic. We're the gateway to Vermont. So that's an issue. We've seen those fatalities occur here in Townsend, up in Jamaica, and in Newfoundland. We've also had burglaries. Anybody who's been burglarized knows that there's a serious violation of the sanctity of their home. It doesn't feel safe to go home. My office, when we've investigated burglaries, we've had a very successful rate. It takes time, but a very successful rate of finding the people doing it and having them go to jail. We've worked hard to try and establish relationships with the community. We do emergency planning with the school. In fact, we do it with all the schools because we believe that the safety of children is paramount in today's era. So, I've hit on a few things. I don't want to continue if there's other questions, but I think I answered most of your questions, if not all of them, and I'm happy to answer more. Questions? All right, there.
My name is Ken Hoffman. This $20,000, what does that equate to as far as number of hours? As you exceed those number of hours, say mid-season, will you still be covering the year?
So this is where it gets a little tricky. I do not claim to be an expert on things that are of the select board's wheelhouse. However, my understanding is that anything voted by article in town meeting, you cannot exceed. So if you raise $20,000, not to say that's a bad number, but if you raise $20,000 and Irene number 2 comes along, you will be restricted to $20,000. FEMA money can become available. If you're still restricted to that, you would have to convene a special town meeting. So in that regard, we do we make note of that, not to say it's a bad thing to do. And usually articles for law enforcement services are brought up when there's questions whether we need it or not. That being said, you can have a special town meeting. The likelihood everything's going to come along again is probably not for another 90 years. So most of us aren't going to be worried about it. So the question was, what will $20,000 get you? My agency, we provide roughly 32 hours of service a month. Breaks down to just shy of 8 hours a week. We vary our schedule. We try to adapt to the town's needs. So I assume, just based on years past, that Townsend's issues had to do with weekend ski traffic, Friday evenings, all the way through Sunday afternoons. We would certainly consider that. There's also a lot of traffic that goes on. Sorry, I'm moving. A lot of traffic that comes in during school hours, so we also look to do that. We target times that the select board identifies and talk to the community members. We have 2 radar carts, which help us determine traffic flow, so we can use that data to say we're going to target, say, Route 35 on Tuesdays at 7 because all of a sudden for the last 2 weeks we've been seeing drag racing up there, or whatever it may be. Did I answer your question, sir?
Well, not completely. I'm still concerned, you limit to a certain number of hours. When those hours are used up, we do not have any coverage from you. We have to rely on the state police. Our state police can be 50 miles away. We call you and you say, I'm sorry, your 20 hours are up. Will you respond?
So
you will not respond. That's what I'm getting at.
Sure.
You will not respond.
So the question is, will we respond if the 20 hours are up? The way that we design our contracts are on an average number of hours. So let's say that this month we spend 30 hours here. We'll start to wean that off in following months. If I have someone on vacation, well, I might say, instead of giving you the 20 hours this week, I'm going to give you 15 hours this week. My person's gone. If it's not affecting the town, it doesn't affect the town. When my people are here, they're here. When we're not here, the state police are here.
How does that contract impact emergency?
We have a strong relationship with the state police, so when we're in town, they forward the calls right to our office. When we're not in town, we're the primary 911 response agency in this.
So would an emergency be referred to first to the state police?
It depends on who the town establishes as its 911 police response, but yes,
Okay, so if you're the 911 primary responder, does that come off our contract?
it will. But I would also encourage, if you wanted the sheriff's department to be your primary responder, then $20,000 is not sufficient. We contract with 3 towns for a 40-hour-a-week position, and none of them have identified us as their 911 responder because, again, the relationship we have with the state police will make it work in a way that's affordable. And we do it so that we're not lessening access to emergency services.
Any other questions? Yes. Microphone.
Can you explain to us, number one, we do pay a county charge fee, which I believe partially pays for the sheriff's department. And can you tell us where we might find the county sheriff's budget and what the source of revenue is for the county sheriff's budget other than this $20,000?
This is a very fun and or confusing topic to discuss. So there are 3 sources of what I'm going to call revenue for the sheriff's department. We receive a state budget. The state budget pays for my salary. It pays for, well, I'm going to back up even one step further. There are 2 statutory obligations of each county sheriff. The first one is to transport prisoners from jail to court, or from court back to jail. The second is to serve civil papers. It can be divorce papers, it can be eviction papers, detail to pay the credit card, all of those things issued out of our civil court. That's our statutory responsibility. That's all we're required to do in the state of Vermont. Then we are established, or we're able to engage in providing additional services under contract for the purposes of, going back to what I was saying before, whatever's within the general responsibilities that make sense to us. It's that broad brush. So while we're not required to provide any policing whatsoever, we've all obtained law enforcement credentials. We're certified deputies and undergo all the same statewide training. We maintain our regular training certifications each year. We go to specialized training. We've gone to the Federal Law Enforcement Officers Training Center down in Atlanta, Georgia, where they provide advanced training, no less for free, to our agency. The contracts are a choice of whoever we contract with. That can be a municipal government. That can be a construction company. So the places where we're actually most visible are the places we're actually not required to be, except under contract. One of the places I'm actually have been in talks with the state of Vermont about is actually contracting to provide the court security in Brattleboro and moving courts. We're not obligated to provide that, but it makes sense with what we do. The third source of funding is then the county taxes. So in line with this very screwy system called county government in Vermont, the county tax pays for my building, the courthouse, my bookkeeper, my administrative assistant who helps me keep track of all our civil papers, and that's pretty much it. There's a limitation from the Vermont Supreme Court going back to, I believe it was the 60s, it's still v. Lemoyle, in which the sheriff is not able to provide law enforcement services as part of the county tax. So, under the county, I'm not able to provide you law enforcement services. They're not able to fund it. And that's why we don't provide it as part of the county service.
Where's your budget online? Where can you review?
So the county budget or my budget?
Your budget.
Which budget?
All of them.
If you want, I'll give you my card and I can send it to you.
Okay. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Any other questions? Thank you. Yes. That's okay.
I can speak loudly.
But BCK doesn't like that.
Oh. So So basically what you're saying is that you're kind of a stopgap, like you're a backup force because the state police, as you say, are in effects. And I know that personally, from calling them and realizing that they just can't get to where you need them to get when you need them to get there. So to me, it just makes sense to have a backup, especially when the state police are already being, I mean, they're basically doing what they're being paid to do. So anyway, I just wanted to kind of throw that out there.
Any other questions? Okay. Thank you. So seeing no other questions for Sheriff, we have a motion in front of us to see if the town will vote to raise, thank you, sir, $20,000 by taxation, money for law enforcement services. Any further discussion about the motion? Ready for the question? Okay. A yes vote, I'm going to read one more time. A yes vote will pass $20,000 raised by taxation for law enforcement services. A no vote will defeat that motion. All those in favor of the motion, please say aye. Aye. Opposed, no. I believe the ayes have it. The ayes do have it. Motion passes. Can you guys hear me? That far away? Yeah. Okay. Moving along. Not here. Okay. Going back to Article 2. Article 2, to act upon the July 1st, 2018 to June 30th, 2019 Independent Auditor's Report. That's on page 7 through 10, and the full auditor's report is available for inspection at the town clerk's office. I'll entertain a motion.
So moved.
Move to what? Approve it?
Yeah.
Okay.
Approve it.
Move to approve it. Okay. Second? Second. Okay, it's been moved and seconded to approve the auditor's report, July 1st, 2018 to June 30th. Discussion. Yes, sir.
Question?
Yes. Yeah.
Okay. Fourth paragraph in the report. It says that the report on financial statements is adverse because of the omission of the government-wide financial statements and the fire department fund. So my question is, that paragraph to me is negative. So I would like an explanation, basically why, if the auditors are considering the report adverse.
Okay.
So you're asking us to.
Yeah,
okay.
Yeah, no, good question, very good question. So there is an adverse comment in the auditor's report. It is there, absolutely. We discussed this at pre-town meeting as well, and there is an answer. Who's got it? So, good question, thank you.
I think I have it. What it came down to was there was a shifting of monies between the fire department and the general fund that, as far as I know, has been resolved by both the town accounting and the fire department. So that was resolved and addressed before the auditor's report came out.
Good. Any other questions? Seeing no other questions, there's a motion before us to approve the independent auditor's report July 1st, 2018 to June 30th, 2019. A yes vote approves the auditor's report, a no vote defeats it. All those in favor, please say aye. Aye. Opposed, no. I believe the ayes have it. The ayes do have it. Okay. Article 3. Emily? No. Article 3, to see what salaries the town will vote to pay its various officials for the ensuing year. Town clerk, $37,318 a year. Town treasurer, $30,000 a year. Select board chair, $1,200 a year. 4 members, $1,000 a year. Town clerk assistants and casual labor, $14.75 per hour. I'll entertain a motion. Who was that? Who? Name? Aye. Second? So, discussion? Yes, sir. Loud. You're on the microphone. Just yell.
Thank you. On the one that is the most significant is the increase of the treasurer's salary, which was $2,324, I believe, last year, to $30,000. In addition, we had paid for a bookkeeper approximately $14,500. So we're going from just under $17,000 to $30,000. Could you give an explanation of the reason for doing that, which I believe does go back to combining the treasurer and bookkeeper's position in one.
It does actually reflect a rolling of the treasurer and bookkeeper's roles back together as they used to be. And the reason for the increase above that is to make it a job that is attractive for someone to want to have. So when we elect a new treasurer, we are hoping to entice someone who has experience and talent for this to do that job.
Any other questions? Discussion? Seeing none? There's a motion before us to see what salaries the town will vote to pay its various officials. Town clerk, $37,318. Town treasurer, $30,000. Town board, select board, one chair, $1,200. Four members, $1,000. And town clerk assistant calculator, $1,475. A yes vote will pass that motion. A no vote will defeat that motion. All those, any questions? All those in favor, please say aye. Aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it. The ayes do have it. Okay. Moving on to Article 4, elections. Emily's still not here. Okay. I'm not going to read. If there's no objection, I'm not going to read all the whole entire article. We will start with the town clerk. However, please have your ribbons visible when you do come up front, up through the middle, out through the sides. If you need the ballot box, don't hesitate to ask. Just so you know, a second is not needed for nominations. Okay, so just a nomination is enough. If you do it, it's fine. No personal attacks. And if there's no objection, I'll allow a nominee, if they choose, to give a brief introduction about themselves, and there'll be no questions or others speaking to the nominee. And then normally I say, could all the elected officials please come up after lunch? But I don't know about after the meeting, right? Because we don't know how long it's going to be without the school portion. Okay? Any other questions? Okay. I will now entertain nominations for town clerk, one-year term, currently held by Anita Bean.
I nominated Anita Bean.
Anita Bean has been nominated. Any other nominations? If there's no objections and hearing no other nominations, I declare the nominations closed and instruct the clerk to cast one ballot for Anita Bean for town clerk. All those in favor, please say aye. Aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it. Congratulations. I will now entertain nominations for town treasurer, one-year term, currently held by Joe Dano.
I nominate Elaine Hill.
Elaine Hill has been nominated. Any other nominations? They work!
That's someone calling in for nothing.
They work, that's right. Is that a nomination? That's good, though. Wow, I haven't heard that. Wow. Okay, so Elaine Hill's been nominated for treasurer. Any other nominations? Seeing no other nominations and hearing no objections, I declare the nominations closed and instruct the clerk to cast one ballot for Elaine Hill for town treasurer. All those in favor, please say aye. Aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it. Elaine has been elected. Select board. Not here yet? Do we need to? Wait. Let's, okay. But we're in the middle of an article. See, you guys ask me questions, I have no idea what to do, huh? But it's all about your will. That's the whole point. As long as we get across what you guys want, I'm doing my job. So here's the conundrum dilemma. We've already voted on the law enforcement issue, but the state police have arrived. Okay? Do we want to hear from the state police and just ask some questions? Yes? I'm seeing a lot of yeses. Okay. If there's no, I can take a 2/3 vote to suspend the rules again and hold up the article. Or any objection to having the state police come up and you guys can grill him a little bit? Okay. He is not a Townsend resident. Any objection to having him speak? Seeing no objection? Sergeant Buckley, please come forward. Here's your microphone.
I'll stand right there.
You can come up here. So we're discussing. We moved it up because the sheriff came early. He was told to be here at 10. But the sheriff needed to leave, so we obliged the sheriff, but not the state police, which is worse. Right. This is Sergeant Buckley.
Hi, good morning, ladies and gentlemen. For those of you who don't know me, my name is Chris Buckley. I've been Sergeant with the Vermont State Police and have been with the Vermont State Police since November of 1994. I've actively been patrolling this area since around 2005. I was asked to come today to talk about the town contract that we have and the results that we've had. And instead of going fiscal year, what I did was I did the last 12 months because it's closest to the time that we're here. At the conclusion of that, be happy to take any questions from anyone who has a question about what we do while we're here on the contract. Okay, so let me start off with total number of cases that were handled in the town of Townsend from February 1st, 2019 until the last day of February of this year. The state police investigated a total of 346 incidents in the town of Townsend. They ranged from crashes to suspicious alarms, sex offense, fraud. There were numerous DUIs, welfare checks, VIN inspections, juvenile problems, a fair number of 911 hangups, kind of the gamut. Of those 346 cases, 21 of those investigations resulted in arrests. And just to give you an idea of the type of arrests that have occurred, there was one aggravated assault, 3 simple assaults, 1 burglary, force, 1 larceny, all other. There was an arson, a vandalism, a weapons law violation, which was essentially a student had what is considered a dangerous weapon at Leland and Gray. There were 3 driving under the influence, 1 condition of release, 1 arrest on a warrant, 6 folks driving with a suspended license. Part of the reason I think that I've been asked to come is because we have a town contract. During that 12-month period of time, there were a total of 202.75 hours of additional patrols that were conducted within the town. The patrols have varied. Sometimes it's targeted speed enforcement, say in the village out in West Townsend. Some of it may be on Grafton Road, some of it may be here on Route 30, or other areas where we receive calls from citizens in town requesting special patrols for speed enforcement. There were a total of let's see, 57 speeding tickets, 7 for civil suspension license, and 48 miscellaneous traffic violations for a total of 112, totaling fines of $13,979. There were 174 written warnings issued during that time. And while on the town contract, there were 4 assists, 4 citizen assists, 2 bins, 3 suspicious complaints, 4 motor vehicle complaints. Now, let me explain what those are. So what the state police does while we're on the town contract is if you're here on the contract and a complaint comes in, the expectation is that you're going to investigate it. If that investigation spills over beyond the time that they work, the state police do not backbill. So if we have an incident that requires a court calling as a result of that criminal investigation or any type of investigation that extends beyond the window of that contract, the state does not bill the town back for those hours, the state needs those hours. I work this detail. I know we've received numerous complaints about out in West Townsend. For those of you who live out there, you've probably seen me out there with either laser or stationary radar. Bill, we have made some impact, but there's more work to be done. Does anybody have any questions about the town contract and the violations and anything like that?
The contract for the town, the 20,000, how much of that is your troopers covering town on overtime hours?
It's entirely extra patrols.
Okay, so I think it's important to note that the $20,000 contract that we have is being eaten up quicker by the state police because they are all on overtime dollars.
The other thing is, the state police is the primary law enforcement for Townsend. I understand you have a small contract with the sheriff's office as well. If there is an incident that occurs in Townsend, the state police is the primary law enforcement agency that responds and investigates those matters. Were there any other questions? Yes, sir.
I noticed early there, the local police, when they stop a speeder, half of the fine goes back to the town.
Yes.
And you talked about your speeding tickets. Do we collect half of that fee as well?
Correct. So any of the violations that we issue on Route 30, the town of Townsend has adopted the state speed zone, so those tickets are issued under a local ordinance, and yes, that money does come back to the town.
Thank you.
Yes, sir.
Before your arrival, we heard from the sheriff as well, who made mention that you have 6 state troopers available per shift for, I believe it was Wyndham, Windsor, part of Bennington, and part of Rutland County. And that led to a slow response. You mentioned one incident where there was a domestic dispute. It took over an hour for the state policeman to arrive. Would you speak to those matters, please?
Certainly. With consolidation and the closing of the Roxborough and Rockingham barracks, and us all moving under one roof, it has posed some problems. I have not heard specifically of that incident that we had a response time delay. Normally our shift ranges from 4 to 6 troopers and a supervisor. And yes, we do patrol a large area, but I don't feel that there have been any changes in the level of service that we've provided to the town of Townsend. We do have troopers that travel through here frequently. For those of you who don't know what our area is, so we essentially do cover Wyndham County, we cover the towns of Halifax and Guilford, and then we travel all the way up through here, Townsend, Jamaica, Dummerston, Putney, when the sheriffs are not on their part-time contract in Putney, and then we travel all the way up through Wardsboro, down into Whitingham, and then we travel up into Wyndham County, Londonderry, and then up through. So it is a large area. As one of the shift supervisors, what we do is we decipher patrol areas depending on the number of troopers that are working, and so troopers are assigned to the southern part of the patrol area or considered part of the west or part of the north. And so traditionally, if there's a trooper that's in the south and there's an incident, say on the interstate in Guilford, the trooper would be in the west, say Londonderry, or Jamaica would be the one who would respond down towards Townsend. As a whole, I have not heard that many complaints about response times. Traditionally, Whitingham is one of the furthest outlying towns, so we do occasionally have some lengthy response times there. I'm not familiar about that incident that the sheriff spoke to, but I will reach out to him and make sure that I find the details on that.
Thank you.
Yes, sir.
Do you, in the case of real emergencies, you ever, if you don't have a trooper nearby, within a certain distance, you refer that sometimes to the local sheriff?
Well, just so you're aware, the sheriffs, they only have patrols in town when they're being paid. They don't have patrols that are just running through the town. So in an incident, say there was an incident at the school, and we had an incident that required numerous law enforcement officers to respond. So we would solicit assistance from Fish and Game. There are the wardens that live close by. Department of Motor Vehicles occasionally has officers that are out this way. I mean, everybody responds if there's an incident that requires that. Thank you.
Other questions?
Yes, sir.
Oh, so you roughly serve tickets for 14,000 through your patrolling, and then the cost overruns that weren't billed to the town. Is there any way to put a rough number to that so people kind of get a feel for your investigating cases ran over your contractor time, so the state police, so you eat it, so to speak? Is there a way you could put a value to those hours so the townspeople understand that maybe you ate $20,000 or $10,000, and then the revenue generated from the tickets also is kicked back to the town to help compensate that $20,000?
So here's part of the thing. We don't track the hours that we go beyond the town contract that's spent investigating an incident. But for example, say someone was here in town, and this actually was a case that I had. I was in Townsend town contract, and a gentleman crashed out in West Townsend into a guardrail, and he was impaired. And in that situation, it was a DUI arrest, which resulted in numerous hours of processing. The town was not billed for all of those hours of the processing. Processings can range from 2.5 to 5 to 6 hours, depending on the level of cooperation and whether they refuse or provide a sample of their breath, or we have to go for blood. And so, if I was here for 2 hours on the contract, however much of that is used towards that, and then I go over and that gets billed to the state. And then if there was a court call-in, so in a situation where someone is arrested, there's a court date that follows up later on down the road, whether it be for a suppression hearing or a trial, that those hours that are associated with that trial or any preparation for that trial, meeting with the state's attorney, none of those hours are billed to the Townsend town contract. Yes?
I always find this confusing. So, but wouldn't you be called something like that anyway, whether you were under contract with the town or not?
Correct, we would respond.
So the question was, would you respond if there was no contract? That was if you didn't hear.
Yes, absolutely. We would have someone respond, but on the day that happened, I happened to be like 1 minute from the location of the crash. We responded and found the gentleman impaired. But we would normally respond. In that situation, if there wasn't a trooper on duty, the sheriffs aren't going to send a deputy to that. The state police are going to respond to that incident.
Any other questions? Thank you, Sergeant Buckley.
Yes, ma'am.
Oh, one more, sorry, I didn't see your hand.
Can you tell me what the hourly wage is for the state troopers versus the sheriff's department?
I don't know what the sheriff's department hourly wage is. The hourly rate for contract, and this includes wear and tear on the vehicle for dispatchers and trooper pay, is $75.69. One of the things that I would like to preface in saying that all the state troopers that are responding out to these incidents are full-time certified law enforcement officers. All of them have a ton of training. They've all come through the full-time academy, and all of them are level 3 certified. A lot of the deputy sheriffs that are on patrol in these towns are level 1 or level 2 certified. They haven't been to the full police academy. They don't have the support of having a supervisor respond to the scene if they get into something over their head. We have a chain of command, and yes, the sheriffs have a chain of command, but if it's something that happens in an off-hours situation, there isn't someone that they can call. And so all I can say to you is, yes, there is a difference between the hourly rate. For those of you who are aware, there are bidding processes for a variety of things. You can bid and take the low bid and you get a certain service. And then you can take a middle bid and get a certain level of service, and it may be different from the level of service that you receive for the lower bid. And then you receive the higher bid, and there's a certain level of service that goes with each one of those bids. And all I can tell you is that in the time that I'm here and that the other troopers are here, you're getting qualified people to investigate your incidents. And I'm not saying that the sheriffs aren't qualified. I'm just saying that there are varying levels of experience in people. I've been a trooper for 25 years. I have a lot of experience. Some of the part-timers that they have there have only been to the part-time law enforcement school and may have 1 to 3 years of experience. So you make the decision about who you would want to investigate your matter.
I just wanted to make a brief comment. With the other towns, and we call state police, and sometimes they aren't there in 15 minutes or half an hour. However, the other day, we were using the fax machine, and we had a malfunction that we were aware of. And it was less than 5 minutes later when Sergeant Buckley showed up at the front door saying that they got a report of an interrupted 911 call, and they came to see that we were all right. So we're most grateful, and we're glad that they're out there, and they can respond in a timely fashion. Yeah.
One more? One more?
Peter Grady, West Townsend, and again, it's not a question, it's just a comment. Again, I would like to commend the state police. I work at Townsend Elementary School, and Trooper Jensen has been coming in and building a relationship with our children. Just last week, he came and took community luncheon, and the kids are so excited to have him there, and I think it's great that the state police are coming in and building a relationship with our children and our engaged with them. I think it makes a big difference.
I appreciate you saying that. You stole my thunder for my summary. But thank you. One of the things that I wanted to highlight in kind of in summary, I'm happy to take any other questions. There are a lot of services that the state police provide other than the services that we provide during the contract. One of those is our school safety visits that we do, which are at the Townsend Elementary. We actually do this to all of our schools which are contained within our patrol area. We encourage our troopers to get out into the school and develop relationships with these kids. Back when the Brookline School was open, I used to go up there with my police canine named Scooby, and I'd read stories to the 3rd graders. I've come into the school at Leland and Gray, participated in their school safety drills. Trooper Jensen's participated there. One of my schools happened to be the Newbrook School, and I go in there and I have lunch with the kids, and they come running out, and they're excited to see us. And what we're trying to do in this school safety, one, we're trying to highlight the importance of the school safety drills and not make it something that is scary for the kids. And so by having us go into the schools and us have FaceTime with them in a non-threatening environment, sitting down, having lunch with them, in the incident that we have to have a school safety drill, or God forbid we have an incident that requires a lockdown and a large state police response, that they're used to it and they've practiced. In Newbrook, the kids see me pull up and they look out the window and they're like, are we having lunch or are we having a lockdown drill? And so it's kind of become this running joke with them. And I'm like, no, I'm just here to visit today. And they're like, oh, shucks. And so we are working to build those relationships with the school so that in the incident something happens, we have FaceTime with people so that we walk in, it's not a stranger walking in off the street. It's like, okay, who is that guy? That's one thing that we're doing. We are actively too, when we do have an incident that occurs in town, so say there is a burglary or there is some sort of other property crime that's occurring, we do send a variety of troopers into an area to saturate the area to try to develop suspects, to try to develop leads. I don't know if you've seen a couple of times where we've had numerous troopers scattered throughout town. We're trying to gather information to solve crimes that are occurring either in this town or in other towns because people have to pass through. That's one of the other tools that we do. Additionally, I pop in at the fire station. Hey, how can we work better? What can we do to try to improve our relationships? And so it goes beyond just showing up in town and writing a few speeding tickets. There are a few people in this room that I have stopped, and I'm confident have been stopped by other people in town. It's not all about writing tickets. Yeah, we could come into town and we could give everybody a ticket, but everybody doesn't deserve a ticket all the time. And so, what's that? Well, there certainly are times when people do deserve tickets, but I think we're doing a good job striking that balance between enforcement and giving people warnings and educating them on things that need to change. If there are no other, yes, sir.
Just one more question, maybe not in the mic. Paul Davis, I live on Route 35. On the topic of gathering information, on the topic of gathering information, have you found in your experience that the radar machines that flash you speed limits and then give you the speed limits of that road, are they effective or not? Because 35, I found the traffic has increased, and it seems that most people, or many people, are violating the speed limit.
What section of the road do you live in, sir?
Just past the Valaqueros.
Okay, so in the third.
In the third, right.
Okay. I can tell you that I spend a fair amount of time patrolling, namely because I've been into the hospital and I know that a lot of people walk on that stretch of the roadway. So when I am here, I do dedicate time on that stretch of the roadway. I personally have seen a decrease. There may be a specific time of the day where you're seeing an increase, and I encourage you to speak to me when I'm heading out, or anyone in this room can call at any time and request an additional patrol and provide a time frame of day when you'd like us to be there, and we will make every effort to accommodate that.
I guess part of the question was about those machines. Do you find that they're effective in reducing?
I've heard both sides of it. Some people who travel through the area and just need that reminder, oh yeah, that's right, it's 30 here or it's 35. It's very effective for those, but for the person who's traveling through town and is not from here and isn't familiar with it, who doesn't travel through frequently, you may not have as much impact with them as the person who drives the road every day and has a lot of things going on in their mind as they're heading to work or headed home and loses focus. Was there one more question? Yes, ma'am.
Last one.
Well, I live in Minnesota, and we live in a part of Route 35 that's got a long, straight stretch. And that seems to be a place where a lot of people think it's really fun to go to race or to go really fast. And it happens more in the summer than in the winter for obvious reasons. But it's been an ongoing problem for years. I mean, I've seen people racing side by side. I've seen people going so fast that it's like a blur. And it's not down by the hospital where I think the flashing signs at the hospital actually have been effective.
Okay.
But it just seems to be an ongoing problem year after year after year.
What number is your residence name?
1022.
And yours, sir?
575.
Is it okay that I park in your driveway? Seriously, there are a variety of devices that we can use for calculating speed. Stationary radar requires us to be kind of facing in a direction that the car is traveling. Moving radar, the car has to either be coming or going away from us. But the laser, I can park my car and hop out and just shoot.
Well, Janus Technology is next door, and I've seen people park there, and it's not walking anymore.
All right, we'll be happy to do that. I've marked those addresses down. Don't be surprised if you see me here shortly. All right, yours as well. Okay. All right. Thank you all for your time. Have a great day. Enjoy the rest of your time.
I certainly go slower on that stretcher 35 now that he's there. I know he's there, so it does make you slow down. Okay, we're in the middle of elections. Emily Long is going to show up at 10 o'clock. She's not here yet, okay? So, we're moving along. Select Board. We're in the middle of elections. Select Board. We have 3 positions on the Select Board up for re-election or election. A 3-year term, a 1-year term, and a 1-year term. We'll take the 3-year term first. That's held by Kathy Hagee. I will now entertain nominations for a 3-year term on the Select Board. Nomination of Stephen Frisk. Any other nominations? Hearing no other nominations, and if there are no objections, I declare the nominations closed and instruct the clerk to cast 1 ballot for Stephen Frisk for a 3-year term on the Select Board. All those in favor, please say aye. Aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it. Congratulations. I will now entertain nominations for a 1-year term on the Select Board, which was held by Steve Frisk. So don't nominate him. Yes, sir.
Crystal Mansfield.
Crystal Mansfield has been nominated. Any other nominations for a 1-year term? Hearing no other nominations, and if there are no objections, I declare the nominations closed and instruct the clerk to cast 1 ballot for Crystal Mansfield for a 1-year term on the Select Board. All those in favor, please say aye. Aye. Opposed, no. I believe the ayes have it. Congratulations. I will now entertain another nomination for a 1-year Select Board term that was held by Crystal Mansfield. Don't nominate her. Any other nominations? Yes, ma'am.
Rob Wright.
Rob Wright. I don't think he's coming off. He's not. That's okay. He's already on and he's stuck.
Herb Stoll.
Herb Stoll. You up for it? Okay. Glutton for punishment. Any other nominations for a 1-year term? Yes.
Shiloh Tedrow.
I'm sorry.
Shiloh Tedrow.
Shiloh. Tedlow?
Tedrow.
Tedrow. Got it. Thank you for spelling that. Is Shiloh on the checklist? Kurt?
I'm checking.
Thank you.
No, we have Brian.
We have a Brian, but not a Shiloh. Sorry. Get on the checklist. You live here? Register. Any other nominations? We got Irv so far. Hearing no other nominations, and if there are no objections, I declare the nominations closed and instruct the clerk to cast 1 ballot for Irv Stowell for a 1-year term on the Select Board. All those in favor, please say aye. Aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it. That is your 17th year or something.
Welcome back.
That's right, welcome back. It's like the 17th time. So, okay, moving on. We're done with the Select Board. Listers. I will now entertain nominations for a 3-year term on the Listers. It's currently held by Eugene Cook.
I nominate Eugene Cook.
Wife nominating the husband. So, any other nominations? Hearing no other nominations, and if there's no objections, I instruct the clerk to cast 1 ballot. I declare the nominations closed and instruct the clerk to cast 1 ballot for Eugene Cook for a 3-year term on the Listers. All those in favor, please say aye. Aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it. Delinquent tax collector. Anybody notice the error in the town report? She did. Huh?
It wasn't there initially.
So, delinquent tax collector, a 1-year term. I'll entertain nominations. Right now, according to the book, it says Becky Nystrom, but she's no longer Nystrom. It's Becky Riley. So, nominations? I got Becky Riley back here. I got Becky Riley out there. Yes. Any other nominations? Nominations, we have a nomination for Becky Riley, nobody else? Hearing no other nominations, and if there's no objection, I declare the nominations closed and instruct the clerk to cast one ballot for Becky Riley for the delinquent tax collector for 1-year term. All those in favor, please say aye. Aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it. Becky's in. Moving along. West River Modified Education District. Isn't there a unified in there? West River Modified? Well, when's the unified? West River Unified Modified? West River Modified Unified Education. There's a U in there somewhere. What? Union District. Whatever. The new Education District Director. I entertain motions for a 3-year term that I believe is currently held by Al Clausen. I will now entertain nominations. Do you need an explanation about what's going on upstairs and downstairs? Yeah, okay, I figured. It took me a while to figure this out too. So there are several different. There's 2 different positions, I guess, on the West River Modified, whatever it is. There's an at-large position that all the towns will vote on, and then there's actually town positions. Right now, we're voting on our town position. Downstairs, there's an election for the at-large position. No, there's not. That's March 25th. There's an election for the at-large position. Okay, does that make sense? So there's just 2 different things. The at-large can come from any town and be put on the board, and then we also have our own 2. Joe Brinrick holds 1, and Al Clausen holds the other for our town. Then at the at-large position on March 26th, you can also vote. There is a Townsend resident running, I'll just say that, and you could vote there or not, okay? So we're voting for a 3-year position from the town to go on this muddy board that I don't know what it means, okay? I will entertain does that make sense? Better? Okay, I'll now entertain nominations for that 3-year position. Al Clausen? Does anybody, Al's not here, is he? No. Does anybody talk to Al? Yeah. You have? He's okay? He's okay. Okay. If not, that's okay. We can vote him in if he says no. But still, it's better to have it. So Al Clausen's been nominated. Any other nominations? Hearing no other nominations, and if there are no objections, I declare the nominations closed and instruct the clerk to cast one ballot for Al Clausen for a 3-year term on the West River Modified District Director. All those in favor, please say aye. Aye. Opposed, no. I believe the ayes have it. The ayes do have it. Moving on. First Constable. I will entertain nominations for a 1-year term as First Constable, currently held by Warren Beatty. Warren Beatty. Any other nominations? Hearing no other nominations, and if there are no objections, I declare the nominations closed and instruct the clerk to cast one ballot for Warren Beatty for a 1-year term as First Constable. All those in favor, please say aye. Aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it. Second Constable 1-year term, currently held by Michael Cutts. I will entertain nominations. Got Mike Cutts. I know he's not here. I'll see him this weekend. He'll have to do it. Any other nominations? Hearing no other nominations, and if there's no objections, I declare the nominations closed and instruct the clerk to cast one ballot for Michael Cutts for a 1-year term as Second Constable. All those in favor, please say aye. Aye. Opposed, no. Michael, you're back. I will now entertain nominations for Town Grand Juror 1-year term. It's currently held by Margaret Bills. Margaret Bills has been nominated. Tough job, did you do it? Okay. Any other nominations? Hearing no other nominations, and if there are no objections, I declare the nominations closed and instruct the clerk to cast one ballot for Margaret Bills for a 1-year term as Town Grand Juror. All those in favor, please say aye. Aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it. Town Agent, 1-year term, previously held by Carol Mounts. I'll entertain nominations. there are no nominations, the select board appoints, which is fine. Just want to point that out. Okay? No nominations?
Can you explain?
No, I can't. Carol, can you explain what you were doing? Not much really. I mean, the clerk says not much really. Do you have to be a lawyer? No, you don't have to be a lawyer. Yes, sir.
I believe the town agent is the person to whom papers are served if there's any kind of illegal action involved in the town.
Did you guys know that? I didn't know that. I didn't know that. It could be. Good point.
I'm pretty sure don't.
Okay, but there's a whole bunch of jobs, where it's roles,
things like that.
There's jobs that I don't know what they do. So, okay.
Because if you want to sue the town,
right,
that's who
makes sense.
Makes sense.
Who wants to get the subpoena? I assume you just pass it on to them, but anyway. If there's no nominations, the select board can appoint somebody. Okay, seeing no nominations, we will move along. Okay. That's an open seat. Okay, we'll move along to library trustees. I have a note here. Library trustees, I will entertain nominations before I take a nomination for 1 5-year term as a library trustee for Margaret Bills. But I have a note here about a second seat. What were we talking about? I forgot. Somebody's.
Yeah, Margaret Gold is no longer.
So we have to vote on 2, but it's not warned. Oh, so you guys are going to appoint? Right.
You did appoint?
Okay, please explain.
Kathy Renee was appointed to take Margaret's place.
Right. But that ends today, so.
It does.
Right?
Right.
No, that's still 2022. Right, okay. So.
Okay, that's what I thought, right, they talked a bit about it at pre-town meeting, but I think that's the right answer. That Kathy was appointed
To finish out that.
to finish out that, so, okay, forget my note. We now have yes.
I want to verify, because I believe that appointment only goes to the next town meeting. It could be done at a special town meeting or another.
We're getting conflicting reports here. You got it? I don't think so over here. That's what was brought up.
I studied that in high school, so I believe you want to take that one.
Okay, so because it wasn't warned, discussion to me? Because if you have some information, no?
I don't have it with me, but I believe you have to appoint them.
Well, because it's not warned.
Carry over to the next town meeting, whenever the town is warned.
Okay, right. The problem is that it's not warned. And because it's not warned, they're either going to appoint somebody for the next year again, or we'll have a special town meeting to appoint a library director. Okay?
Just verify.
Yeah, no, I agree. I think that's what, you are correct. Okay, so we have 1 3-year seat on the library trustee, and then another one that's going to have to be dealt with later. I'll now entertain, that's held by Margaret Bills, I'll entertain a nomination for that 1 5-year term. Margaret Bills?
I decline, but I nominate Jean McIntyre.
Jean? Is he here? Who's Jean?
She's not here, but she said she would love you.
I just spoke to you. Okay. Jean McIntyre has been nominated. Margaret Bills declined. Any other nominations? Hearing no other nominations, and if there's no objections, I declare the nominations closed and instruct the town clerk to cast 1 ballot for Jean McIntyre for a 5-year term as a library trustee. All those in favor, please say aye. Aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it. And then the select board will have to deal with that other 1-year term remaining. Okay, cemetery commissioner. 1 5-year term available, currently held by Ricky Snow.
Paul Newton.
Paul Newton?
Ricky Snow has declined.
Oh, Paul Newton. Paul. Pete. Paul. Townsend resident, right? Okay, any other nominations?
Paul Law.
Oh, Paul Law. Sorry, I can't hear either. Getting old. I'm really bad with names. I'm great with faces, but when somebody seconds and she goes, who was it? I'm always like, I know him, but I have no idea who. Paula Newton. I know who Paula Newton is. Okay, any other nominations? Hearing no other nominations, and if there's no objection, I declare the nominations closed and instruct the clerk to cast one ballot for Paula Newton as for a 5-year term on the Cemetery Commission. All those in favor, please say aye. Aye. Opposed, no. Congratulations, Paula. Is that it for elections? Yeah. Wow. In 25. Okay, Emily Long. She's not here. See, the other towns are keeping her late. Okay, moving on, Article 5. To see if the town will authorize the selectmen to set a tax rate sufficient to cover all monies raised for municipal entities for the period of July 1st, 2020 through June 30th, 2021, and to borrow money in anticipation of taxes. Who's that, Irv? See again, names, faces. Okay. No. Discussion? Seeing no discussion? It's been moved and seconded to what you see there for Article 5. I don't have to read it again. A yes vote passes. Authorizes the select board to set the tax rate. A no vote defeats that. Those in favor, please say aye. Aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it. The ayes have it. The ayes do have it. Article 6. To see if the town will authorize the property tax collector to receive its real property taxes quarterly, August 28, 2020, November 24, 2020, February 26, 2021, and May 28, 2021. Monthly interest will be charged at the rate of 0.5% or fraction thereof. Interest of 1% or fraction thereof plus penalties will commence on May 30th, 2021. Motion? So got Will and Charlie. See, I got those names. Discussion? Just remember, it's not Thursday in November, it's Tuesday because it's on Thanksgiving. Okay, no discussion? Hearing no discussion? There's a motion in front of us to see if the town will authorize its property tax collector to receive its real property taxes quarterly. Blah, blah, blah. A yes vote passes the motion, a no vote defeats it. All those in favor, please say aye. Aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it. The ayes do have it. Article 7. To see if the town, you ready to start this one? Emily is not here. To see if the town will vote to appropriate, oh, she just walked in. If there's no objection, I'd like to suspend the rules and have Emily Long come up and speak. Is there any objection? If there is, we vote, but. Okay, hearing no objection, Ms. Long, and there's no objection her being non-resident and speaking. Hearing no objection, please step right forward.
Thank you.
Somebody wants to ask questions, get a hand on that.
Thank you. Boy, that was quick. Usually I end up waiting in the back and listening. So for those of you who don't know me, Representative Emily Long, I live in Newfane. And if you'd hold on 1 second, I'm taking my coat off. Your town hall is so much warmer than Newfane's. Okay. So, it's been a crazy busy year up in the legislature, especially the last 2 weeks. We have passed a Global Warming Solutions Act bill in the House, which I am particularly pleased about because we got 105 votes, which is, as most of you have heard recently, a veto-proof majority, which we don't often have in our legislation. I think this is a piece of legislation that's going to get some strong support in the Senate. We'll see. They're working on their own climate change legislation, but this is our take in the House on what we can do to start the first steps to make sure that we're focused and ready to act for climate change that we're all dealing with all the time. We also had a override this past week. We had, for the first time since 2009, and only the 11th time in the history of Vermont, we overrode a veto from the governor on minimum wage. And we feel really confident that this is the right thing for Vermonters, our hardworking Vermonters, families who really need a little boost. This is going to be a 2-year, not a $15 minimum wage increase, which you heard me talk about in years past, but this is a 2-year boost in minimum wage that will actually, after the 2 years, go back to the legislation that's in place today, which is increasing once every year by CPI. So this will take us to, I'm gonna forget the number for next year, but in the final year, it takes us to $11.75 in 2021 and $12.55 in 2022. So happy about that. We were all really pleased that we were able to override that both in the House and the Senate. We think it's the right thing to do for Vermonters. We also passed a tax and regulate for cannabis piece of legislation this week. It was a Senate bill. We had been working on it for quite some time. We made some changes to it. I'm not totally confident that it's going to just be accepted by the Senate, so I think it'll probably go to a committee of conference. But it did pass fairly strongly in the House. We made some changes that I think the Senate is gonna take issue with. One of them, which was a local options tax that was in the bill. We removed it and made communities, towns who have cannabis either retail or growing facilities in their community get the revenue from a licensing fee. So there are 5 different licensing fees. So for anybody who applies for a license to either grow or test or sell in retail marijuana, cannabis, then they would have to pay a licensing fee. So that's a little help for communities who are hosting those. That may end up going back to local options tax if the Senate isn't happy with what we've done with it, but I think we've made some good improvements, and I'm looking forward to seeing that. You all will remember that we actually legalized marijuana and allowed home grow. So this bill is really just to set up a system to regulate what is already legal marijuana, which is really an important thing, because if you are ever going to make a dent in the black market, one of the ways to do that is to make sure that people who are purchasing cannabis, they know the potency. Right now they don't. They don't know how much pesticide or how many things like fentanyl are mixed in with cannabis products that they get on the black market. So this is a regulating system. We have a doctor who, who's a member of the House of Representatives, who stood up on the floor during debate and said, I voted against legalization, but I am here to say that this is a really important bill that we need to pass, because now that we've legalized, we need to regulate. And if we're ever gonna have money for prevention, we need to tax it. So that's what we're doing. We're focusing money on prevention. And the last piece that we passed in this past 2 weeks, which was just on Friday, was Act 250 reforms. We have made some changes to Act 250. For those of you who pay attention to Act 250, it's been in place for 50 years, needed to have a reform, needed some changes. So we spent the last year through legislation traveling the state, a commission traveled the state, got feedback from our communities all over the state to tell us what they did and didn't like about Act 250, and we have made some reforms. It's not perfect. The legislation was really complicated. Changes were being made right up until the last day, but we also felt that it was super important that we get it over to the Senate so they could do their work on it, and they told us they will take it up. I don't know if there'll be changes this year, but what we're trying to do is relax some of the regulations around Act 250 and development in our downtowns, and we added an amendment for village centers as well to relax and change some of the regulations around our trail systems in the state, and to make sure that we are still preserving our environment and our communities and our culture in the state. So take a look at that legislation. It's probably not going to stay what it is today, because we just passed it on Friday. We'll see what the Senate does with it. But anyway, that's the main thrust of what we've been doing. The big bills, we have others coming. Money cross, we've got our bill policy crossover comes the Friday after town meeting break week. So, and then bills for the budget, money bills, are the week after that. And then it's just, you won't see anything new coming hardly after that. So anyway, happy to answer any questions if anyone has any. You can try calling. I might hear you. I can repeat it.
Emily, I know you've been on this program for a number of years, dealing with the pilot program as well as Townsend Dam. I know, I was hoping you would bring that up immediately because that's the lifeblood of not only this town, the West River Valley. We depend on that dramatically because we're losing business all the town play areas. We have no more swimming, we have no more fishing, no more boating. It's so vital that we get something done down there. But every year we bring this up, and apparently nothing much is being done at all. They allowed us for $5,600 a year because we forfeited over 1,000 acres of land so they can put that dam in there to protect the people downstream. But in return, what it amounts to, that, from my understanding, that $5,600 is barely enough to cover the cost of plowing the road over the dam. So we're losing, we're not gaining anything. In fact, and then we're also losing the use of the dam and the lake that we have there. So I'm curious to know, I know we had representatives down here before, look into this issue. They come down and then they leave. When they go back to the State House, what do they do with that knowledge? Do they address the whole assembly? Do they explain to them how dire the conditions are down here, especially Townsend? But again, like I say, it's not only Townsend, it's all the towns in here to Brattleboro. Have they been talking about it? Have they been coming up with any ideas, any solutions? I realize that the Army Corps of Engineers, their main goal is for flood control. But the way I think about this is, I've been here 50 years. That Townsend Dam was a vital part of this town. All my kids went there for Red Cross swimming lessons, boating, swimming. It was a real gem, but it's not a real gem anymore. Even though those people, I don't know why they keep it so neat, because there's nothing much more to keep neat there. But something definitely has to be done. So they talk us about, well, the reason why it's basically flood control. You guys are on your own. If you want to do something, you have to take it upon yourself to figure out a way of doing it. So the last thing I want to say is that if he's so concerned, the leader of Army Corps of Engineers, about condition dome as a flood control factor, protecting the people, not here, but all the way down to Massachusetts and Connecticut as well. He doesn't seem to realize, I think about this a lot, and I was trying to figure out why, after 50 years of really good service out of that Townsend Dam, why suddenly in 2008, everything totally falls apart? Well, what's been going on over the years? We had many storms prior to 2011, but those storms, the damage it's been doing to the river was not evident. The silt was coming down all those years. 1973, we had a bigger storm, a great amount of water that came down to West County than we did in Irene. But what that did in 74 and years after that, all that silt was coming down. And then just prior of June of 2011, it looked like a perfect place to have all your pleasures that you want. But immediately after that storm, everything still looked all right. And that was surprising because I didn't see any silt. Well, the silt was just below that surface. As soon as Irene came along, all that silt came down and really blocked the flow of water.
Yep.
And every year, right at this very moment, silt is building up. It's constantly building up. It's replacing the water capacity to hold that basin dramatically. For every yard of silt that comes down, it's a yard of water we cannot hold back to protect the people downstream. So I think it should be, if somehow we can convey to the people downstream or the Corps of Engineers how important it is to dredge that. You have to dredge everything. It's the only way you can do it. You have to bring it back to 1961 again.
Yep, so I told them that. I thank you, first of all. This is a huge issue. I have been working on it for a number of years. Ever since I've been elected to the legislature, I have had communications. It's not, you mentioned two things, the pilot and all that. Yes, there is plenty of property in the town of Newfane, the town of Townsend, where they get payment in lieu of taxes because of the taxes, Townsend State Forest, all that. That is an issue for sure. But the specific to the Townsend Dam, that is Army Corps of Engineers. That is not us in the House or the Senate. That's not our state. It is our congressional delegation. I have been working really closely with Peter Welch's office, as often as I can. He's been pretty good about it. We lost he lost his person who was the point person on that, so it had to change recently. I had a meeting at the Army Corps of Engineers last fall. I know I let the select board know about it, and I don't remember if anybody from the select board was there or not. I can't remember, but I did make sure that we invited select board members and planning commission members so that they could hear the same things I was hearing from them. There is a definite change in recognition coming from the Army Corps of Engineers in that meeting at least. And that was in the fall. I have not followed up recently with it, where they are recognizing that this is a serious issue finally, that I don't think that they didn't know it, but they really are looking at, they've got to do something. So they were applying for a grant in the fall to do a study, an engineering study to find out exactly how much silt there really is in there and what the cost would be to take it all out. It's probably going to be a heck of a lot. It is going to be a real lot of money, millions of dollars, I think, to clean it out. But they're doing that. They're applying for the grant to get the study to make sure that we know what we're dealing with, first of all. I grew up here. I swam in Townsend Dam all the time. I thought it was the most wonderful thing. We used to leave school at Leland and Gray and go over there and swim. That's not possible anymore. And the dredging, it's temporary. It's a small piece and it's temporary. And when I sat in there listening to them, and Welch's office was asking really tough questions. But one of the things, I was talking to a member of our communities who used to work there a long time ago, and that person explained to me the design of the dam. I thought the Townsend Dam, was a different design than Ball Mountain. So it isn't, actually. And I found out it isn't, and here's why. Because I asked the Army Corps of Engineers this. Because the silt should be building up if they're the same design, silt should be building up at Ball Mountain too. There is no question that silt has, on those storms, 73, those different storms over the years, silt has been building up. There's no question it's been building up in Townsend Dam. But Irene was different. Irene washed the shores of our rivers, our banks of our rivers, to the point where growth isn't coming back. And so it continues. Every time we have a big storm, it continues to wash more. That's why it's gotten worse. These are the things that were explained to me. Irene really shifted things immensely. So that's why it's gotten a lot worse and much more rapidly. The difference in design between the two dams is only simply a bunker, a concrete bunker that was placed across the flood control gates so that they don't need to control them going up and down, and they don't need to deal with what happens in, I used to serve on a school board with, a state school board with a member who was a diver. He spent most of his time diving to flood control dams all over New England to fix flood control gates. Most of the work that needs to be done on them is underground. That's a lot of expense, and they're not always reliable, is what I was told. They put a concrete bunker up there, so the water comes off the top of that bunker in the Townsend Dam, and it comes off through the floodgates at the bottom in the Ball Mountain Dam. But the design is the same except for this added bunker. That's what I wasn't told that by the Army Corps of Engineers. I asked that question because I had been told that by a member of our public, and they acknowledged that that's the truth. I asked if that could be changed, and they didn't say yes, they didn't say no, but they did say that they were going to look at that, and I am following up. I will continue to follow up with Welch's office to see whether they're pursuing it at all. They didn't seem aware of the difference in the two dams, and how this concrete bunker was put in there. So, I don't think it's a simple answer, but it's one that they seem to be aware of, and I'm going to continue. And I think if all of you wrote to Peter Welch's office, you should do it to the senators as well. They should hear from all of us. But Peter Welch's office has been really taking the lead and has been very responsive about this. So write to them, tell them. They read that. This is really important. And as I explained to the Army Corps of Engineers, I read what it said back then. This was for recreation. We were supposed to be able to see, a lot of tourism coming here. There was going to be a big benefit having this dam put in here. The last thing I'll say about it is the flood control dam is the flood control dams throughout the 4 states. It's New Hampshire, Vermont, Massachusetts, and Connecticut. And it's basically around the flood control. It's controlled by the Connecticut River Flood Control Commission. We used to have a person from our area on there, the former Speaker of the House, Tim O'Connor. When Tim O'Connor passed away, we lost a direct link. Senator Ballin and I had been working with Tim. He was bringing it to the forefront. We went down to Greenfield at one of their Connecticut River meetings, so did Townsend officials. Bob DeServio came. We showed photos. We did all that. We got a lot of attention paid to it. But there was very little incentive for them to use the limited dollars they have, the Flood Control Commission, to put it into here, because this dam is still doing what it was designed to do. And I was told by the Army Corps of Engineers that it is still continuing to do that, which is to control floods. And everybody downstream from us really needs us to control floods, including us. So it didn't really feel like the effective way to do it. So I would continue to say, talk to Welch's office. I will do the same. Send emails and call Leahy and Sanders' offices. They have great staff, and push from that side, because that's what we're going to need.
Emily, thank you, Dr. Servo. What you said is true, but I'd like to ask you to talk to Chris Campany and get the report from the Wyndham Regional Commission on the Corps of Engineer silt releases. That's key, because the Corps of Engineers, on 2 separate occasions, and probably a third, accidentally released huge volumes of silt from the Ball Mountain Dam. What that did was it got into the West River, and when you have a heavy rain event or an Irene, it comes down and it fills up Townsend. So, having talked to the Corps of Engineers people, they ignore the fact that they are the ones who are responsible for all of that silt in Townsend. It needs to be pointed out, the Wyndham Regional Commission did this study, it exists, but the Corps of Engineers never acknowledges that. And lastly, the current head of the Corps of Engineers happens to be a local boy. grew up in Springfield, and the employee I think you were talking about who had once worked at the Townsend Dam, she claims she used to swim there as a kid.
So that is news to me. I was not aware about that thing with Bob Mountain, so thank you, Bob, for sharing that. And I will talk to Chris Campany. I was just talking to him a few minutes ago down in Newfane. I'll find out about that study and pursue that with Welch's office. It's really important. I was unaware. And please, if anybody else knows things that I don't know, you need to tell me.
Thank you, Emily. Like you, I grew up in the dam was being built, actually. You know, I'm not a hydrologist, but I have a lot of friends who are hydrologists. And dams trap silt. That's what they do across the country. Look at Egypt, what's happening there. And the Corps of Engineers, when they built the dam, should have been doing studies on the siltation of dams, because it's been known for centuries what dams do in trapping silt. Let me also say, I know you've got the delegation, Peter Welch and others working on it. Patrick Leahy is in a perfect position because he's ranking on the budget committee. In my experience in Washington, if you want to get an agency attention, you talk about their budget. That's where you get their attention. And attention.
Very true, Roger. Thank you. I think that's great. I will contact Leahy's office as well. You are absolutely right. That makes a difference. Talk to somebody who's on the budget committee. So listen to what Roger's telling you, because you should definitely be getting a hold of them too. It helps to hear from you. It helps for you to put your personal story into this, what it was like for you and what your expectations were and how it's impacted your community. That matters. So tell them, and I'll continue to do it as well. Thank you.
Just an aside, that is true. I've contacted the senators and Welch, and they are very responsive. When they hear from, that really perks their ears up, because most people don't. So when somebody does, they do listen. Any other over here? No. Right here? We gotta go around here.
This is, I had no knowledge of this at all, but you said something about one of the reasons that there was so much silt is because nothing would grow on the edges of the rivers anymore because of the silt there. Was that
what I was told was that every storm that we have where the water is raised, it washes the stream banks, little brooks, larger brooks, rivers, everything. The West River gets its banks washed. What was exceptional about Irene was the flood came very fast and very sudden and very high and did significant damage to the riverbanks, which is still continuing to create challenges. I asked them about fixing the riverbanks. Is there anything we can do to fix the riverbanks? They're really, you'd have to bring in fill and then plant and hope for no flood during all that. There's a whole bunch of challenges around being able to do that. I do think that it eases over time, but I'm not an engineer. I don't know. This is what I was told, but it did make a difference during Irene. It was much worse during Irene, and if everybody remembers, it got a lot worse. What I'm hearing is that maybe it was worse above Battle Mountain Dam as well, and maybe those releases increased the challenge. It sounds like it did, and I'll find out about that. And just going back to Welch's office, I really have been working with Welch's office because they have specifically made it a priority to deal with this, and I'm happy to do that, but I just can't say enough that if I could get all 3 offices here to Townsend Dam, that would be great, and you could help with that, so let's try.
I guess my curiosity would be if anything could grow in the silt that we could encourage.
Right. I mean, the silt they take off is in great big piles, and they actually sell it, I think, because it's very valuable, the silt. There's big piles that they keep on the state forest property, and it's very good dirt. That's what I understand. So, but I don't think you can just put it back in the riverbanks. It doesn't work that way. Hey there, how are you doing?
Erwin Stoll. Is it my understanding, or do I understand it wrong, that the state of Vermont is taxing that electrical facility for the Department of Education and the town doesn't get anything out of it?
That I don't have any knowledge of that. I don't believe that's true unless I don't know the answer to that. I mean,
And not only that,
the only money that goes, I don't think it's related to the education fund unless sales tax goes into there in the education fund. Now, we don't have a general fund transfer to the education fund, so I don't think it'd be linked to education, but I don't know whether they're taxing in this different way. I'd have to check into that for you.
I was gonna say over 1,000 acres, we get $5,600.
Yeah, I know.
Back you can find out that you can buy for that and not pay more tax.
And due to that, Sylvan, until they open the old channel back up and let the water come down with the tower and settle back in there, they're gonna keep getting that silt because it comes right down and goes right in by the bathing beach.
Sure.
So I'm hearing a lot of individual concern here, but has the town of Townsend ever made an official declaration of concern concerning this at any time in the past?
I'm going to say that I have been working myself with members of the Town of Townsend Select Board and Planning Commission. I don't know, you'd have to ask locally what steps they have taken on their own, but I do know that the Town of Townsend has, over many years, taken this very seriously. So I'll let you guys answer.
I don't know if anything has been, Steve thinks there was something a few years ago, but maybe it's time
I
to.
just know there was a petition several years ago prior to the dredging that was done several years back. There was a petition before that.
Yeah, there've been 2 dredgings, actually. And part of the reason why we got the second dredging is because of Welch's office working with me and bringing people in and saying how important this was, and Timmy O'Connor, who said, we gotta take this seriously, and they did put some money in that year to help out.
Hi, Eddie. We live downstream over there.
Years ago, storms and whatnot was a lifeline to the dam that we could see all the levels at the, in the pond, and how much water is coming through the dam, the height of the gates and all that. Since the storm, or actually since they put the generators in, they've taken that site down and eliminated Townsend Dam's serial number. It's off the books and out in the state of Vermont under the Army Corps' web pages. I don't know why, but nobody's up at the dam.
Have you asked them?
I have, and they've never gotten back to me.
So, ask them again and copy me. On an email. I would love an answer to that question. I know this has changed recently. When were the power generators put in there? I guess 3 years.
5 years.
5? Time flies. And they have them up at, I believe they have one up at Ball Mountain too.
Yes, they did.
But I have no idea, but that's the first time I've ever heard that.
Yeah,
And I'd love an answer.
If you look at the Army Corps' site for Vermont,
Yep.
All the dams are listed there, but not Townsend. And you put their serial number in, that used to be, it's out of service.
So if you ask that question again and you copy me, then I'll know what you asked and I should get a response. And sometimes it helps to copy the senators and Peter Welch too. Yeah, do it.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
How many other hands are there? Okay.
Hi, Emily.
How are you?
Thank you for coming.
My pleasure.
So I just wanted to ask you about S54. So I went to the governor's office last week and it felt kind of like the mass amount of lobbyists there that are pushing this bill in order to make something that seems extremely oppressive for people who want to grow their own cannabis, like we're backpedaling. And this bill really feels like it's meant for big businesses to take, a bigger, easier cut away from people that want to grow their own cannabis. So I'm just wondering how you feel about this particular bill. It's 90 pages and a lot feels like incarceration and problems and backpedaling. And I just wonder if maybe this is getting pushed to the governor and if he's going to reconsider rewriting it or what the deal is, because it feels like less access for individuals and more access for people that own the dispensaries, which are only a few individuals. So I just wonder if you have any more to say about the entities.
So, first of all, I can't say what the governor will or will not do on this. I mean, his basic concern around moving forward with tax and regulated cannabis was roadside testing, and he wanted saliva in there. And there was actually an amendment on the floor on Friday or Thursday, whichever day, to include roadside saliva testing that failed by 117 votes. So I think the message was sent pretty strongly that because there is no accurate test to show whether someone's impaired or not, we should not be doing saliva testing for all sorts of reasons. So there is saliva testing still in here in this legislation. And I don't want to go down too far down that, but the way we're relying on road safety is through A-rides and who are people who, we're trying to see if we can get all police officers, both town, state, town police officers trained in A-ride, which is, I can't remember what the acronym means, but it's to recognize when people are driving while impaired on anything, any drug, including alcohol. Then we rely on further trained DREs, which are drug recognition, I forget what he is. And they're more highly trained to recognize people who are driving impaired. Saliva testing can come into play later if there is a warrant. The DRE says, yeah, there's a problem, we're going to take you in, you can't do it roadside, you got to be taken in, and you can do blood or saliva, and it has to be done by warrant. So we're trying to protect folks. The lobbying at the very end, and I got emails maybe from some of you, was more about the agricultural side of it and the concerns about like bumping out small farmers. I went to Carolyn Partridge that day and I said, I'm getting a lot of these emails. She said, so am I. Carolyn Partridge is chair of the Ag Committee, and she wrote a pretty good, if anybody is interested in knowing a little bit more, and if you haven't read it, I would encourage you to. In yesterday's Reformer, she had her column in there speaking specifically about S54. She made it very clear to me that while the bill in her mind wasn't perfect, it is set up to make sure that we are protecting small growers, prioritizing Vermont growers in the legislation. It's not something that the legislation actually dictates, but we're saying it's a priority of the commission that we're setting up. It needs to be a priority of the commission. So if you go and read the legislation, you'll see where the focus is. Keeping corporations out, it's been a challenge. Anyone who's tax and regulated, it's been a challenge keeping corporations out. The way we've addressed it is saying that you are only allowed to own one license. So you can own there's 5 licenses in there, and I don't have in the top of my head every one of the licenses, but if you want to be a testing facility, if you want to be a grow, if you want to be a retail, those are all separate licenses. You're only allowed to own 1 license of each. So somebody could own 5, but you can't get 2 retail licenses. There is a priority, the medical dispensaries did get first connection, but the bill again says we lost one of them, the medical dispensaries. Ever since we legalized, the medical dispensaries have really been struggling. People are growing their own and not buying. So one closed, I believe, and the others are, feeling the pain a little bit. And so I think there's only 3 or 4 left in the state of medical dispensaries. So, I think we've done the best we could to try to control that. I don't know as we'll keep out every bit of corporate, but I think we tried to tailor this bill to make it Vermont. And if you have specific feedback on that you want to see change, please let us know. I mean, the bill has still got to go to committee of conference. I don't make that decision, but my strong belief is that the Senate's not going to accept this bill as it is today. So the next step on this bill will be a committee of conference, and that means conferees from both the House and the Senate will be discussing the proposal and trying to come to a compromise. So if you have specific language that you want to see in there, let me know, or just look to see who's on there and email who's on the committee of conference, both in the House and the Senate, to give feedback, because there's still time to do that. But we really did try to make it work for farmers and work for Vermont.
Okay.
Thank you.
Well, it's been about half an hour. And just remember, our elected officials are available whenever you want. They work for you. You want to talk to her?
Year round.
Year round. Talk to her. I'm just saying, there's a lot of questions here, but we have business to do. Any other pressing, yeah, no?
Can I just,
Yeah. What?
can I just say one more thing? Townsend is the only, I just want you to know that in Marlborough and Newfane, I hold, this sort of relates to David was just saying, I hold office hours in both Marlborough and Newfane once a month on a Saturday. I do it year round. I don't do it in Townsend because I actually haven't been invited to do it here. And I have a hard time finding a spot where I can actually sit. Somebody wants me to sit. I do it in the Moore Free Library in Newfane, and you're all welcome to come there because they invite everybody. You're welcome to come there on the third Saturday from 11 to 12:30. I'm in Marlborough at their community center. They invited me to do that. I do that on the second Saturday. And again, I do that year round. I sit in there for 10 to 12 in their community center. If you folks want me to be up here once a month on a Saturday, happy to do it. It really is great to have face-to-face contact. And I was just dying to give me a spot, I hope.
Well, yes, of course. Did you speak to the waiting study? Was that loud enough?
No, it's not loud enough, but I was trying to end, I'm trying to end this town.
It's not even, you're not even doing staff hours.
I said, I was trying to move town along. And I can't sure go after you.
I'll be brief on this one. I know he's gonna ask.
Not right now. We're tired.
Yeah. You're asking about the waiting study.
Exactly.
And the waiting study, I don't want to go into too much detail because clearly we're already cut off, but the waiting study was part of Act 173. A waiting study came out in December basically saying our education funding system, including the weights, is not working appropriately for all of our communities, especially our small rural communities. We want to make sure that our education funding system works well. Right now, very briefly, and anybody wants to talk to me about it, I'm happy to talk to you at length about it, but right now that work is starting in the Senate. The Senate's holding a hearing on March 11th from 4 to 6. I don't know whether you're going up or whether anyone's going up for testimony on that. We're trying to figure out how to move it forward. It's not just a matter of taking the weights that were recommended in this study and just applying them. It isn't going to be as simple as doing that, and the Senate is finding out about that as they're taking testimony. We took some testimony in the House on this, but it is important that you stay focused on this and we start thinking about how our education funding system is or is not working for our communities. It is becoming very, very challenging. We see our tax rates, our property taxes go up, and schools are cutting back all the time. And Al and I sit on the same school board, West River District, together, and it is a huge challenge. This is not about money coming into your town, though. This is about lowering tax rates, and we need to make sure that there is a way to hold us accountable to, if we're going to change the weighting, that we actually are applying that change in tax rate to improve the education of our children, because that's the key to this, making sure our kids get what they need in our public education system. So, anyway. Get a hold of me.
You want to last one.
Last one. I just want to re-emphasize the importance of stopping the flow of aggregate flowing down the river to the dam. I remember back in 1987. 1987 was an extremely frightening time in our lives anyway. We lived right down the river from here, right at the basin. In 1987, we had so much water that was going over the spillway. It was, I remember, and I also remember that the National Guard come knocking at our door, told us go down to the school, evacuate, because they weren't sure about the dam. But I'm really trying to emphasize here the importance of we have to stop the buildup of that. The fill that's coming down that river, because it's going to continue building up. As it builds up, it means that much less water will be able to hold back.
Yep,
so there will be a point will be very critical, and we'll get a big storm. We will not be able to hold the water back, and not only me living right down the river, but so many other people over the borough are going to suffer, as well as the people down in Connecticut.
That's exactly the focus of the Army Corps of Engineers, and if there's any challenge around that, that's where we'll get their attention. So right to our congressman. Well, Ray, thank you so much. I really appreciate your time. And go ahead and take it over.
Al, when you say waiting study, waiting, W-A-I-T, waiting.
It's waiting, so
Okay, sorry. We were just doing that for the minutes. Thank you. Thank you for coming, thank you for your time, thank you for your questions. Contact your elected officials and tell them what you want. Not only vote, contact them. And that was very interesting. I never saw a town meeting from down there. A cup of coffee and everything. Okay, ready to move on? Where are we? We're on Article 8. No, 7. Sorry, glasses. And Roman numerals. Article 7. To see if the town will vote to appropriate $552,047 to pay for the running expenses and liabilities of the town, of which $325,741 is to be raised by taxes. I'll entertain a motion.
So moved. Second.
Okay, it's been moved and seconded to appropriate $552,047 to pay for the running expenses and liabilities of the town, of which $325,741 is raised in taxes. Page 12-ish, 13 to 17 generally. I saw those numbers on page 12, I think, and then the budget is 13 to 17. Discussion. Herb, wait, yes. Yeah.
Yeah, on page 22 on the reserve funds.
Page 22 reserve fund, yes, sir.
They've taken, there's money gone out of the reserve fund like the fog line, the reappraisal, and the distance education, but it doesn't show anywhere in this book where it went to.
So these numbers that you're looking at are from last year. So they're 6/30/19, right? The fog line, it was my understanding that got rolled into something else several years ago. But was remained as an item in the reserve funds. I don't know why. As far as the others, I can't speak to the listers. I don't know how that fund works.
They should be, if they take it out of here, it should say wherever the fund they went into it from reserve. It doesn't. I mean, you don't know that.
You will next year.
Yeah, I know.
Okay. Talking about the running expenses of the town. More questions? I'm going to kind of go this way. Anybody over here right now? I can come back. Questions?
What did Herb just say?
Herb was commenting about the reserve funds and where the money is going, and it's not listed in the book. Things along.
That's not going to be explained to us?
Well, it was. The select board explained it.
So it was from 2019, correct?
Yes, and that at least the fog line I know was rolled in several years ago to another fund. I don't know where. It's possible Elaine is our bookkeeper. Maybe she could speak to this.
Okay, on the appraisal piece, I get a typographical error. So-
Wait. Yell and then I can repeat.
Let's get a microphone so we can hear each other.
Here, come here and run it. Come here and run it. Come here and run the microphone for us.
Okay, on the reappraisal piece, I did a typographical error. Instead of 113, it should be 131, 84603. No funds were spent. So typographical error, sorry. And I'm not. Stonehart Bridge, we're working on that. To put the money back into the account. There was some issue about the specific Stonehart Bridge that we paid $2,600. So we're working on that. And next year, in 2020, those numbers will go back to where they are. Okay? So this is 2019. We can't do anything in 2019. We've gone through the audit again. the reappraisal was a typographical error. It should be 131,4603. Okay?
Okay, any other discussion? Seeing no other discussion? Hearing no other discussion? It's been moved and seconded to appropriate $552,047 to pay for the running expenses and liabilities of the town, of which $325,741 is to be raised by taxes. You ready for the question? All those in favor, a yes vote will pass this motion, a no vote will defeat the motion. All those in favor, please say aye. Aye. Opposed, no. I believe the ayes have it. The ayes do have it. Article 8, to see if the town will vote to appropriate $720,220 for the running expenses and liabilities of maintaining the town's roads, of which $407,220 is to be raised in taxes. I'll entertain a motion.
So moved.
Second. Page 21, 18 to 20 in general. Questions, discussion, motion on the floor. Yes, sir. Thank you for running. Appreciate it.
Yes, I want to ask on the page 18 on the retreatment. We've gone from 25,000 to 100,000. Do you have a specific project in mind?
Yes, I do.
Retreatment?
Yes, I do. Last year was a library parking lot.
This year will be a section of Route 35.
Okay. And then under all special projects, there's an additional 34,000. Can you enlighten us as to what that special project is?
$11,000 is our grant match for Bridge 43. $5,000 is our grant match for our Better Roads program. $5,000 is our grant match for our grant from Wyndham Regional. $6,000 is for the purchase of culverts. And $7,000 is for the purchase of ditch stone. $7,000 for the purchase of ditch stone.
Okay, thank you.
Yes.
Hi, L.S. Townsend. I have a question. I obviously see that we had a surplus of $200,000. And was just curious, I understand we'd like to reduce our taxes every year. But in a year that we gotta try to tight budgets, would it be wise to take some more of that and put it in reserve fund or use it in special projects? Because I understand that we gotta do better roads and we gotta meet a target date. And obviously, Steve, you know where all those listed projects are. And if it would be wiser as a community to take some of that money and do some of those projects this year, in that budget year, or do the engineerings for projects. Obviously, when I was on the board 5 or 6 years ago, there's still some projects out there that have not even been touched or looked at that were going to be costing us hundreds of thousands, like the Deer Ridge Road culvert that I see every day. I drive over it. That's going to need to be replaced hopefully soon. But I know it's probably not on this year's project. Just asking if it would be wiser to put a few dollars towards a reserve fund.
So the reason for the surplus this year is there was, the way the accounting was handled after Irene with the FEMA money kept being pulled out by the highway, reimbursed to the general, and then when the money came in, it was being applied to the highway. So there still exists some monies to be applied to the upcoming year and probably the year after, as we try to work back to zero on that. So there is money that is available to do some of these special projects. We just have not yet allocated it.
Further discussion? Seeing, yep, at the end, yeah.
Just a quick question. Under the tractor Kubota, you have $5,000. Is that brand new?
Under the tractor Kubota, you have $5,000. Is that new? Is that what you said? Or new tractor? Okay, that was the question.
So we purchased a new Kubota tractor a year or so ago to do the sidewalks with the snow blower. It did not come with a cab. So this money, there's $4,500 in the Kubota budget for a cab. It's an aftermarket cab. It's from Curtis. They were not available last year because it was a new model tractor and the Kubota cab was too expensive. So this is a cab that comes with a windshield wiper or the froster, and it'll take Jeremy out of the elements when he's operating the snowboard.
Further discussion? Seeing no further discussion, there's a motion before us to see if the town will vote to appropriate $720,220 for the running expenses and liabilities of maintaining the town's roads, of which $407,220 is to be raised by taxes. A yes vote will pass the motion. A no vote will defeat the motion. All those in favor, please say aye. Aye. Opposed, no. I believe the ayes have it, and the motion passes. We've already completed Article 9, so we'll move on to Article 10. To see if the town will vote to raise $50,000 by taxation to be held in the reserve account for the repair of the Stone Arch Bridge on Back Wyndham Road, contingent upon the successful award of grant funds. I'll entertain a motion. Who's that, Charlie? Second. Okay. Discussion, page 22. Page 22, discussion. Stone Arch Bridge, Back Wyndham Road.
Is there any updates on the grants?
Any updates on
Well, no, it just says contingent to the grants awarded.
So, take it by 20 now.
Just an update on the grants? Is there any?
There is a meeting I'm having with Megan after town meeting. She's going to be meeting with all the local towns, talking about the small structure grants. We will be reapplying for 2 grants this year. One is for Bridge 43, and one is for the Stone Arch Bridge, which is Bridge 34. So we will have that meeting in the next 2 weeks, and we will both apply. We will apply for both of those bridges at that time.
Where is Bridge 43 is the question.
It is on West Hill. We did replace 42. It's one closer to Dam Road. I believe the mailbox by that bridge is Johnson.
Further questions? Discussion? Yes, sir. Microphone right behind you.
I just want to clarify that we actually have 88,000 still sitting in the reserve fund for the Stone Arch Bridge. I mean, tell me show here, because this is as of 2019, and that was something we voted last year.
We did raise the 88,000 last year for that bridge. Charlie's request was that we bring to the meeting today an article to raise 167 to get us up to the full amount. We thought we would go with the 50,000, waiting for this potential grant approval, and we wouldn't have to raise 167,000 today to get the full funds to rebuild that bridge.
Further discussion? Seeing no other discussion, there's a motion before us to see if the town will vote to raise $50,000 by taxation to be held in a reserve account for the repair of the Stone Arch Bridge on Back Wyndham Road, contingent upon successful award of grant funds. A yes vote passes the motion, a no vote defeats the motion. All those in favor, please say aye. Aye. Opposed, no. I believe the ayes have it. The ayes do have it. Motion passes. Article 11, to see if the town will vote to raise $54,050 by taxation for the running expenses and liabilities of the library. I'll entertain a motion. I'll entertain, motion.
So moved.
Christine, discussion. Read your books. Seeing no discussion, there's a motion before us to see if the town will raise $54,050 by taxation for running expenses and liabilities of the library. A yes vote will pass the motion. A no vote will defeat the motion. All those in favor, please say aye. Aye. Opposed, no. Excellent. Reading is unamended. Article 12. To see if the town will vote to raise $10,000 by taxation to be placed in the capital expenditure fund, fire department reserve toward the future pumper. Say that 10 times fast. Irv. Second. Discussion? Seeing no discussion, it's been moved and seconded to see if the town will raise $10,000 by taxation to be placed in the capital expenditure fund, fire department reserve toward the future pumper. A yes vote will pass the motion. A no vote will defeat the motion. All those in favor, please say aye. Aye. Opposed, no. I believe the ayes have it. The ayes do have it. Article 13. To see if the town will vote to raise $1,750 by taxation for the old cemetery fund. Charlie? Steve? It's been moved and seconded to see if the town will vote to raise $1,750 for taxation for old cemetery fund. Discussion. The obvious joke. People are dying to get yes.
I'd just like to take the time.
Wait, Charlie, behind you. There you go.
I'd like to take the time to recognize Rick Snow for his service as cemetery commissioner for the past, I don't know, he's 5 years, maybe 10. I'm not sure. I didn't look in the town report. Thank you.
Any other discussion? Seeing, hearing no discussion, it's been moved and seconded to raise $1,750 for the old cemetery fund. A yes vote will pass the motion. A no vote will defeat the motion. All those in favor, please say aye. Aye. Opposed, no. I believe the ayes have it. The ayes do have it. Article 14. To see if the town will vote to raise $16,780 by taxation for the support of social services as recommended by the screening committee. I'll entertain a motion.
So moved.
Who said second? Who said something out there, Christine? Okay, well. Page 3233, just so you know. That's where the screening of the social services is. Discussion? Hearing no discussion, seeing no hands, it's been moved and seconded that the town will vote to raise $16,780 by taxation for support of social services. A yes vote passes the motion, a no vote defeats the motion. All those in favor, please say aye. Aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it. Should I slow down? Article 15. To see if the town would authorize the Board of Selectmen to acquire land by gift or purchase from municipal forests to promote reforestation, water conservation, and good forestry practices. Motion?
So moved.
Well, Christine. Moved and seconded. I'm not going to repeat it right now. I'll repeat it in a second. Discussion? Nope. Looks good. It's been moved and seconded to see if the town will authorize the Board of Selectmen to acquire land by gift or purchase from municipal forests to promote reforestation, water conservation, and good forestry practices. A yes vote passes the motion. A no vote defeats the motion. All those in favor, please say aye. Aye. Opposed, no. I believe the ayes have it. The ayes do have it. Article 16. To see if the town will vote to set the first Tuesday in March 2021 as the date for the 2021 Townsend Annual Meeting.
So moved.
Okay? Moved to seconded to see you next year. Same bat channel, same bat time. All those in favor, please say aye. Aye. Oh, sorry, I didn't say discussion. Is there any discussion? Anybody want to move it? Sorry. You do?
I just wanted to
I
ask
just broke the rules.
the
I'm sorry.
voters here today if there would be consideration to shift the day of town meeting to possibly another day that's not a work day for most people. I think the demographic here is, myself included, aging a smidgen. And it might be nice to have a Saturday morning meeting as an option. I'm not sure if that's, I've only lived here for 16 years, so maybe that's been visited in the past, but just wanted to have people think about it.
Further discussion? Not crickets. I hear you. Can we, I'm not the lawyer here. Where's our town? We have a lot, yes.
Elected offices. Elected offices have to be on town meeting day.
The elected, okay, so election of officers have to be on town meeting day. So we would have to have an election, not necessarily from here, we would have to do a story about, it would change everything. That's the conundrum with moving town meeting day. But it's not like it's undoable. I mean, some people try to warn for next year, that would be smarter and you can look into it, but something.
I do know that, I think it's Vernon or Guilford. Sorry. There is a town, I was just talking to someone the other day, they do 2 evenings. So they do Monday evening to do articles in business, and then they hold elections on the Tuesday, which is town meeting day, in the evening. So they break it up. So that's something we could look at, like Warren said, to warn for next year. But just something for everyone to think about.
There's not been an amendment. We've actually voted it in, but there hasn't been an amendment. But other business, when we get to other business, I mean, if you wanted to pipe up and just give an opinion of what you thought about moving to town meeting might be a good idea, just so the select board has a feeling of what the people in town that show up want to do. Okay? Any other discussion about the meeting date? Okay, well, we'll take a second vote, even though the first vote already happened. There's a motion on the floor to see if the town will vote to set the first Tuesday in March 2021 as the date of the 2021 Town of Townsend Annual Meeting. A yes vote sets it for March 2nd, 2021. A no vote, we never hold town meeting again. All those in favor, please say aye. Aye. Opposed, no. I believe the ayes have it. The ayes do have it. Okay, well, we'll get to that in a second. This is a record breaker. I've been doing it for, I think, 13 years or so. What, other business? No, there's other business. Oh, wait, actually that takes precedent. Is that an official request? But we're not done with the, warning. Yeah, you have to at least announce the non-binding. I don't know if we can do that. A move to adjournment, though, is a privileged motion, so you would have to take that into account right now. Can we do it? I know, we still have the last article. That's why I'm in a conundrum right now. Do people want to adjourn? No. Okay, thank you. Wait, who wants to adjourn? Who wants to adjourn? Anybody? Just one? Okay, well, whatever. Okay, that's okay. That's okay. Okay, so at least we know and everybody feels good about me not. Okay. So, is this a non-binding? Okay, hang on. Let's go to Article 17, to transact any other non-binding business to properly become before the meeting. I have some issues here. I'll start over here and go around the room for any non-binding business. When something's brought up, if you want to discuss it, that's fine too. Yes, we'll start right there. Wait.
It's not.
Sorry, I'm trying to.
I'm Marilyn Bratt, the board of the Townsend Public Library. And this year, we lost 3 wonderful long-term trustees, 3 incredible women person who's given more than 30 years in service to our library. I'd like you to please join me in recognizing Maggie Bills, Mars Holt, and Ann Albee for all of their contributions. Thank you.
Who's the third person?
Ann Albee, Mars Holt, and Maggie Bills.
Okay, keep going around. Not binding business, come around, and if you remember something later, it's okay. Any other non-binding business? Yes, ma'am. Not you say,
Simple question. There are 2 papers on the back table asking for a survey, or you fill out a form or something.
Broadband?
Broadband and 211. When we fill them out, where do we put them?
That's a good question, I thought about that. You don't have a box up here, but.
David. What? Well, the box in back when you go. Kurt's on top of it.
Thank you.
Yes, thank you.
I'll keep it short.
That's okay, no.
So I just want to thank the select board. I know you've had a really tough, thankless job. And I really, appreciate Irv for stepping up, even though you're already retired. And I just wanted to bring up that, that this is going to happen more and more, where we have openings and fewer people that are willing to step up. And I can't talk because I can never do it. It's too many numbers for me. But it would be really wonderful if some of the young people in the community would be willing to maybe sacrifice some of their time and step up to help out with the running of the town. And I think everyone here would appreciate it, and it's kind of needed to be done. That's it.
Agreed. And you don't have to be a select board member. You can be a town grand juror, or whatever it is, so you can be a town agent. There's other things you can do. Yes, sir, other non-binding business. Oh, wait, you got the microphone in the back, Charlie. Hang on, okay?
I just want to support Laura's idea and also the idea of having town meeting at a different time. I think there's a lot of young families in Townsend that are not able to attend these meetings because it is during work hours, and those are exactly the people who are asking to step up right now, but those people aren't in this room because they can't be here right now. So I really think that's a great idea, and I'd love to help support make that happen in some way.
Yeah. Agreed, but also, as you noticed, as we noticed, the fact that there's no more school portion, look at how many people are here. The school portion really brought the younger people in, even though they were at work, and they brought kids in to run the microphone too. Now they're gone. So, but yes, that's something to be considered. Charlie.
Since it was already brought up when Emily spoke about the dam and in particular the pilot program, I would like to ask the select board to look into that. The pilot allotment that the town's received has not increased in X number of years. And when I explored it once before, I was told that Vermont always gets voted down because the members of the commission that decide the amount of money also are from the other states. And we get outvoted. I don't know if that's true or not, but the thing that always intrigued me about how to proceed with these sorts of things is we're not the only town affected by a Corps of Engineers project in New England. And our neighbors in Springfield must have similar issues. Surrey over in New Hampshire, the West River is not the only river in New England that silts out. And I think if perhaps there was some outreach to our brothers and sisters that are going through the same problem, that might have a greater impact than just Townsend trying to do it alone. I went to one of the meetings up at the dam that Emily was at, and all the officials were there from Massachusetts, and it's federal property, and they're going to tell you what they think you want to hear, then hope you go away. But I think if we were a little bit more proactive, and perhaps even using the media to promote, if you show, I think Ken pointed out, if you take one of the brochures that was published in the 1960s and 70s, you can't do any of those things that brochure advertised, and yet that's what was promoted as a benefit to the project. And the payment in lieu of taxes also affects the state park issue as well, so we do have influence with the state legislature there. We should be getting more money to help offset the loss of property tax revenue.
Good luck getting more money. Thank you. I have two things written down on my paper. I don't want to muck up this thing, but fire department feasibility update study. Anybody? Yep. Wait, Glenn, down over here with the microphone. Sorry, that was. And then I also have a little bit of discussion. The select board wants to talk about the mailing, the town report mailing. So we'll do this first, and that, and others as well. Okay. About the fire department.
So, let me, on behalf of the Township Fire Department and the feasibility study for a new station built in Cat Meadow. We've been meeting for at least a year now. Also, members of the public have joined the committee. And we believe we have a conceptual design for it. And we're still working out final details with the engineering firm. Once that's complete and we have a cost estimation of the project, then we'll approach the select board with the findings.
Thank you. Maybe we can save money on buying fire trucks after that, because you won't hit the roof. Okay. Thank you. Do you guys want to speak about the mailing?
Sure. So,
There we go. Over the years, we have mailed out a town report to every household. It is expensive. It is laborious. So we were thinking about making the town report available at town hall, maybe another place or two where you could pick one up rather than spending the money on postage and labeling and moving them all around. And we were just curious if there was a strong feeling by the voters one way or the other.
Okay, so let's just take a straw poll to begin with. Okay, what the select board is saying to save money, not to mail the town report, but leave them laying around outside and you can pick them up. What's everybody's feeling? In favor of continuing mailing? Hands, continuing mailing? And this is just a straw poll, so they get an idea for next year. And then, thank you. And then what about stopping mailing and just picking it up? Okay, thank you.
You can kind of figure that not everybody has access to being in town when it's here. You know, I mean, certain people almost be request if you send out something that townspeople request whether or not I'm able to pick them up or whether I really want to mail it to me. To have that, you know, full count and maybe reduce your mailing.
So what he said is that some people are not around to pick it up. So maybe the option is to, if you want to request a mailing, then you can request a mailing, and then if not, then you pick it up. Oh boy, did I just open a can of worms? Okay. There's too many variables. Yes, sir. Quickly, yeah.
Well, what would be the savings on the postage?
Good question.
You know, I mean, if it's only.
Well, actually, that's going to be what? It's in the town report. How much that, I don't know where it is, so page long. Anybody have an estimate? I don't know where it is, but it's in here. Okay, fourth page, real quick. Yes, right there. Right there.
It would certainly help for one household not to get 4 refunds.
Okay, but if there's 4 people living there, that's what's happening, but you're right, I agree. Yes, Dave? No? It's roughly around $700 or $800. Just in postage.
There are other options to mailing. In the past, we've done mailing, I believe, to the grand list, just the mailing, which is or was it the voter checklist? I don't remember which the mailing was done to. But we also have the option of mailing it to local postal customers, which means that all of the 600 postal customers get whatever is sent, and there's no need for labeling that way. It also makes sure that there are no duplicates per household. And it's also, I think, a penny cheaper for mailing.
Great. Loud. So you want the microphone?
I like the microphone.
Okay. Here you want. This is good. This is good. Just keep spouting ideas because they're listening and then they'll come up with stuff. So that was a good one. That was a good one. That was a good one. Yeah.
Can I talk now?
Please.
Okay. In terms of households getting 4 copies, this works from the voter checklist. We who perform the duty of getting it ready to mail have to go through these labels by hand. So if you got 4 copies, it's because we didn't catch it. And believe me, it's not easy to catch. When you got a whole list of all the people on the voter checklist, it's not easy to catch it. We tried to send out only 1 copy per household. Now I gotta remember what I was also gonna talk to, just senior moment here.
Wait, on this topic or previous topic?
Same topic, same topic. It was basically had to do with the town report. Oh yeah, in terms of mailing them to people in general, part of the issue is how many come back to us. This is particularly true with people who are registered to vote and people who are part-time residents. These cannot be forwarded. So I can't remember, how many did we get back this year? Do you remember? Yeah, at least a full box of them came back as undeliverable. So sometimes this is a tiny little error in the checklist, and sometimes just the fact that we don't have everything we need to do to send them out, and sending them out just to have them returned is an additional expense. So the idea is to cut all of this out, let people know they're there, and yeah, perhaps if somebody wanted to mail it to them, they could notify the town clerk. But believe me, going through the voter checklist and trying to get rid of duplicates is no fun.
Is this all about the town, or is it that idea? Okay. Sit with your hands up? No?
One other option you haven't mentioned is digitizing it as you did it and send it out to those people who can receive it that way. Not only saves on the postage and saves on the paper, you can save it and keep it.
So you bring that back. What he said was you could digitize it and send it that way, digitally. And I see in the back all the young people clapping and all the front people here going, digital what? So anyway, understood Cynthia, yes. Right there, yes.
I would like the quality of the information presented in the town report to be brought up to levels that have been done earlier, where there was no proofreading, there was nobody watching it. It's no comments. It was not. If you just review back a couple of years ago and see all the things that just weren't there for everybody to understand what was in the report.
You were looking for volunteers.
I was going to say, we used to have auditors that put that all together.
We had, my first years on the board, there was a committee that put the report together and gave it to the select board. We proofed it, and then we took bids and they sent it off and took care of the whole thing. And that stopped last year. I did it by myself. This year, Kathy and Carla did it because we no longer have a committee to do it. So if anyone wants to reform that committee, we'd be happy to accept that.
Yeah, the problem with that is it's a thankless job. You'll spend hours and hours putting that book together, and I see about 100 people out here that'll tear it apart no matter how hard you work on it. So it's a thankless job. That's all. Stop. I got two right here. You can battle it out. Rick goes first.
Who gets the first?
Ladies first.
Long ago, when I was an auditor, one of the other auditors suggested that we send out a postcard to everybody we could think of. And if you want the town report mailed to you, you mail the postcard back. If you want it emailed, send your email back. It would cut down on a lot of stuff. And I have done the town report a number of times, and there is a way for you to get a message to me very easily. And I would be willing to be on the town report committee.
Committee you want. Thank you. Right behind you.
Cindy, you up for it with me?
Oh, challenge accepted? It's not moving.
My turn. The town report is indeed online. It was online a full week before the printed version was available. Town reports dating back at least, I think, 10 years are available online. The only thing is, the online site is not an official Townsend website. Therefore, I can't tell you where to go look for it. But if you do a search for Townsend, Vermont, likely is the site is going to come up, and all those town reports are there under a category called Town Reports. Okay?
Thank you.
Mark? Is there also a way from the website to sign up for your mailing list?
If they want, they just have to directly email.
Okay. So on that website, there is a way to email Rick to be added to his distribution list where you can get communications about what is coming up and going on.
Yeah, but also this town report has to be in the voters' hands so many days before a town meeting.
It has to be available.
Okay, I lost track. We're still on the town report mailing? Yes? Okay.
Yeah, I just wanted to ask, is there a reason why there isn't an official town website, or just that nobody has volunteered to do it?
Right?
No, that's a complicated.
That's a complicated answer, but it's a legality thing. Yes, and that's why it's an unofficial town decision.
Do other towns have town websites?
No.
Yes.
Yes.
They do.
Hundreds.
Some do, some don't though, because there's a.
Probably not complicated.
Yeah, it's right here.
Okay. You can request that the Townsend Select Board develop a website. However, back in 2014, they decided that there was no longer going to be a town website because the state made you liable if you didn't get things posted online within 5 days. That's just one of the issues. Basically what it is, especially in a town like this, where most of the people in charge of government have a few years on them, it was going to be costly to maintain. You were going to have to be really, really careful to make sure information got out within the allotted legal time. And because otherwise, you're just opening the town up to a lawsuit. So based on circumstances, the town decided to drop their website to keep themselves from getting in a position where they got reported to the Secretary of State and taken to court or something like this. So, you know, it's a complicated issue. And it was basically because of liability. And again, this town would probably have to hire somebody in order to take care of one. Other towns do have them. Other towns also have what those of us who are doing it call bootleg sites. Vernon, for example, has a bootleg site. Wardsboro has a bootleg site. Townsend has a bootleg site. And there are other towns within the state who do the same thing. But it really is more than anything a liability issue.
Speaking to the liability issue, the open meeting laws apply whether you have a website or not. You are required to post agendas and minutes of any select board or town committee. So the liability is there whether it's posted online or not. It is more visible and easier to check whether it was online posting versus posted at 3 spots in town, being the town clerk's office and 2 other locations. So it's all how you want to do it.
Motion to adjourn? No, not yet. So I'll let you do it in a second. I got just two quick things I want to say. You good? Anybody else? No? No? Okay. So just real quick, lunch downstairs we're paying for it. It's being catered by Riverbend, but it's your taxpayer dollars. So although we're probably going to adjourn right now before lunch, please hang out and eat your food. What?
There's a donation.
Oh yes, and there's a donation bucket down there to try to recollect the money for the food that you paid for. Okay? And then the last thing I just want to say is that there is an election going on downstairs. So please vote. Don't care who you vote for, but everybody should vote. So please stop by downstairs and vote. Any other business to come before the meeting? Oh, you took away his thunder, man. Motion to adjourn? All in favor, please say aye. Aye. See you next year. Thank you very much. Great job, everybody.
Hi, this is Pat McDonald, your host for Vote for Vermont, where our tagline is listening beyond the soundbite. I'm once again alone in the studio. The boys are somewhere, who knows. But anyway, my guest today is Erica Bundy Reddick, who is an independent candidate for Burlington City Council. This is the first time we've interviewed somebody for the council, and I'm very excited about it. Welcome.
Thank you.
Long stretch here.
Thank you, thank you.
Because we said we'd give the floor to candidates, so if you're interested, come on. And Burlington plays such an important part in Vermont's economy and just being there for shopping. It has stores. I love it. But can you share a little bit with our viewers of who you are and your background and why you want to jump in?
Yeah, that's my name. Well, again, Erica Reddick. My background, born and raised in Vermont, had the pleasure and privilege to get to move to Texas about 10 years ago, kind of see a different way of doing politics and government.
Right.
And then my husband and I moved to Los Angeles because he's a filmmaker, so seeing the polar opposite of Texas. And then moving back to Vermont and seeing that Vermont is going the way of California and how that has really decimated the economy of that state and how much it's harmed people, it really sort of spurred this desire to try to make a difference.
Right.
And so when we moved back here to buy my grandparents' house in Burlington, started to see how convoluted the regulatory environment is here, started learning more about what was going on in the government and things like that. And I just said, I can't not say something. If no one else in Burlington is willing to stand up and say what is true and what is right, then I'm going to.
Good for you.
Thanks.
Good. Well, that council is in the news a lot for a variety of different reasons, but it's a very active council. I guess the structure is mayor-council, right? It's a mayor-council sort of thing. So what's the role the mayor, does he report to the council, or what's the relationship there?
Actually, it's really interesting, and I'm learning more and more about what historically had to take place for Burlington to essentially become a little mini dictatorship. So the mayor, as an example, has control or a say over the fire department, who the fire chief is, the police chief, and the fire department. So most cities across the country, as an example, the police chief does not report to the mayor. He is another elected official. He's appointed by the council or some other body, police commission, something like that, so that that position is not used for political purposes, which it often is in Burlington, unfortunately. Same with the fire department, with the public safety tax we'll talk about later. And the city council, interestingly enough, should be able to, and theoretically does have the ability to override the mayor's initiatives to veto his budget and do things like that, but they don't. So the mayor may be a Democrat, but he's very much a progressive, and so is much of the council. And what happens is, not only is the council overrepresented by progressives, the mayor is a progressive. He then gets to appoint these very large and important other department heads, and additionally then the city council and the mayor get to approve who goes on the commissions. So all the commissions and committees are overrepresented and almost completely staffed or filled, I don't know what the right word is, by progressives.
Not much balance.
No balance. No balance at all. And so in a city that talks a lot about diversity and the need for diversity and inclusion, that does not include conservatives or Republicans. We don't need that kind of diversity in Burlington, apparently.
Love it. So that's a good time to my next question, because I read in several different places you're a conservative libertarian. Said so in the print, but I don't know if that's running as an independent, but you were also included in the list of ag-Republican candidates, which is something John Clark had started with the people that he's recruited to run. Which I must give him credit for. There was about 11, when you were at that event at the State House, there was about 11 new people, never involved in politics, who he got to jump in.
Yeah.
Which I think is great.
It is.
So how does that all blend
All
together
that
to
fit.
make you who you are?
That's a great question. And I was misquoted as saying I'm a conservative libertarian. What I said was I'm a liberal conservative.
Oh.
And that's not your fault.
That makes I did read it.
I know. I commented on the article and I said, hey, you misquoted me. Because I think when you say conservative in Vermont, that means a lot of things. And unfortunately, I think our national politics has sort of muddied the waters in local politics, unfortunately. Right. People have a lot of opinions about what's going on nationally. I understand. But those things don't, not that they don't affect us locally, but to me, you know, what's going on at the White House and in the legislature, if we're going to talk about local elections, we need to talk about what are the local issues and what are people's stances on the local issues, because that's what we have control over here. Right. So I joke and I say I'm a liberal conservative because, like most Vermonters, I was raised that you don't care about what goes on behind closed doors. You know, it is not my business who you choose to sleep with, who you're in love with, whatever, as long as you're not hurting other people or me or encroaching on my constitutional rights, you do you. I'ma do me, you know, as they say. And that's how it should be. You know, that's how I was raised with those values, and that's how I think it should be. So now, in order to maintain that liberalism, you have to be a conservative. You have to value freedom of speech, freedom of assembly, Second Amendment rights that protect all of the other rights. If you don't value the constitutional basis of this republic, then you don't actually value those liberal ideas, because without them, you don't get to say what you want. You don't get to say what you think. Right. You know, if you are, as an example, if you are somebody who thinks that all conservatives are racist, sexist, homophobic bigots,
you missed a few. I had to look one up when I heard the diatribe that they use. I actually had to look a word up because I didn't know it.
It's true. Yeah. And so conservatives will fight for you to insult us. We will fight for you to say horrible things about us because we believe that it is your right in the public square to say what you believe to be true. Right. But they won't do that. They won't do that. They're going to fight and try to tell you that whatever you say is hate speech if they don't like it. Right. And then you will be shunned from the public square. And now in Burlington particularly, Vermont generally, but Burlington particularly, there's no freedom of assembly. There's no freedom of speech. There's none of that. Because if you do...
Why do you say no freedom of assembly or speech? Do you have examples?
Really? I could give you 100 examples, but the most recent one that you'll find on like WCAX and stuff like that was there's a group called, I think it's called Gender Integrity. I've tried to find more information. I tried calling the mayor's office. I tried calling the library. I said, maybe I'm missing something that is going on with this group that I haven't been able to find, so I'm going to give you the benefit of the doubt. Please tell me why they're so awful. So this group, Gender Integrity, wanted to have a meeting at the Fletcher Free Library, a publicly funded place.
Open to the public,
Okay, so they wanted to have a meeting to discuss their concerns about trans rights. The woman in charge, first of all, oh my God, I can't remember her name. I think it's like Lehrer or something is her last name, is a lesbian, a feminist, a hardcore feminist lesbian. Right. Okay, so she's like supposedly included in this progressive group. Yep. So she wanted to have a conversation about trans rights overtaking women's rights and the loss of protected spaces for women with things like the Equality Act and stuff like that. Part of the other concern that she wanted to discuss and just talk about, because these are really hard questions that we have to wrestle with as a community. She wanted to talk about the legislation that they're trying to lower the age where you can transition. So start taking hormones, get gender reassignment surgery and all that. So they want to lower the age from 21.
To what?
I think 18.
Oh, okay.
Which I mean, this is a major, major life decision. Yes. I don't know a lot of 18-year-olds who make good decisions.
Right.
Period. Right. Let's be real. I did dumb stuff when I was 18. I think we all did.
Yes.
And I'm not saying that transitioning is dumb. I'm just saying that when you are going to make a life-altering decision that comes with health consequences and all kinds of things.
Yeah. It's not a decision you can easily reverse.
Exactly.
And say, just kidding. I've done this for a year or two, and
now I want to go back.
Make sure that is who you are.
So they got so much pushback, and they were bullied so badly that they canceled the meeting.
Oh, that's terrible.
And now the woman won't respond to any inquiries from anyone to ask questions about what happened.
I was going to say that just today, there's several women's families who, it was high school kids who ran in a race with several transgender women who are men, and of course all the men won the races, and the women were a little upset about it because they're, which I didn't think about, they were losing out on college scholarships.
Potential to go on to higher levels, even not in college.
Right,
exactly.
Right, and so they filed a lawsuit today, which I thought was interesting.
I think that we all, I shouldn't say we all, I want to be compassionate, and I am. If we're in a one-on-one conversation, I'm going to treat you with the same dignity and respect as I would treat anyone.
Right.
Because every human being deserves to be treated with dignity and respect. We don't have to argue that. No one, I know there are probably some really terrible people who would argue that, but we're not talking about that.
Right.
We're talking about good, kind-hearted people who are concerned, who are afraid for their own rights to be taken away, who are afraid for their own privileges to be taken away. Women and young girls get to learn how to fight, how to take care of their bodies, how to, I mean, literally, one of the reasons that boys benefit from being able to wrestle and do things like that is because they learn how to fight and control their own power. So when little girls, I've told people this forever, you want to stop sexual harassment, you want to stop girls from getting raped and sexually assaulted and all those things, put every single little girl in a Taekwondo class.
There you go.
Or a Krav Maga or something like that. Teach them how to use their weight. Teach them how to fight for themselves. Teach them the confidence and the courage to defend themselves. And we won't have nearly the problems that we do with the gender, issues. Because women will have learned how to take care of themselves, how to compete, that they're capable. Women learn those things just like boys do from competition, from sports. And if you set up a scenario where now women and girls are having to compete against biological boys, you have now eliminated their ability to have the same benefit that the boys do.
That's an interesting, I love the way you're looking at this issue. I'm going to steal it. No, that's really, I hadn't looked at it that way. That's great.
It is, and I'm a little bit nervous to talk about it even because...
But it makes sense.
This is one of those topics that if you say anything that is not outside, I mean, I will get ripped to shreds for this, for saying the thing that is obvious. And what happened out of that, they canceled their event, the Gender Integrity canceled their event because of the backlash, and then Councilwoman Freeman brought a resolution to City Council. It wasn't pre-announced. It wasn't even read at the City Council.
Oh, it wasn't warned? Ooh.
Condemning hate speech, condemning these people for even wanting to have a conversation about their fears and their concerns about their rights and their safe spaces and our children.
Now see, my impression of Burlington is completely opposite than what you're just explaining. I think it's an open whatever, whatever you want.
Sorry for interrupting.
No, that's okay.
It was. When I was growing up, I grew up in Milton, graduated high school in St. Albans, lived in Burlington in middle school, so I went to Lyman C. Hunt, graduated Champlain College, lived there and worked there since I was 18. Burlington was the place that everyone could go and let their freak flag fly, and it didn't matter. And everybody was welcome.
It was the charm of the place. You'd walk down Church Street and you were surrounded by lots of different people, and it was great.
When I moved to Austin, Texas, they have this little saying. It says, "Keep Austin weird," and I was like, I'd look around and be like, y'all have clearly never been outside of Texas, because if you think this is weird, you have no idea. Come to Burlington or San Francisco or something and see. And that was the beauty of it.
Right.
You know, growing up, we had a senator that was a Republican, a senator that was a Democrat, and a socialist independent as our representative.
Right.
That was Vermont to me.
Yeah.
And I used to brag to people, you know, I was raised that you vote for a politician based on the content of their character, not their genitalia, the color of their skin,
right,
or all of these immutable characteristics that we decided a long time ago were not appropriate ways to judge people.
Right, right.
And yet somehow in the 10 years that I was gone, we flipped back to that. And now your opinion only matters based on the color of your skin, the nature of your genitalia, who you choose to have sex with, and all of those other things.
And we don't even ask what you stand for, right? We don't ask those policy
It doesn't matter.
questions, right?
It doesn't matter.
I'm right with you.
Yep, it's shocking to me.
Yeah. So I may be able to answer this question myself. What do you think? Because there's quite a few people running, I'm understanding. And there's a write-in for Kurt. And I know you, in one article I read, you said you weren't going to run if Kurt was running. And so he said he wasn't running because he's doing this radio show or TV show.
Yep, it's a radio show.
A radio show. And so he would have to stop the show because of federal laws. So he said, no, but now somebody's instigated a write-in campaign, which I don't, that's real, when you think about it, you can't really show the difference between you and he because you can't debate.
Nope. So
I don't know what I think about that, but anyways, my question was, what do you bring to the table that others don't? I know Matt Coda's running. Do you know Matt Coda?
In Ward 4?
I wonder. No, in for the council, but maybe it's South Burlington. Never mind that comment. How do you stand out from the others?
Oh my goodness, I stand out wildly. And actually, it's really funny. We did our first candidate forum on CCTV, Channel 17, and I laughed after because Sarah Carpenter and I could not be more opposite. Every question, almost every question was about taxes and the economy. Yeah. And, do you support the tax increase? I said no to all of them. Right. She said yes to all of them. She has spent her career, I don't know a lot about her, so I don't mean to sound like I'm disparaging because I'm sure she's a lovely woman. But her career has been spent figuring out how to spend taxpayer dollars, how to get more in taxpayer funding, how to get more out of the government in order to redistribute that wealth.
Right.
I have spent my career helping businesses grow and thrive,
Because you're
avoid
an accountant
bankruptcy.
by trade,
Yes.
right? And you have your own business?
I do.
Firm? Yeah. That's
Yep. I have an accounting consultancy called I Love Your Money.
Oh, I love it. That's great.
And, what I do is work with small to medium-sized businesses, often who spent a few years trying to save money by having their mother-in-law do their bookkeeping.
Oh, right.
And now it's 3 years later and they can't get funding because it says they have negative $500,000 in accounts receivable and they can't figure out why.
Thanks, Mom.
Yeah, and it's like, okay, yeah, you probably don't owe your clients $500,000.
Right.
I mean, this was an actual thing that happened.
Oh, really?
Oh, yes. Oh, yeah. So, a lot of times QuickBooks bills itself as this great software that anybody can use. But if you don't have a bachelor's degree in accounting, if you don't understand debits and credits, if you don't understand the economy and taxes and business regulations, it doesn't matter how easy the buttons are to push.
Right.
So I work with a lot of folks. Like I have one client in particular, we started working together. He had 2 employees. He used no time management software. He had no idea how long his projects were taking. He was nearly bankrupt. 5 years later, he has 10 employees, a nice chunk of change in the bank that will be buying his own office space with.
Reinvesting, excellent.
Exactly. Just completely turned around. And that's what I really love to do.
That's great.
It's really fun.
Well, that would be an asset to Burlington. Yeah. Challenge thee. What are you doing?
Yes.
You're getting your money's worth out of it.
I really often ask myself, I'm like, and this is this is totally rude, and I know it is, but every time I go to city council and I see like the housing initiatives and things like that, I'm like, do you guys not do math?
Right.
This is basic addition and subtraction. I'm not sure why you think any of this stuff is a good idea.
Right.
And I think that we have a council and a mayor who are compassionate.
Yes, that is true. Right.
And they care about people.
Yep.
What seems to be missing is the ability to regulate and say no, and be realistic about what's possible and what's not.
Right.
So we want to help everyone, right? And I learned this term, it's called pathological compassion, right? So we just want to be nice to everyone, and we want to do everything that we can, and we want everybody to be okay. And that is an awesome goal. I love that goal.
But
you can't, but you have to pay for it.
Right.
You have to pay for it. And so, well, we'll get to the next. I'll let you ask the next question.
No, that's okay. I just, are people leaving Burlington as they are in the rest of the state? Have you have those numbers? I'm just curious about that.
I actually don't know the numbers off of the top of my head, but Chittenden County is the only place that's growing.
Growing, well, because there's opportunity there, so people can make the money to pay the taxes.
It's the only place with jobs. Right. It's the only place, I shouldn't say the only place, I know that's hyperbole, but it's one of the, other than the Northeast Kingdom, which I think still has some good manufacturing gigs and stuff like that, it's the only place that has an industry to support people. Now that being said, we aren't growing as much as we might be if the state weren't struggling so much.
Right.
And in fact, part of the reason that we are having an exodus of people is because of Burlington. So, you know, as goes Burlington, so goes the rest of the state, or as goes Chittenden County, so goes the rest of the state. So when you have this is another way I can point out the difference between Sarah and Kurt and I.
Right.
Sarah in the candidate forum the other last week said, you know, we need to have the state redo the housing, or excuse me, the education funding, because we have special issues here in Burlington that they don't have in the rest of the state, and we need more money.
Sign them up.
Right? Sounds good.
Yeah, right.
Right, except that education funding, that increase in education funding, comes from the rest of the state.
Yes, right.
So Burlington has made decisions to strangle its economy so that we don't have enough money. Burlington has made decisions to bring low-income people who have to be taken care of with social welfare services. Burlington has made these decisions that have created the problems and now expect the rest of the state to pay for it.
Right.
So poorer communities like Fletcher and Westford or whoever, we have the gall to expect them to pay our bills when it's our own fault that we're struggling financially?
Yes.
I don't know how you justify that.
I like this. Keep talking. Because the one thing I got involved in the legislature was the cleanup of Lake Champlain.
Yeah.
There's a lot of people who said that's Burlington's problem, let them pay. And I'm one of in this particular instance, because I agree with what you said, that the lake has such an impact on us, the state, from an economy perspective, that I think the rest of the state should pitch in and help clean, because the lake is so important to all of us.
Agreed.
Even if it's not in my backyard and I can't see it, but it's close enough, and it attracts people, and so that you can quote me, but that's the one I would share in, because if we don't clean that lake up, I think we're doomed.
Well, and that's actually an interesting conversation too. I recently learned that part of the reason we're having such a hard time with phosphorus, there was a federal program early in the 20th century where the federal government was telling farmers to put phosphorus on their land. So now we're punishing farmers
for doing
and
what
putting
we
them
wanted.
out of business for something that's actually the federal government's fault.
Exactly. Yep.
And so I have a conversation with people a lot about our relationship with the federal government because, as you may know, Vermont is a state that gets more in federal funds than we give. So we get more in grants and things like that than we actually contribute to the general fund. So we are a receiver state, is what they say. And so I've spoken to a lot of legislators and people like Sarah who would say, well, we have all this money, we get all this federal grant, we need to be able to whatever. Those come with costs and consequences later down the road. I would be willing to bet you any money that phosphorus program came with some other benefit. We had to contribute something. It probably meant something. And now, decades later, we're suffering the consequences for being willing to take that handout.
Very few people remember that, the federal government and phosphorus. And when we were having the discussion around the state, you'd bring it up and they'd be like, what?
Exactly.
You know, it's the farmer's fault. We can fix it.
Exactly. And it's just, people are not willing to learn history before they make their decisions. And I would just pose again, the fact that Vermont gets more federal funds than we give is our fault. It's our fault. So we make laws that cause businesses to leave. We raise taxes so that people leave. We raise the regulatory burdens so that building anything costs you $100,000 in Act 250 permits before you've even started. And then, so Vermonters, or our legislature, is the reason that Vermont is poor. And then we have the expectation, because we want it to be green or we want whatever, and then we have the gall to tell the rest of the country that it's their responsibility to subsidize our way of life.
That's great.
That's crazy to me.
Yeah, and they don't get it, the legislators.
No.
Wait till you see the new Act 250 bill that's it's gotten out of committee and it's going over to, I think maybe House GovOps or Ways and Means, and then to the Senate. It's just a dandy. A couple 100 pages. It's great.
It's and that's what. So Vermonters, in addition to our legislature, City Council, Burlington residents actually believe, whether they realize it or not, that it is the rest of the country's responsibility to pay for us to have clean air and water and all of that stuff, not ours. And that is just a very immature way of thinking about money.
That's sort of the same, as you're saying, it's sort of the same thing where a lot of people think the government should take care of us. You know, right here in Vermont, well, they should take care of us rather than let me work and contribute.
And take care of myself, take care of my family.
Right? Yeah. Oh, not in my family. I talked to somebody the other day. I've been working since 1964. If you figure that out, that's a long time. So tell me, I've read a couple things about what is the main focus. I'm running on the platform, whether it's schools, taxes. I don't know how much you're involved in the opioid crisis, but
yeah. So schools, taxes, schools as it relates to taxes.
Yes, right.
Local control for sure, but property tax relief, property tax reform, stimulating the economy, and public health and safety. And public health and safety actually doesn't get a lot of attention because everything has been so focused on the economy and taxes. But also partially because without the money to pay for public safety,
yes, you can't do much, right?
So everything really starts with a foundation of a strong economy where we have good businesses that provide good jobs with multiple layers of pay and experience needed. You know, we want the executives that get paid a couple $100,000 or more, but then we need the blue collar workers. We need the entry level jobs for our teenagers and those right out of college, things like that. So we need a good, robust business environment so that people want to do business here. When we bring that economic activity back, we'll have the tax base we need to lower taxes and pay for things like public safety. And one of the main...
You may save on guns because one of your council people proposed no guns. There's a savings right off the top. I was really impressed with that. I went, oh my goodness.
Well, and what's wild is that at the same time they want to disarm the police and disarm the populace with gun laws, they're also releasing violent criminals.
Yeah, right, exactly.
They're not locking up, you know, I don't know if you know this, but I had someone share an experience with me, a police officer, who had arrested someone for domestic violence. This is in Burlington.
Yeah.
Had arrested someone for domestic violence. They pick them up, they bring them in, call the judge, hey, we picked up so-and-so, we gotta, you know, whatever. Judge says, no custody, release them, have them show up to court tomorrow. So he's just beating his girlfriend.
Right. Oh, and he just
gets released immediately, same night. Goes back same night, beats her up again, get the cops called again, they pick him up again, bring him down. Call the same judge, hey judge, we just picked him up again, he beat her up again, what's up? Judge says, no, 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 let him go, more conditions. He goes back a third time.
Oh my God.
Nearly kills her.
Whoa.
This time, we'll remand him to custody.
What a great guy.
But this idea that like, oh, everybody, we're not going to we're going to decarcerate violent criminals because so you're going to release violent criminals on the street. You're going to make it so the police can't do their job, and I'm not allowed to protect myself either.
Right.
What?
Right.
How is that anything other than insanity?
Yeah. Did you go to the jail discussion over at from VT Digger?
Unfortunately, I did not get to attend.
Well, it's on. You've got to watch it. It's on.
Oh.
It's on VT Digger's the whole thing. One of them, who shall remain nameless, because I'm going to do a show on this, said that in domestic violence, if the person kills the partner, chances are he will never reoffend again. So you had to be there. So because the whole audience is clapping except for me and the two friends on either side of me, and we were just sitting there going, what? Because they and you should never lock up women because they've been abused and they've, you know, never mind what they did to their kid.
So
you should go listen to that one. That's a dandy.
So one of the reasons that public health and safety in this whole thing is so important to me is because I'm a recovering addict. I'll celebrate 11 years sober in March.
Congratulations.
Thank
seriously.
you. Thank you very much. Having actually been a drug addict and understanding what is required to get well, and having worked very closely with other addicts to help them get sober, this idea that everyone is just the victim of society, and that with a little therapy, people will stop human trafficking, people will stop harming each other, people will stop whatever, is baseless and completely unfounded. I literally do not understand and cannot comprehend where this idea comes from. Because if you ask anyone in recovery, anyone who was a criminal and got reformed, there is not a single one who will say, you know how I got better? By the society turning a blind eye to what I did, allowing me to continue to terrorize people on the street, and tell me that I'm just the victim and that nothing is my responsibility.
Because he had a bad childhood.
No one has
got beat up. And
no one has ever gotten well that way. And I can tell you for a fact that no one ever will. Because the way that you, as a recovering addict or a criminal, somebody who's been in jail and all these other, the way that you earn your dignity back is by taking responsibility for what you've done. No one gets better any other way. You have to hit rock bottom. You can't have people telling you that it's okay to sleep in other people's yards and in their places of business. You can't tell people that it's okay to behave badly. You can't tell people that they get to commit human trafficking, trespassing, theft, and all of those things, and that they're just the victim of society and expect them to get well. They have to hit rock bottom, which normally includes some kind of interaction with the police or something like that, to get smacked awake.
Well, what kills me about the police these days is they are almost asking that instead of being law enforcement, that they're being social workers. I mean, here at the studio, we did an 8-part series on opioids, treatment, prevention, and enforcement, wellness. And the law enforcement people we had on here, it's like, they don't want us to enforce the law. They want us to be social workers and confront the issues right there and then.
And that's not what they're trained to do.
For sure. Right.
That is not what they're trained to do. And frankly, to be perfectly honest, I don't want the police to care about my feelings. I want them to care about my safety.
There you go.
I want them to make sure that I'm okay. And if I'm a danger to myself and others, I want them to be responsible for that. If I am a danger to myself and others, please save me from myself.
There you go.
And if that means arresting me and throwing me in jail, which for me personally, that is what happened.
Right.
That was the beginning of me getting to see that the way that I was living was not working.
Right.
But I, like many Vermonters, grew up or were living in a place where we were losing our ability to make jobs. You don't see the opportunity to raise a family and afford things. You don't have a lot of hope.
Right.
And then, unfortunately, some of us have bad things that happen to us. So as an example, my personal experience, I was drugged and sexually assaulted in my early 20s. And that led to a lot of not good emotional issues, as you would imagine. And that definitely contributed to me turning to drugs and alcohol to deal with the pain and the suffering that was caused by that. But I will never in a million years tell you that it was because of that I became a drug addict and an alcoholic. It's not because of that I committed a crime and had to suffer the consequences. It was because I didn't have, I'm going to restate that. I've had a lot of bad things happen to me in my life.
Not sure how to respond, but I'm very sorry for all this.
But it doesn't make me a victim.
Well, you can sense that just hearing you talk.
Because as a grown person, you know, maybe when I was a teenager and I got bullied so badly that I had to drop out of high school my senior year, I would have thought of myself as a victim back then. When I got drugged and sexually assaulted and then re-victimized by the judicial system, I probably would have told you I was a victim back then. Any number of bad things that have happened to me in my life, I could choose to see myself as a victim and use that as an excuse for bad behavior. And I did for a long time because I was told that I was a victim.
The victim, right?
And when you tell people that you're a victim, that they're a victim, you take away their agency to change their lives and to get better. And if at any point in that period of time I had had a guidance counselor or someone else, instead of saying, Erica, you are a victim, you should wallow in self-pity and feel awful about yourself. If somebody had at any point said to me, Erica, you are not a victim, and here's why. Here's how you can turn this around. Here's what that looks like. I needed a mentor in my life to help guide me and shape those things. I didn't need the government telling me that I was a victim and that I didn't have to take responsibility for myself. And it wasn't until I had someone who was willing to be that mentor. It wasn't until I got smacked down by my drug addiction. It wasn't until I had to fully suffer the consequences of the choices I had made that I got to make a different decision.
And now look at you, very impressive. Seriously.
Thank you.
I'm not sure, I've never had, thank you, never had any of these experiences because I think my father would have killed me, so there you go. So we just ended it, Dad. But I have lived a very sheltered, I've been out in the public and worked for state government, but for some reason I've just been in this little bubble. And some of the things that people say to me, I'm like, what? I listen and I try to understand, but it's hard sometimes because you haven't, thank God, experienced it, but I give you a lot of credit.
Well, and the best we can do is be empathetic.
Yep.
And of course, I make the joke all the time that everyone in Burlington and our legislature basically has to go to Al-Anon. And I'm probably not supposed to say that on like public television or whatever. But what is missed about people struggling with drug addiction and alcoholism is that you can't save them.
Unless they want to be saved, right? Right.
You cannot, it doesn't matter how much money you throw at the problem, they have to decide for themselves.
Right.
So as an example, by letting people just sleep on the street and in the foyers of buildings and really decimating what is left of the economic activity in Burlington, you lower the bottom.
Yep.
And so they have to get even worse and fall even further before they have that moment where they wake up.
Right.
And so if people could just understand that what they believe is compassion is actually more harmful, I think we could start to see something different.
Now you must see, along with all of that, we had a guy who does politics, always talking about politics, giving his insight into it. And I asked him in the show, I said, what do you see in Vermont is the worst thing that we're going to be dealing with? And he said homelessness, which really, speaking of the bubble, I was like, what are you talking about? And he said homelessness because it's also food insecurity, mental illness. It's all wrapped up into one, which is about if somebody's got a roof over their head and a place to live and feel safe, which is what you're talking about.
And they can take care of their family, have enough to do, be a part of a community, be together.
So he said that's what he sees in our future that is just going to be devastating.
Absolutely.
Well,
and the policies that are being followed and pushed just make it worse. All you have to do is look at Los Angeles, Portland, Austin. So lived in Austin, Texas, lived in Los Angeles.
I can't imagine what it really looks like. I'm appalled by the pictures. So to actually see it, and speaking of the police, they're going in and having to work with these folks.
And being a part of the recovery community for 11 years and going to these homeless encampments, praying for people, bringing them food, bringing them things. When you allow homeless encampments, you are creating a place for disease at minimum. Okay, the least bad thing, there's a typhus outbreak in Los Angeles, for God's sake.
Which we haven't seen in hundreds of years, right?
Like, I'm trying to, when I start talking about this, I get super excited. I'm just like, because it makes me crazy.
It's so obvious. Why don't they?
And not only that, but you set up a circumstance for people to be victimized.
Right.
Because this is, women are getting raped and sexually assaulted rampantly. So are men. So men and women are being raped and sexually assaulted. They're being sex trafficked. They're selling themselves.
And there must be kids in that mix. That would just, I'd be adopting them all.
And so again, this pathological compassion. That I'm not saying that arresting mentally ill people is awesome. I'm not saying that arresting drug addicts and putting them in jail is awesome or super effective. But what we're doing is not working. And I would love to see something like what Rhode Island has, which is essentially like work camps.
Yes, they were talking about that the other night.
Which sounds awful and are not great and have their own problems, for sure. We are human beings, and we screw stuff up. That is all there is to it.
Give them some kind of trade. Give them counseling while they're in there. Don't just put them in the cell and close the door.
There's an awesome organization it's located in South Burlington called Working Fields. So I'm going to plug, if that's okay.
Yeah, please.
Working Fields is a staffing agency. The executive director's name is Mickey Wiles. He is, if you can, I mean, I know it's not politics, but awesome.
We do a lot of shows, not politics, because I find them interesting.
Awesome guy, awesome organization. They work to help drug addicts and ex-cons get jobs. Because you know how people stay sober? When they have a purpose and they have dignity and integrity. So they are working with local employers, Vermont employers all across the state to staff to get people in recovery into jobs and to be that foundation for them to get well. Love it, love Mickey, they're awesome. And then in Burlington, you have a new place. The executive director is Kevin Pounds, and it's a homelessness shelter. So they have a long-term program on North Street, and then they're also in charge of the low barrier shelter. And their whole thing is about it's not just giving them a bed.
Right.
It's having recovery coaches, helping them get jobs. They have a whole program that you can go through. It's like 6 months to a year, and they even help you get apartments at the end and the whole thing.
That's great.
So I'm actually working with a new place because I have a triplex in Burlington. I told them when I have an opening, I would like to consider renting to one of your people.
Right.
Because I had people who were willing to invest in me and give me a second chance at my life so that I got to be sitting here today.
Pay it forward.
Exactly.
Good for you.
Love those organizations.
So we have, looking at the time, and I want to focus a little bit on the council and all of the. I made a list up. I know I sent it to you of all the stuff you've got going on in Burlington. I'm sure I've just touched the surface, but. People, when you go around, when you have that, what they call it, livability forums, they had about 4 or 5 of them, right? Have you done yours yet, or?
I attended one.
Yeah.
I attended one of them.
And so, what are people saying are their issues? What does some of them didn't look too well attended, but that's always the way it is when you're campaigning.
Well, yeah.
It's hard to get people out.
Yes.
So, but what are the folks that did show? What were they saying?
Well, now, are you talking about our candidate forums, or are you talking about the housing summit?
No, the candidate forums.
Oh, okay.
Because the council supported that, and it looked like they had just a couple of candidates in this one and this one. Because I think you mentioned Ward 4.
Yes.
Which is really the North District.
Yes, so we are the west side of North Avenue, or the lake side of North Avenue is Ward 4. So we have just had the one candidate forum, and almost every single question, I think, with the exception of one silly one that I can remember, somebody asked me if I was related to Ted Bundy. I was like,
stop.
I was like, I was so excited when I married my husband to take his last name, and I was like, I'm never going to hear these stupid jokes ever again, but it's whatever. But every single question was about the economy and taxes.
Now that's where we've experienced statewide. And do you think when they get to the legislature, they've all heard the same thing from their constituents? No, and we do just the opposite.
I kind of yelled at one of my city councilors, and after one of the last city council meetings, where they voted to put I think it was the Burlington Housing Trust Fund on the ballot. City Council voted to go ahead and put it on the ballot. And I went to Franklin Polino after, who's the North District City Councilor, and I said, you come to all these meetings and you say, I hear you, we hear you, I hear you. All of them say that.
Right.
All of them say it.
Don't do anything.
But then you still vote for the thing that we tell you we can't afford.
Right.
So you don't hear us.
Right.
And you don't actually care what we want.
They don't listen. I think they don't compute.
Exactly.
One ear and out the other.
And I think that Councilman Ali Zhang, Ward 7, was the only one who voted against it.
Oh, really? Interesting.
Yeah. And he and I disagree on tons of stuff.
Yeah.
But he listened. And I was like, that's the only one of you that actually listened to your people.
Really? So, and who are your people? What does your ward consist of? Because I think in Burlington, I've noticed, there's cultural components here and here and here, and I'm assuming every ward has got a little nuance and different than the other wards.
Yes, the new North End is very different than the rest of the city in that it's primarily owner-occupied single-family homes.
Right.
So there's obviously duplexes and triplexes, some apartment buildings and apartment complexes, but not nearly to the extent that you have in the rest of the city. So we are primarily older Vermonters, so people who are retired on fixed incomes, young families, and that's pretty much the demographic of the new North End.
Is that
for the
where
most
the garden is or not? there used to be a garden where people could go and plant things, or is that somewhere else in the city?
I think there's multiples of them.
Oh, I see.
I know
Okay, so
there's one at the trailer park.
Okay.
Across from the Ethan Allen Shopping Center. I know there's one there.
Yeah.
But I think there's a few around the city.
Yeah, because they seem to have caught on. Because, you know, it's fun to watch, plant something, and then go home and eat it. How cool is that?
Exactly. And that's one of the values I tell people, like, my husband and my friends in Texas call me a food snob because growing up here, so much of our food is grown locally, raised locally.
Yeah.
Exactly.
Yeah, I love it.
And it's so much fresher and more delicious, and you just realize how important our local farms are. And what that means to our community.
I love to go to a restaurant where you're reading eggs came from, you know, Erica Reddick's farm in Williston or something. You're
Exactly.
Like, this is so cool.
Like, I'm supporting, not only am I, first of all, supporting and really creating local farms is, I don't know why progressives want to do anything that hurts our local farms, because what else helps with climate change than not having to transport our food from South America?
There you go. With who knows what they put on it.
Exactly. All the chemicals.
I won't buy them. Because I think chemicals don't just stay on the outside, so they actually go into the meat of the apple or whatever.
Exactly.
Yeah.
We should really, I think rather than passing a bunch of legislation that is closing our family farms, we need to be supporting them as much as possible.
I agree with that.
Yeah.
I had John Sales on here a couple of weeks ago, and he's from the food bank.
Yeah.
And they put this veggie truck together, and they go to schools with all kinds of vegetables that I think you can just take. They're free, and there's people coming out of the woodwork to enjoy the fresh fruit that he offers. It's incredible, he said.
I love
so
that.
you've got, in your little town, you have such things as sanctuary city, non-citizen voting, which, I don't know, I just struggle with that. I'm sure this is no surprise to my viewers. Where are your take on that? That's already done, so it's sort of hard to undo if you are not crazy about it.
The sanctuary city part, yes.
Yeah.
I find it very disappointing. And having just moved back from 2 states with the highest numbers of illegal immigrants, and not just illegal immigrants, but crime caused by illegal immigrants. It's unfortunate that in a lot of these conversations, legal and illegal immigrants and criminal illegal immigrants, outside of having been here illegally, they all get conflated, right? So now, if you say anything about illegal immigrants and wanting to address safety, you're a racist and you're a whatever, right?
Homophobic,
blah, 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 fill in the blank.
Right.
So my nephew is a Border Patrol agent in South Texas.
Tell him thank you.
So last year, when everybody was saying that there was no crisis at the border and passing sanctuary city laws and all this stuff, I was like, Matthew just told us a story about hundreds of people getting gunned down at a border checkpoint where he's stationed, near where he's stationed. So in Texas especially, I'll speak because that's where my knowledge base is mostly. Very porous border because people go back and forth to go to school, to go to work. It's very much like we have here with
Canada.
Quebec.
Right.
Exactly. Hundreds of people in line, waiting to go to school, waiting to go to work, all just murdered by the cartels.
Oh, wow.
And they run the border. The entire length.
Did we hear anything about that?
Not a single word.
Right.
But we can't talk about that.
Yeah.
We can't talk about the illegal immigrants that are coming into the country who are MS-13 gang members, who are running drugs, who are human trafficking. We just had a human trafficking ring broken up in Burlington. A sex trafficking ring. Actually.
Really?
For real. Like actually. A sex trafficking ring was broken up in Burlington, Vermont.
Oh my God.
But we're not going to concern ourselves with the people who are committing human trafficking.
Right.
That just seems very irresponsible to me.
You're saying it so calmly. That's really outrageous.
It just is shocking. And I go, I think is it 5? Was it 5 out of the 8 9/11 bombers had overstayed their visas?
Oh yeah, right.
So I guess we've forgotten about
Yes,
forgot
exactly.
about that.
Well, my husband and I, it's a long story, and I don't want to waste any time, but we came through one of the border crossings that a week later, some of the terrorists for the World Trade Center came in the same place we did, and the guy, oh, okay, go ahead. And I'm in my motorcycle with piles of stuff I bought. And I've got the black mask on. You couldn't even see whether I was red, blue, green, yellow, whatever. Just pass me through.
Yeah.
And I said to Bruce, that was the weirdest. Don't they ask questions? Don't they care?
Nope.
It's really bad.
Well, and just to point out, to be really clear, by and large, for the most part, ICE and immigration officials, when they were doing, as an example, when they would do raids in Texas, they weren't coming to find the illegal immigrant who came here to pick apples in in the fall.
Right.
They're looking for the people who have already been committed or who have already committed a crime that the police have already dealt with.
Right.
Because
that's
back. How they know they're here. How else would they know they're here if not the cooperation of local
and that's
law
pretty
enforcement?
scary. We were visiting my husband's son in Arizona, and we went through Nogales. We were going by way of to Florida, so we went through at nighttime. Whoa! Just when you look at the border and the dogs, and you can see Mexico over there, it was a little eerie feeling.
It's wild. It's wild.
Listen, we have 2 minutes, and I just would like you to talk to our audience and what you'd like to see happen to Berlin. That's where I live. Burlington. What you would bring to the table and hope to accomplish as your campaign. Stump speech.
Yes. This is when I should
This is
address
your
the camera.
Right, exactly.
What I hope to accomplish in Burlington is a massive deregulation of buildings, zoning is primarily. I want to see our economy opened up for the least among us to be able to survive. When taxes are so high and regulations are so high that you have to be wealthy or a huge business already to make it, that's not how we grow. That's not how we do better. And that's not how we keep young people so that we can make sure that there is enough money to take care of our older people, which is a major issue that we're already seeing here in Vermont and in Burlington. So deregulation, as much and as widely as possible, encourage investment by locals and other folks, make sure that we can thrive and pay for all of the things that we need. I am happy to provide all of the social services, have all of the recovery beds that we need, rebuild Memorial Auditorium, deal with the Moran plant. I want to do all of those beautiful, wonderful, compassionate things that everyone talks about. And I'm going to do it by creating an economy that allows for us to pay for it ourselves rather than going into debt or expecting the rest of the state or the country to pay for it.
Bravo. Thank you very much.
Yeah.
I wish you a lot of luck.
Thank you.
I heard that Moran plant. I'm like, still? That's, honest to God. I started working in Burlington in 91. That's the big topic back then.
It closed in the 80s. It closed in the 80s, for God's sake.
It's like every year, what are we going to do with the Moran plant?
And now, and the longer it goes, the worse it gets, the more the cost.
Listen, I bet you enjoyed this show. I certainly did, and I really want to thank our guests for coming. Very exciting. We're going to watch Burlington. Thanks for listening. We'll see you next week, and in the meantime, keep listening beyond the soundbites.
that the sun shines down its power to all the world and makes the wind blow strong as it will. I want to hope gentle rains can fall upon the land, so lovely earth can stay lovely still.
Hello, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to Energy Week with George Harvey and the astonishing Tom Fennell.
In the flesh.
In the flesh. Today is the 5th of March, and we're starting a reporting on the 27th of February, and this is all news items about energy and climate change. I get these every day from the internet and put them up at my blog, which is called geoharvey.com. Now, for people who want to follow this as we talk, there's a link on the BCTV entry on this, so that you can click on it and go to
via BCTV.
Yeah, you can go to, I don't know, I would imagine that it would work with YouTube as well. But you can go to that other blog, the one that you and I used to set this up, because that a lot of people will find
That's the weekly blog.
The weekly blog, that's right, which is just for this thing. And
some of these, I'm going to just mention,
go ahead.
Some of these things are well worth looking at.
Yeah, absolutely.
And I've read every one of them. Try and call your attention to some of the better ones.
A couple of things this time around that are just mind-blowing.
There's some good ones this week.
Yeah, there
very
are.
Definitely.
Yeah. So should we go straight into this?
I think we ought to.
I should mention that if you go to geoharvey.com, there's a calendar. We try to keep you up to date on the date from which on which the news item appeared at the blog, which is usually the day after it appeared in the news. And you can click on the date, and it'll take you to a place where you can pick it out of the 15 or so that are there. Our first item comes from Renewables Now, and we're going
to start out with a picture.
We are. That's the picture.
There it is. And it's an interesting thing because it shows that for the first time, we're generating more wind in the U.S. than hydro.
Is the actual amount of electricity generated. Hydro goes up and down because we have drier and wetter seasons.
And wind goes up and down a bit too, but it's more or less steady. And you can see from this graph that it's just been steadily climbing.
Yeah, it has been. So this is, as I said, from Renewables Now. What do you got for a title, Tom?
The first one coming up says, wind surpassed hydro as the top renewable electricity generation source in the U.S. And I'll put this up again, and that's exactly what it's showing.
Yeah, and that is going to continue, we can say without doubt. In 2019, U.S. annual wind generation exceeded hydroelectric generation for the first time, according to data from the Energy Information Administration's Electric Power Monthly. Wind is now the top renewable source of electricity generation in the country.
Well, there's a good graph, as I mentioned, and this record was previously held by hydro, as the graph shows.
Yeah.
Now, 2019 wind generation totaled 300 million megawatt hours.
300 million.
That's a lot.
That's 300,000 bigawatt hours.
Gigawatts, yeah. Okay. Hydro fluctuated between 250 and 320 million over the decade.
Yep.
And it varied with rain.
With the amount of rain. Yeah.
The U.S. has 100 gigawatts of installed wind capacity right now.
Wow.
And 80 gigawatts of hydro.
Wow. That's 100 gigawatts of installed. I had forgotten that.
That came out of the articles. I didn't make it up.
You didn't make it up. Okay, our next item is from the Monterey Herald.
Yeah, Moss Landing battery storage project has been approved.
And this is one of the ones that I think is just mind-blowing. Absolutely mind-blowing. The PG&E-backed Elkhorn Battery Storage Facility in Moss Landing, California, was unanimously approved by the Monterey County Planning Commission. It is the second element of what would be one of the largest, probably the largest energy storage project in the world. I shouldn't say the largest, probably the largest chemical battery storage project, because the big pumped storage facilities probably store more.
Probably
than this.
store, right.
The total capacity will be 1,930 megawatt hours. And you know that...
Well, there's more coming.
Yeah. the Hornsdale Power Reserve, the one that Elon Musk made that bet, I can produce this in 100 days or you get it for free.
And he did.
That was 130. And this is not 1,930. So it's huge. It's just huge.
Well, we'll talk about the project briefly.
Go ahead.
It's going to include 268 lithium-ion batteries.
These are not the...
This is not what you put in your car.
This is not battery cells. This is big things.
And it's got a capacity to store up to 730 megawatt hours of renewable energy during the off-peak hours.
Yeah.
Okay, Vista Energy is the people behind this, is currently building an even larger 1,200 megawatt hour battery storage project on adjacent grounds.
So there's two projects, they're right next to each other.
And they're both big.
And they're both huge. And the 1,930 that we were talking about is the combination of the two.
Yeah.
So there it is. Okay. Should we move on?
Yeah, we got a picture coming up again.
And an item from The Guardian.
Yeah,
that picture is a picture of part of the Drax power plant.
In Yorkshire.
In Yorkshire. Yeah.
The Drax power plant to stop burning coal with a loss of 230 jobs.
The Drax power plant in Yorkshire will end all use of coal next year after almost 5 decades as one of the Western Europe's most polluting power plants. Drax Group will stop burning coal in the plant in March 2021, 4 years ahead of the government's ban on coal-fired electricity.
But they're still burning things.
Well, I've lost track because you know, not that it's hard, it's just that I'd have to look to find out. But the last time I looked, there were 6 power plants in the UK that were still burning coal.
Okay.
And this is by far the largest.
This is the biggest one.
This is the biggest coal burning plant they ever had.
Okay.
And if you look at those towers, you know, those are big cooling towers.
Again.
Those are big cooling towers.
5 of them, huh?
Well, there's 5 of them there. There might be others.
Might be more.
Yeah.
Well, what Drax is going to be doing here is they're still burning things, as I said. They're replacing coal with wood waste pellets. Which, by the way, come from America.
Yeah, where they're waste from clear-cut forests.
Yeah,
which have been clear-cut in order to produce the waste. I mean, Drax promised the UK that they were going to be using waste wood.
Yeah, so they're cutting down forests and they're calling it waste.
So they come to the United States and they're clear-cutting forests in Georgia in order to get that wood. And they didn't make any promises.
I wouldn't call it waste.
It's not waste. You know, it's just, this is, I think, just...
They're playing games.
They're playing games, and they're
at least they've gotten rid of coal.
Well, they're doing wood, and they're also doing natural gas.
They didn't mention that in the article.
Well, I think they're half natural gas. And I don't think this is a great move that they're making, because if they were doing a great move, they'd be getting rid of all combustion.
Exactly.
I've come to a point where
I say they're burning
think
things.
Combustion is not the way.
We got to stop burning things.
We got to stop burning things. Okay.
Well, we got a good one coming up here, though.
Yep, and this is Friday, February 28th.
Shell Consortium eyes a 10 gigawatt.
This is mind-blowing. Go ahead.
A 10 gigawatt wind and hydrogen giant.
Oh my gosh. 10 gigawatts. This is from Renews.
10 bigawatts.
Yeah, 10 gigawatts. That's right. 10 bigawatts. Shell, Gas Uni, and Groningen Seaports have launched the it's Nort H2 project. It looks like North.
It does, but it's
to an English-speaking eye. The Nort 2 will entail construction of a purpose-built offshore wind farm of up to 10 gigawatts. It will supply electricity for industrial-scale production of green hydrogen in the Netherlands.
We'll be talking about this again. This is a new trend. They're going to.
It is. I
mean, hydrogen is a good way to store energy.
Well, there's a place you could use combustion. Burning hydrogen
gives you water.
It gives you water, which is what you started with. You know, I mean, they make the You can get hydrogen from other sources, but what they're doing now is they're splitting water molecules, and you get two products from
Like
that.
high school chemistry.
One is hydrogen, the other's oxygen.
Yeah.
And then what you do, you burn the hydrogen, which takes the oxygen that you released, that same exact amount out of the atmosphere.
It
puts
gives
them
you
together.
water.
Yeah, and it gives you water as waste, which is where you started. So hydrogen is a pretty good storage system if you can store it, which is not all that easy.
No, but they're working on it.
When I was in high school, we had a chemistry teacher who said, I want to show you guys hydrogen. And he went into the other room and he came back with a hydrogen bottle. And you could see that it said hydrogen on it.
Yeah.
And then he hooked it up and he turned the valve and nothing happened. And he said, I should have checked this first. It does this every year. The hydrogen bottle has probably not been filled for 17 years while this guy was teaching. But he said, this was the problem. Hydrogen.
It'll leak right through glass.
It'll go right through steel.
Yeah.
The molecules are so small that it will go through between the atoms in a steel alloy, and it'll just come out of the tank.
Dissipate. Yeah.
It's kind of tough to store, but anyway, okay.
Well, they, according to the article, they plan to have the first offshore turbines installed by 2027.
Yes, this is not happening tomorrow.
Green hydrogen production is expected to be around 800,000 tons per year by 2040. So they're not playing around.
No, they're not. And
Okay.
honestly, again, I think some of these figures are conservative.
Probably is. At present, industry is using large quantities of hydrogen, mainly produced from natural gas.
Right.
Replacement with green hydrogen will contribute to decarbonization.
Yes.
Okay,
Which
so it's a
means this
step
is
in the
just-
right direction.
This is just one more thing that you're not going to be using natural gas for. And the number of articles that I'm seeing appear about how risky investments in natural gas are is just going up and up.
Well,
and up.
they're not proving to be what they expected them to be.
They're not.
It's a big failure.
Oh,
really.
I should mention.
Yeah.
I keep an eye on the Dow Jones coal index.
Okay, which isn't going to exist very much longer.
I don't know.
think.
In 2008, it hit 745. Now,
2008.
2008 was the year that Barack Obama was elected.
Yeah.
By 2009, when he became president, it had dropped to about 165 from 745.
That's a big drop quickly.
That happened with George W. Bush in the White House.
Wow.
Now,
Who was not an opponent of...
no, he wasn't. But they had that recession that came along during that time. Under Barack Obama, it went up, but it went down, and it wound up going from 150 or 165 or whatever it was to about 45, which is where it was when Donald Trump became president. Over an 8-year period, it
Okay.
dropped by about 75%, a little less than 75%. Since Donald Trump became president, it has dropped from 45. This morning, it hit $9.05.
$9? Wow.
It has dropped as a percentage-wise more under Donald Trump than it did under Barack Obama.
As a percent. Wow.
In 3 years as opposed to 8.
Wow.
Okay.
Well, that's basically, I think that's kind of good news.
Yeah, I'm fine with it.
We got a picture coming
We
up.
got to see these people get jobs, but,
Let's get
okay.
this picture
This
coming
is
up
coming. Oh, got to get that out of there. Come on, guys. What's going on here?
I'm waiting.
Yeah.
There we go.
Is that the picture?
That's the picture. That's
This
the
is a
picture.
Hydroflex train. I saw this picture. The first picture that I saw looked even more like this. It looks like somebody has painted graffiti all over the side of that train.
They did.
That's what it looks like to me. Okay.
Okay, next stop.
Yeah.
Hydrogen-powered trains. I'm going to put the picture up again real quick.
Okie doke.
Okay.
This is from the BBC. The UK's rail system is currently 42% powered by electricity. One line running to London from Hampshire runs entirely on solar power. Okay.
Yes, well, that's in existence now.
It is. However, 58% of the UK track is not yet electrified, and on those, diesel engines still keep trains running. One test system may show how to replace the diesel, and it is powered by hydrogen.
How about that?
How about
We're going to
that?
be talking about hydrogen a lot today.
I think we are.
Well, in this particular case, the hydrogen charges batteries via fuel cells.
Yes.
Okay. The only waste product, as we've already mentioned, is water.
Yeah, it's not combustion. It's a fuel cell, which
It's
is
a fuel
slightly
cell.
different way of doing things, slightly different because you're using the same products and you're getting the same result, except you're
But
doing
it's
it without
using it
heat.
slightly differently.
Yeah.
The system produces sufficient power to take the train 75 miles, which in Britain's enough. That's enough.
Yeah.
And this is an interesting thing. Electrifying a single kilometer of track can cost £1 million.
Yeah.
Wow, it's expensive.
It's expensive.
So hydrogen-powered trains are much less expensive. Okay, so this could be a portent of things to come.
Absolutely, it could. But I
Well,
hope I hope they have trains that don't look like somebody's attacked them with spray paint.
Well, I think that's kind of publicity.
I think it is, but I don't think it looks very good.
Well, the UK intends to do away with diesel-only trains altogether.
Well,
by
yeah,
2040.
and we're all going to have to do that. That's part of the
Well, it's
thing.
economics.
Yep. This. Are you done with that?
I'm done with that one.
Okay.
Yep.
Our next one is fun.
Comes from the BBC. This one's kind of scary.
What?
Ducks?
Ducks.
China may send ducks to battle Pakistan's locust swarm.
Well, the locust swarms are scary, but the idea of using ducks to deal with them.
Well, it's not new.
It's not new.
Not
I know.
new.
China could deploy 100,000 ducks to neighboring Pakistan to help tackle swarms of crop-eating locusts, reports say. Pakistan declared an emergency, saying locust numbers were the worst in more than 2 decades. An agricultural expert says the ducks can be more effective than using pesticides.
Which is good.
Yeah. This is the same outbreak of locusts, I think, that came from Saudi Arabia 2 years ago.
It's involved. Definitely. It's raining in a desert, which it's not supposed to do, and there's nobody out there to notice it, so they're not saying anything, and all of a sudden you got a plague of locusts.
Yeah, we talked about this last week.
Sounds like the Bible, doesn't it?
Well, it is, actually. But you know, there's something interesting about this. These locusts that they have in these swarms.
Yeah.
I looked it up, and maybe I looked it up wrong, but those locusts can be used in kosher cooking.
They can, huh?
Yeah.
Well, that's good.
Well, it's good
A couple of quick takeaways here.
Go ahead.
Ducks have a voracious appetite for locusts.
Yeah.
Okay, and have been effectively used against locusts since ancient times.
There you go.
Okay, a single duck can eat more than 200 locusts a day without belching.
Did it actually say
No, I
that?
said that.
I didn't
They are
think so.
easier to manage than chickens because they like to stay in groups.
Yeah.
However, some question whether the ducks would be suited to the mainly arid conditions where the locusts are
Well,
a
you know,
problem.
that had actually crossed my mind too. But I've seen pictures of how this is done. In the United States, there are farmers who use geese to weed their fields.
Yeah.
And I've seen this where a tractor trailer pulls up next to a field.
They dump over the whole bunch of
They
geese.
open up the doors with a ramp. The geese come running down the ramp. They go out into the fields. And interestingly enough, they will eat all kinds of weeds, but they don't eat strawberries.
Good, good.
Okay, we are up to Saturday,
Well, let's see
February
that-
29th.
Oh, I just wanted to mention there's a 2-minute video on this.
Oh, yes.
And it's interesting how East Africa is battling devastating local swarms. It's
Yeah.
only 2 minutes. It's
Yeah.
worth looking at.
Yeah. Okay,
Well,
we have
got
a
another
picture of
coming up here.
This thing is just being mean.
Being honorary, isn't it?
Yeah, there we go. Oh,
There we go.
Wrong one.
Notice?
Wait a minute.
We had
There
the
it
right
is.
picture.
There it is.
Okay, I'll try to get it up. Bingo.
Before I
That's
do
Gloucester.
You know, there's an interesting thing about this picture. If you look just to the right of the middle in the sky, you can see 4 masts that are
Yes, you can.
on ships. If you look carefully just to the right of the right-handmost mast and just to the left of the left-handmost mast, there are things that are beyond the trees. Those happen to be wind turbines.
Oh. Kind of small wind turbines.
They're not all that small. Those
No,
things are a couple of miles away, and they're I forget. I think there's 3 of them.
How much you want to bet that that blue building's a bar?
The blue building. It has a lot of windows.
That's an interesting picture.
There's a
though.
picture that comes up later that has a lot of windows, and I want to talk about that. But in the meantime, this is from the Energy News Network.
It's interesting because they called the article called that Gloucester. Gloucester.
Yeah.
They call it Gloucester.
Gloucester. Well, it might be Gloucester.
Well, that's where it originally comes from.
Yeah, except that it's Gloucester in the UK. It's like Warwick, Massachusetts, and Warwick in the UK. And if you say Warwick, they laugh at you.
Well, it's not quite Warwick. It's Warwick.
Warwick, Massachusetts?
Well,
Oh my
I'm thinking
gosh.
Rhode Island.
Oh, okay.
The letter R is illegal to pronounce in Rhode Island.
In Rhode Island, yeah.
It's Rhode Island.
Okay.
Municipal aggregation savings, shattering expectations in Massachusetts.
The growing number of Massachusetts cities and towns that have negotiated community-wide rates for green energy have saved millions of dollars while also shrinking carbon footprints, according to a report released by the Green Energy Consumers Alliance. One of the first of these was Greenfield, just down the road. Yeah, yeah.
I seem to remember that.
Yeah.
Well, apparently the towns, not the individuals, but the towns have a right to negotiate for green energy.
Yeah.
And in doing so, it's turning out to be cheaper.
Yes.
Not by much, but cheaper.
Yes. So you can get green energy cheaper than traditional.
Traditional
And
energy.
in most of these places, maybe all of them, if you want to opt out of green energy, you're allowed to.
You can do it.
But you're going to pay a little bit extra.
It's going to cost a little bit more, yeah.
Okay. Fizz.org has our next item.
Fizz.org, it is that.
Fizz.org.
Research identifies climate change fingerprints and emitters liability. And the word liability is in quotes.
Yes, but it's also kind of scary for some people, I suspect. We have methods to quantify how much of extreme weather and how much of an extreme weather event can be attributed to human-caused climate change and how to allocate the cost of losses.
Now, that's an interesting point, allocating the cost of losses.
Yeah. Based on work by an international team of scientists and economists, emitters can be held responsible. And you know, this is an example that I've been thinking about on this thing. I've known that they would get there, but I've been thinking about this for some time. Hurricane Harvey had areas where that were flooded that were outside of the 500-year flood zones. Never.
Yeah, they weren't supposed to flood.
No. And Hurricane Harvey had 17% more water dumped in that area than it would have if it hadn't been for climate change. They had already calculated this. And you can do that because you can base it on the temperature of the water that is generating the storm, the temperature of the air difference, all of this stuff you can figure out pretty accurately, apparently.
Well, apparently nobody did.
Not in advance, but they did afterwards. That 17% meant that areas got flooded that otherwise would not have been.
Yes.
So if a house got flooded and it was in one of those areas, the homeowner can say 100% of my loss is because of human-caused climate change.
That's interesting.
And if somebody died in one of those areas because of the flooding, that death could be attributed to human-caused climate change.
I learned a word here from this one. It's called the attribution science.
Oh, okay.
Okay,
Yeah.
and it provides a step, in this particular case, toward helping Pacific Islanders and anyone else harmed by climate change to hold those causing the change to more precise account.
Absolutely.
I mean, it makes sense to me.
It sure does.
You did it, you pay.
Yes.
The researchers compare their work to that done linking smoking to cancer.
Yes.
Okay, it's kind of the same idea.
Yep. Okay, our next item is from Inverse, and we have a picture here.
Oh, yeah, this
I
one's
said
nice.
that there was a picture coming up that had a lot of windows in it, and this is the one. You see the superstructure on that ship, and you can see all the windows on the bridge.
Yes, you can.
Okay.
That's a cable laying ship.
It is
It's
indeed.
a specialized ship for cable laying.
Think about this for a second, Tom. I looked at that, and I thought, oh yeah, that's the bridge of a ship, and naturally thought that given the location of the windows, that the bow would be on the right side of the picture. But those windows are looking toward the stern.
Yeah, they are.
And that just looks weird to me.
Well, when you look at what's going on, all of the work on that ship, when it's not just sailing from here to there, takes place in the back.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, it makes perfect sense that they would have all those
they've
windows.
They've got large, what would you call it, drums on board that where they store the cables.
Yes.
And they lay them out.
Yep.
And they splice them on a ship.
Yep. And we've had pictures of the spools that those cables are on, and
they're pretty big spools.
Amazing. Okay. You have not read the title yet.
I have not. It might sound insane. That's what it says. But Australia could soon export sunshine to Asia via a cable.
This is...
Well, they're pushing it, but it's accurate.
Yeah. It's the energy of the sunshine. The proposed Sun Cable project envisions a 10 gigawatt solar power. We're back to the big stuff, along with about 22 gigawatt hours of battery storage. In the Northern Territory, power generated will supply Darwin, which is a city in the northern, it's really the biggest city.
Biggest city up there.
Up there, although Alice Springs might be better known to Americans.
That's right in the middle, though.
It's right in the middle of Australia, but Darwin is the
big one up there.
The big one in the Northern Territories, and it will also be exported to Singapore via a 2,360-mile long cable strung across the seafloor.
That's a big cable.
That's a long cable, yeah.
That's more than they can fit on that ship, I can guarantee you that.
I think it probably is, unless they're using really, really thin wires.
No, they're splicing it on the way. I mean,
yeah, they are.
That's what they're supposed to be doing.
That's the only way they could do it.
Well, this technology is not new technology. I mean, they used it 100 years ago to span the Atlantic Ocean for the telegraph.
Yes.
You know, but this is now up-to-date technology, and they're pushing power through it.
Yes.
When I was in the power cable industry, the company that I worked for had one of these ships. And I was on it very briefly.
Yeah.
Well, Australia is the world's #3 fossil fuel exporter.
Okay.
Right now, as of now. These fuels create substantial overseas greenhouse gas emissions. Australia doesn't currently export renewable energy, but a new solar project is poised to do that.
And we're going to have more to say about Australia's
exactly
exporting energy.
Power generated will be exported to Singapore via a 2,500-mile high-voltage DC cable, and it's going to provide a fifth of Singapore's power. Okay?
Gosh. Yeah,
and
then what they'll do is...
It mentions that we already know, I guess, but just by looking at that, but submarine cables are laid using deep-sea vessels specifically designed for the job.
that purpose, yeah. And what they're going to do is they're going to make huge amounts of electricity in Indonesia, and instead of using that in Singapore, they're going to use it in Hong Kong.
Probably.
I mean, I'm just making stuff up here, but, you know, yes, okay.
That's a long load for a undersea HVDC cable. That's a very... And I'm sure it's more than one cable.
Yes.
You know, usually with
they
DC,
put a
it's
couple
two
of them
cables,
together.
a positive and a negative.
Yes.
And sometimes even a spare.
There you go. Okay, we're up to Sunday, March 1st, and we have an item here from Nation of Change.
JP Morgan Chase announces an end to financing new oil and gas drilling in the Arctic.
After a similar move by Goldman Sachs, JP Morgan Chase announced that it will end all financing to new oil and gas drilling in the Arctic.
Interesting. Very interesting.
Yep. Including the Arctic National Wildlife Refuge. Chase is the largest bank in the U.S. to release such an updated energy policy. And you know, other banks will get tempted to get in there and take up where these guys are in their...
Well, if there's money to be made, somebody's going to try and make it.
This is getting riskier and riskier and riskier.
Well, that's what the article says. Financing drilling in the Arctic is an expensive risk that's not worth taking.
Yeah.
Okay. Chase's new energy policy will also end financing for new thermal coal mines and coal-fired power projects throughout the world.
Worldwide.
So they're taking a real close look at what they do best.
Yes, and there are other ways to make money. Okay, we have a picture of wind turbines. This is an amazing picture, don't you think?
It is an amazing picture. I don't see any of the infrastructure that gets that wind power to market.
Well,
but there they are standing there like soldiers.
They are indeed, right in a line. Okay, this is from Motley Fool.
The Motley Fool,
yeah,
which is a financial.
It's a
advisor,
financial,
right?
yeah, it's a financial publication, web publication, and it's called Motley Fool as a kind of a disclaimer right in the title.
I think it's fairly highly regarded.
It is, yes.
So it says U.S. coal-fired plants just had their worst year since the 1970s.
In 2007, the U.S. generated a record amount of coal-fired electricity at an estimated 2,016 terawatt hours.
That's bigger than gigawatts.
That's bigger than gigawatts. That would be 2 million plus gigawatt hours.
Gigawatt hours.
This data was compiled by the U.S. Energy Information Administration. Last year, coal generated less than half of that, as natural gas, nuclear, wind, and solar all
set records. Okay, yeah. It's economy, stupid.
Yep, and you know, one of the things that I noticed looking at these figures coming from the government, not just the EIA, the Energy Information Administration, but also what they call FERC, the Federal Energy Regulatory.
Yeah.
New gas-fired power plants, the construction is just falling like a rock.
That's basically what they're saying here. The next sentence says it. No energy source has experienced a 50% decline in output in a 12-year period dating back to the country's founding. 50% decline within 12 years never happened before.
Yep, but natural gas construction of new plants, that is falling like a rock too.
That's interesting.
Yeah.
Generators are turning away from coal primarily due to economics.
Yeah.
Okay, which makes sense. The share of an average customer bill dedicated to fuel expenses is expected to fall from 47% in 2010 to 28% by 2024. So that's almost half.
Yes.
Okay, the overnight abandonment of coal-fired plants, which is happening, okay, has created an opportunity for other power sources to gain market share.
Yes.
And a secondary...
and FERC is artificially jacking up the price of renewable energy in order to keep these coal plants open.
Going.
And of course, this is coming from a political background that says, don't fool with the market. You know, don't pick winners and losers, and they're just picking winners and losers.
They're picking winners and losers. There's a little bit of politics involved, I would say.
Yeah, a little bit of politics, but the politics are not based on ideology. They're based on some contributors' finances.
I would say, yeah. There's a little bit of money changing of hands there.
Heck with the ideology. We don't need ideology. All we need is the to know what the bottom line is. Okay, that was Motley Fool. Our next item is from Clean Technica.
Well, it says, damn the North Sea.
That is damn without an N. This is D-A-M.
Hey, it could happen.
Yeah, it could. Who says scientists don't have a sense of humor? Ho, ho, ho. Two of them just published a proposal to build 2 dams, one from Scotland to Norway and the other from England to France, to maintain water levels in the North Sea.
It looks like a joke, but it's not.
Yeah, it's not a joke. The interesting thing is that it would be cheaper than allowing the sea levels to rise.
Well, building the dams would cost between 250 and 500 billion euros.
Yeah.
Okay? Which they consider affordable. The cost of doing nothing ultimately would be many times higher.
Many times. Just think of the Netherlands, okay?
Yeah.
The Netherlands is built behind dikes. Much of the country is below sea level.
This is basically what they're doing here, or planning to do.
That's what they're planning on doing.
Well, without the dams, the North Sea levels are projected to rise by as much as 35 feet. We've talked about that.
Yes, we
By
have.
the year 2500. The authors acknowledge the effect on the environment would be considerable. The tide would disappear, and the North Sea would eventually become a freshwater lake.
I think that's
They're pushing that.
Stretching things a little bit.
Well, from the article again, the idea to dam the North Sea is a wake-up call.
Yes.
The question is anybody listening?
Well, this actually says something about what the scientists did here. They are not actually, I think, proposing that we get out shovels and picks and start working on building a dam. What they're
I don't
saying
think
is,
so, but they're saying, let's think about it.
they're saying, let's think about it. They're saying, you think this is a ridiculous idea? Not doing anything is far more ridiculous.
That's a valid point.
You know, so
You don't normally think about it, but that's absolutely right.
yeah,
Well, we got a nice picture coming up
we
here.
do indeed. We have an e-dumper. There it is, the e-dumper.
That is the e-dumper.
Yep. This is, by the way, we're up to Monday, March 2nd.
Time flies when you're having fun.
That's right.
The battle for the title of the world's largest electric vehicle. And by the way, I saw a picture of a guy standing not next to this one, but next to the other one.
Yeah.
Tires are bigger than he is.
Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah.
That's a big truck.
This is this thing here is a big truck, but
the other one's bigger.
The world's largest EV is an e-dumper, a 45-ton, 45-tonny, T-O-N-N-E, mining dump truck. This is more like metric tons.
It's a metric ton, yeah.
They're about 1.1 tons. So this is about 50 tons.
2,000 kilograms.
No, 1,000 kilograms.
Yeah, right. It's 1,000 kilograms. 2,000 pounds. 1,000 kilograms.
2,200 pounds,
Yep.
roughly.
Bingo.
It may soon give up its title. There is a much bigger EV coming, a hybrid vehicle that's powered by both a battery and, guess what? Hydrogen. The new vehicle, and you know, I tried to check this figure because I don't believe it's tons. I think this is also metric tons, but the articles that I saw all said TON, ton. The new 290-ton EV
That's about 6 times as big. That's a big truck.
Will do its test runs at a metal mining plant in South Africa. The plant by a metal mine. The mine is a place where they look for things like platinum and stuff like that. But this year they're expecting this. You know, I looked at this and I thought, how in the world do you deliver a vehicle like that?
In parts.
In parts. That's
In
the only
pieces.
way you could do it. Yeah.
It's too big to go and run on a highway. Anywhere.
Yeah. Yeah, even the highways, the streets in Washington, D.C., where Donald Trump wanted to have tanks running in a parade.
Well, this is a lot bigger than a tank.
It's a lot bigger than a tank, but a tank would do a bigger number on the road because
It would do that.
You want to remove a road, drive a tank on it.
Well, this e-dumper is currently hauling limestone in Switzerland.
Yes.
And a new South African new electric vehicle will be in South Africa.
Right.
And it's going to replace the diesel with a fuel cell and batteries.
Yep. Our next item is from Clean Technica.
This is an interesting article.
It is.
EVs are taking over the world.
Oh my gosh. They're coming out of the woodwork. EVs are taking over the world, and if you need proof of this, just look at the numbers of sales. Since 2015, that was only 5 years ago, sales of EVs have been growing at a rate of about 41% annually.
That's a lot, guys.
That's a lot, guys. That means they're doubling every other year.
Yeah, absolutely.
In 2014, there were just over 60,000 EVs sold in China. In 2018, the number sold in that country has grown to above 1 million.
So we're talking 60,000 versus 1 million.
Yeah.
Interesting. This article has an informative 10-minute video. It's
Yes.
worth looking at.
Yes.
Takes 10 minutes, but it's, it's good.
Yeah.
And it's talking about trends in global EV sales.
Yes.
Okay, the sales mix of fully electric vehicles versus plug-in hybrids and why, and global EV adoption. Okay, it totals up to a 40% annual growth, as we said, for the entire world.
Right.
And PIHB, plug-in hydro vehicles, or plug-in, what are they?
Plug-in hybrids.
Plug-in hybrid vehicles,
Yes.
PIHVs. They have a gas tank and a battery.
Yeah.
And that complicates the process of manufacturing, and it's really just not needed.
With cheaper batteries, it makes much better sense not to have a hybrid, but to have an EV.
Well, the article also mentions something that had me thinking. The batteries are temperature sensitive.
Yes.
They don't want to work very well in cold weather.
Cold weather.
But I thought about that. Okay, the car's still going to start.
Yes.
It's still going to run.
It's going to run.
Okay, and as it runs, it's going to warm up.
That's right.
So it's going to mitigate that problem.
Yes, that's right. Okay, we have a picture coming up.
Yeah, we do. Let's see
He
if I can
always
find
says
that
that.
picture. Huh?
He always says it, but this computers, it's driving me nuts today.
Yeah,
There
I
we
have
go.
a problem with it. Let's get that picture up.
This is also from Clean Technica. Interesting graph.
Look at that graph. That's
Yeah.
that's exponential, guys.
Yeah, I guess it is.
And that is a graph of climate disasters.
Climate disasters. What do you got for a title?
Oxfam. Every 2 seconds, climate change forces a person from their homes. And we've talked about that.
Yeah, we have. Every 2 seconds, climate change forces someone from their homes, according to data from Oxfam International. Climate fuels disasters are the #1 cause of internal displacement globally, and they have increased, quote, 5-fold over the last decade, end quote. And you know, we've talked about this before. I did that research about the cost of flood insurance in the United States.
Yes, you did.
Going up by a factor of 47, where it should have gone up by a factor of 6 if you deal with inflation and so forth. This is just, it's another graph of the same kind of thing. We just have lots and lots of and you'll notice that down at the bottom there is a graph of non-weather related events.
Pretty flat.
It's pretty flat. It's been increasing, but you know, the population's been increasing. So, and
flat.
some of those events are, well, some of those events may be second order of consequence, but
they're not weather related.
They're not weather
that's
related.
The deal.
But that increase that we've seen, I mean, in the last 5 years of this graph, every single year was greater than what happened in the previous 5 years. Any of them.
Pretty much.
So,
well, from the article, it says that people are 7 times more likely to be left homeless due to hurricanes, floods, and wildfires as they are by earthquakes and volcanoes.
Yep.
Man-made stuff versus
natural
things. Those in poorer countries who bear the least responsibility for global carbon pollution are the most at risk.
Yep.
Duh.
Right.
It's interesting how that happens.
Yes.
Well, almost 2,000 people died in Katrina, which was a disaster. But 200,000 people died in the tsunami that struck Indonesia the year before.
Well, another thing, you know, we're talking about the coronavirus now. A lot of stuff. In fact, there was a thing today about General Motors having General Electric having to deal with the fact that plants are closing because of the coronavirus.
So they're not getting supplied.
We're going to have, I think, probably a recession worldwide because
of this.
But you know, we were set up for that other times too, and of course, Donald Trump isn't responsible for it. Truthfully, Donald Trump did not cause the coronavirus. And he shouldn't.
You're kidding me.
He should not be held responsible for that taking place. Although,
but it's not a hoax, is it?
No, this is not a hoax. Okay, we should probably move on.
We should. We've mentioned already, I think, Hornsdale.
Yes, we have.
So the Hornsdale Tesla battery exceeded expectations. You're going to tell us what the Hornsdale Tesla battery is.
Tuesday, March 3rd is where this came up, and it comes from Clean Technica. The engineering consultant Oricon Group said the Hornsdale battery installed in South Australia has exceeded expectations for the way it was stabilized the grid and lowered grid-related costs. It reduced the cost of regulating the South Australian electric grid by 91%.
And that's an expensive thing.
Yeah, and this was the one where they had a bunch of tornadoes in South Australia. They tore down a whole bunch of high tension lines.
The tornadoes did.
A bunch of the towers that were, I think it was something like 16 or 18 of them were collapsed. So the whole grid was down for days.
Yeah.
And you know, Elon Musk said, what you need is a battery, and we know how to do that. And I can put in a battery that'll be 100 megawatts.
Or I'll give it to you for nothing.
If I can't do it in 100 days from the day that the contract is signed, you get it for free. And he had it in.
Yeah.
It was actually producing power 98 days after the contract was signed. And now what they're saying is it's
working better than they
expected. A whole lot better than expected. And the price of it was extremely low also. Okay, we should probably, we've got 5 items.
It's Tuesday, March 3rd already. We've got 14 minutes left.
We've got 5 items though. Okay, you have anything on that?
French energy company, Neoen, which owns the Hornsdale installation, says it is adding 50 megawatts of capacity at Hornsdale this year, and has plans for a giant renewables hub, which would provide nearly a gigawatt of battery storage.
Yeah.
So they're getting on the bandwagon here.
They are. They are.
We got a picture coming up, so let's take a look at it.
This is from Sour Energy. I don't know where that
Sour?
picture. S-A-U-R Energy. Sour Energy.
Sounds sour to me.
It sure is. I don't know where that picture was taken.
Well, it says ESCO Pacific, but it's real. It's not an artist's conception.
No, it's not an artist's conception, but I don't know where ESCO Pacific
No, I don't
is.
know.
I usually look those things up, but this particular picture, I think, is just a generic picture that was thrown at an article.
It was in the article, or an article.
Okay.
Construction begins on a proposed 2.7 gigawatt Westlands Solar Park.
The CIM Group is advancing development of Westlands Solar Park, one of the largest permitted solar parks in the world, it announced. The project will be in California's San Joaquin Valley, and it could grow to over 2,700 megawatts, that is 2.7 bigawatts, at full build-out, powering over 1,200,000 homes.
Joaquin. Those Spaniards talk funny, don't they?
They do. But they have very wisely not gone the way of Rhode Island and said you're not allowed to pronounce an R. They pronounce it differently, but they do pronounce it.
Well, you said it. You pronounced this word right. It's one of the largest permitted solar parks.
Yeah.
They have a permit already.
Yes.
Rather than just permitted.
Yes.
I was thinking that as I read it. I said, wait a second. Who's permitting solar parks here?
Yes.
But it's permitted.
Yes.
It means that it's on the works. It's in the works.
It is indeed. And we are, we have one more item from Tuesday. It's from The Guardian.
Do. It's from The Guardian, and it says...
This was a big surprise for me.
UK government lifts a block on new onshore wind farm subsidies. I didn't even know this was happening.
Well, they did this. We talked about this when it happened, but
I probably forgot about it.
That was probably 5 years ago. The UK abandoned its opposition to subsidizing new onshore wind farms 4 years after ministers scrapped support for them. The government will remove a block against onshore wind projects by allowing schemes to compete for subsidies with other renewable developments.
I mean, I don't understand why they did that in the first place. Other than politics.
It was people were objecting to the idea of wind farms, and some people would rather have fracking. But guess what, gang? Fracking has completely collapsed in the UK.
Yeah.
And they've done a lot, but they've got a long ways to go before the end of the road here. So.
Well, a quick takeaway here.
Yeah.
Onshore wind is presently UK's cheapest energy source.
Yes.
Okay. The U-turn follows the government pledge to cut emissions to virtually zero by 2050. So they got themselves painted into a corner here.
Well, they had to do something.
A feat that official climate advisors believe it will require the UK's onshore power capacity to triple in the next 15 years.
Yes, this is the thing. They've started to look at reality here.
Yeah. Yep.
So,
wind farm developers will need to comply with tough new proposals on community consent.
Well, this is the thing. They're going to have to go to the community and say, we want you to want this wind farm. And that actually has
Isn't
worked.
Isn't there a song about that?
I don't know.
I know that someday you'll want me to want you.
Oh, okay. There was a guy who came from Germany, and he was talking in Brattleboro, and he was talking about wind farms, and he put up a picture of a wind turbine.
Yeah.
And it had been taken.
In Brattleboro?
No, it had been taken. He gave a talk in Brattleboro. It had been taken from an apartment or something like that in Germany, looking out across rooftops, and there in the distance, pretty big, was a wind turbine. And he said, some people object to wind turbines, but, other people don't. And, and he showed a picture of the wind turbine that said, people object to this, and down at the bottom it said, their wind turbine. And he said, people accept this, our wind turbine.
Huh?
If the wind turbine belongs to a big company from some other part of the world, they object to it.
Okay.
If it belongs to the town, it's acceptable.
Okay.
You
Okay.
see.
Well, I can understand that.
And there are towns in Germany and other parts of Europe that own their own wind turbine.
Yeah.
Okay.
Well, we have talked about the hospital out. Where is it in Kansas?
Oh, yeah,
Where
Kiowa County Hospital, which has its own wind turbine between the parking lot and the front door.
Well, we're going to take a look at Mr. Warren Buffett.
Okay,
coming
there
up
is
here.
Mr. Warren Buffett.
In case you want to know what he looks like.
There he is.
There he is.
He looks very happy.
Warren Buffett's secret to cheap electricity.
This comes from Forbes. In his latest letter to Berkshire Hathaway shareholders, Warren Buffett touted its low electricity bills for customers. Quote, the extraordinary differential between our rates and theirs is largely the result of our huge accomplishments in converting wind into electricity.
Well, he's sort of right.
Yeah.
He bought this company that now is known as Berkshire Hathaway Energy.
Yeah.
Okay? And it's a diversified conglomerate operating in 9 states and Canada. It's a big company.
It's a big company.
It owns the means to generate, store, transmit, and supply power to its customers.
Right.
Okay? It owns 33 gigawatts of generation.
Bigawatts.
Yeah.
Absolutely.
3/4 of that is wind.
Yeah.
Okay, and he's got 33,000 miles of transmission line.
And where everybody else is...
You don't even know about it. This guy's a big operator in this field.
He is. And Berkshire Hathaway, by the way, has historically been known as the company with the highest stock price of any company in the world.
Is that so?
It's like, I don't know, $50,000 a share or something. I don't know. I haven't looked for years. But so I could be way off with that. But Berkshire Hathaway is run by Warren Buffett, and he makes a lot of money. He's called the Wizard of Wall Street.
Yeah, he is that,
and
right.
He is a very bright guy who has figured out a long time ago that you can make more money on electricity if you don't have fuel that costs you money. And he's been keeping prices down at a time when everybody else's prices are going up. And he's guaranteeing prices for like 20 years into the future.
Keep your eye on that, man.
Well, you know, I mean, it makes sense. You don't know what's going to happen with the price of natural gas, but you do know what's going to happen with the price of wind.
Yep, bingo.
So there you go.
Well, I've said it before. I mean, when you got a fuel that doesn't cost, when you got energy that doesn't cost you for the fuel,
yeah,
you're ahead of the game.
You are ahead of the game. Okay, we have an item now from MSN Now.
We do that. Fossil fuels for power at a turning point as renewables surged in 2019.
The use of fossil fuels such as coal and oil for generating electricity fell in 2019 in the US, the EU, and India. At the same time, the overall power output rose, a turning point for the global energy mix. The declines suggest the end of the fossil fuel era could be on the horizon.
It could be. In 2019, the amount of power sourced from fossil fuels dropped by 156 terawatt hours. Now, tera is bigger than giga.
Terawatt hour is 1,000 gigawatt hours.
From 2018, 1 year. Overall, renewable power is increasing at a rate faster than the overall growth. Overall, renewable power is increasing at a faster rate than the overall growth in power.
Absolutely.
The contribution of nuclear to the global power mix rose last year slightly.
Slightly.
And the reason for that is Japan is putting back online some of the plants they closed after Fukushima.
And the Russians are, and actually the Chinese have been putting on plants too, new plants, building
New plants. Well, in case of the Japanese, they're older plants that they shut down that they're turning back on
right.
again.
And the Russians are pushing nuclear power plants elsewhere in the world because they can make a lot of money doing that. They know that they're going to countries in Africa and saying, you need electric power. We can sell it to you. You don't have to worry about this. We'll loan you the money to buy it.
How sweet.
How sweet. Okay.
So we got a picture coming up here.
We do, and this is our last item. It comes from Renew
here.
Economy, and it is a mind blower. We've had a bunch of mind blowers.
Well, that's a picture of
the Muscle Row Wind Farm,
which is in the upper right corner of Tasmania. And
The upper
Tasmania, Yeah, if you look at a map.
Yes, I know.
And Tasmania, of course, is a state in Australia.
Yeah, which in this article is referred to as a tiny island.
Well, it's not tiny.
It's not exactly tiny.
Okay, but that's an interesting picture. It looks like a pretty place.
It's kind of like saying, well, Louisiana is a tiny state. I mean, compare it with Texas.
That's probably very accurate. Well, Tasmania sets a world-leading target of 200% renewables by 2040. 200% renewable.
They want to have 200% of their electricity.
That doesn't make sense, does it? Well, you're going to explain to us why it does.
While Australia's federal coalition refuses to accept the notion that Australia can reach 50% renewable energy without sorcery or total economic destruction.
Sorcery?
Sorcery, that's what it says. Tasmania's Liberal government, and we will get back to Liberal on this, has just announced a possible world first, a renewable energy target of 200% by 2040. And the reason I said we'll get back to Liberal, the federal coalition is controlled primarily by Liberals. And the Liberals are the equivalent of conservative Republicans in the United States. And but the Liberal-controlled governments of Tasmania and also South Australia are really pursuing this renewable bandwagon hard.
They look like they can make some money on it.
That's the whole point. They've got this underground, submarine cable running to the main.
They're there already.
That's already there. They want to put in a second one. They want to have. They want, in their words, to turn Tasmania into Australia's battery.
Yep. Well, Tasmania is already hydropower rich.
Yes.
It's got hydropower running.
Yep.
So they're going to double the state's hydro, wind and solar energy production.
Right.
And they've got what they call a Tasmanian Renewable Hydrogen Plan, which calls for commercially exporting hydrogen by 2030.
And they're serious about this.
Oh, I think they are, and I think they're going to do it.
2030 is not that far away. If you think about it, it kind of is it's an aggressive move to do this in 10 years. They've got to build ships to hold hydrogen.
Yep.
There are no ships that exist today to do that. They know how to do it.
Huh?
There's nothing. They know how to do it. It would be like a natural gas tanker, but this hydrogen that they're shipping is liquid. And
so they got to keep it cold.
It boils at like 20 degrees Kelvin. And yeah, it's got to be kept super cold. Of course, they can run the ships on hydrogen by allowing the hydrogen to boil into
And they can, yeah.
They could.
Well, what they're doing here is they have a resource.
Yes.
Which is their hydro.
Yep.
And they're figuring out we can make money on it.
Yes.
And that's basically what they're trying to do.
That's what they're doing.
And my goodness, a year ago I didn't even hear about hydrogen. And now everybody's talking about it.
Everybody's talking about hydrogen. Everybody's got new ways to get hydrogen cheaply, and base it entirely on renewable.
It's basically storing energy.
Yeah, and hydrogen can be used as a replacement for natural gas.
Yes, it can.
To a degree.
In existing natural gas pipelines.
If you're going to extend the natural gas by adding hydrogen, you can just do that.
You can mix it.
Replacing it all together, well, you're going to have a little tricky. A little trickier, but nevertheless, hydrogen's a real product. It's not a. Anyway.
No, it's just that the technology is changing and people are looking at it, and hydrogen's starting to make sense for certain things that nobody ever thought of before.
Yep. And we have a message
this is the end
for
of it
you,
here.
Which is have a mysteriously felicitous week.
Mystifyingly
felicitous week. I forgot.
What does that mean?
I knew you were going to ask me. I made that sentence up. I don't even know.
Well, in any case,
felicitous means happy.
Y'all come back and see us now. You hear?
Absolutely.
I now declare the 2020 Vernon Town Meeting in order. Please rise for the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Please remain standing as we'd like a moment of silence for all town residents who have died and are no longer with us as of the past year. Please be seated. This meeting is being recorded by Brattleboro Community TV. You can watch it later this week on Comcast Channel 1085, Southern Vermont Cable Channel 10, and online at BrattleboroTV.org. For anybody speaking at the meeting, when you come to the point where you want to be recognized, after you're recognized, find the microphone in the center of the room. Please stand and state your name and speak directly into the mic so viewers in the room and at home can hear you. Now, to briefly go over the rules of the meeting, Robert's Rules of Order are the basic rules for this meeting, except where Vermont law takes precedence. The public body cannot change Vermont state law, but you can change Robert's rules with a 2/3 vote if you so desire. All articles must be moved and seconded by the body and restated by the moderator before it is under consideration, and debate on the article may begin. After I restate the motion, the person who made the motion has first right to speak in the debate. Articles may have only one amendment at a time associated with them, and amendments to an article, likewise, may only have one amendment at a time associated with them. Now, after you've spoken once on a particular article, you'll not be recognized for a second time during discussion unless everybody else who's wanted to speak has had that chance. Robert's Rules only allows the speaker to speak twice on a given motion. Division of the House may be requested by one voter before or after a voice vote. Vermont state law allows for a paper ballot at the request of 7 voters, unless the town has made other arrangements before or after a voice vote or division of the House. Debate may be cut off by a motion to move the previous question at a 2/3 vote to do so. All motions, remarks, and discussion must be addressed to the moderator. I'll do my best to recognize you in the order that you've raised your hands. I will tell you, though, that I'm 63 years old, my eyesight stinks, and I can't hear a thing. After being recognized, please stand up, wait for a microphone, and then go to the center microphone. Your speeches now must be confined to the merits of the question. You'll not be allowed to engage in personal attacks on a member of the body or their motives. Vermont state law also prohibits consideration of articles that have not been warned, which means you cannot take binding action on something that has not been officially warned for this meeting. Reconsideration is allowed by Vermont state law until a point is reached where the body has begun working on the next article. It means if you voted down an article, you can make a motion to reopen consideration by a person on the prevailing side. Yes, I'll ask you how you voted, and you better tell me truthfully. Once the next article is on the floor, no more action can be taken regarding the previous article at this meeting. Now, my role as moderator is to help you accomplish the business you intend to do. Please raise your hand and ask questions if you don't understand what's happening, or if you think what is happening is wrong for some reason, or if you want to do something but just don't know how. We'll help. And please tell me if you think I'm ruling improperly. You do have the right to challenge the moderator ruling. Only registered voters of this town may vote at this meeting or at special meetings. If you're not a registered voter, please raise your hand so I know where you are. All right, thank you very much. This is perhaps the only time that a lot of us see each other. In fact, I'm taken aback by the fact that one of our residents died over a weekend and they were not found until several days later. We need to be closer as a community, be able to talk out our differences, still remain friends, neighbors, and community members the next day. I would hope that we conduct our business in a way that we're an example for our children and communities around us, in the way that those who have passed on and lived their lives in this community were examples to us. Now, with that in mind, We're going to open with a couple of members of the Vermont legislature. I'd say I'm opening with two aces in poker technology. Would like to introduce Representative Sarah Coffey and State Senator Becca Ballin for a few short comments. Please give them a nice hand.
Thank you, Tim, and wow, what a robustly attended town meeting. This is really an honor to be here tonight, and I have to say, town meeting is one of my favorite events here in Vermont, just as the light is getting longer and the sap is starting to run, you know, we come together as communities to engage and debate the school budgets and town budgets and the issues of our day with, you know, with our neighbors and with respect. So it's really an honor to be here tonight. And I appreciate the opportunity to speak and to share an update from the legislature. And I know you have a long agenda tonight, so I promised him that I'd be brief. So through community meetings, during the off sessions and discussions with my coffee with coffee hours, emails, phone calls, and responses to a survey I sent around in December before the start of the session, I've heard from a lot of you, and it's been so great to hear about your issues and priorities. And it's critical to my work up in Montpelier because it's through you and I carry your voices up to the State House. And in the legislature, I've been focusing my efforts on strengthening our rural economy, ensuring access to quality and affordable health care, equity in education, protecting our environment, reforming our criminal justice system, and taking steps to address climate change. Last year, we took important steps to improve rural broadband to our underserved rural communities, and now a regional effort is underway, and I'm really thrilled to see that Vernon is part of those meetings and discussions. And if you didn't see them on your way in, bugging you about participating in the survey, please do participate in the broadband survey because it's part of an important feasibility study. And you know, this is I believe that we are stronger together, especially as we try to bring our rural communities up to 21st century speed. We know how important it is for our kids in school, for our seniors who might need to access telehealth, and for our economy. And so while the media focuses a lot of attention on what we do on the floor of the House and the Senate, you know, most of our work is done in the committee room. And some of you know that I serve on House Corrections and Institutions, which is both a policy and a money committee. We focus on corrections policy, and there's a lot of work that we're doing this session, and also on the capital budget. And the capital budget is where we take our state bonded dollars to invest them in important infrastructure that really touches on our communities in so many ways. It's the dollars that go to the Veterans Home in Bennington, to our courts and police barracks statewide. It's to help with our mental health facilities and our clean water, and also for community building grants, which are accessible through to all of you and all of our towns. And so it's really, I appreciate the work that we do in this committee, and really see it as a wonderful way to support our communities through those state and those dollars. And an important initiative that we're going to be doing this year is taking some of that, we hope to be taking some of that capital bill budget and allocate it to some more of our trails throughout the state. And so I don't want to take up a whole lot more time, but I want to let you know I prepared a town meeting report, which I've added to the wonderful materials on this table, and it has my contact information, my home phone number, my email address. So I hope that you'll reach out to me. And before I close, I just wanted to thank, you know, we know that our small towns, it takes an incredible amount of work to make them run and work well. So I wanted to acknowledge and thank the folks who work in the town office here in Vernon, and also the many, many volunteers who serve on the select board, the school board, the planning commission, the Friends of Vernon Center, the rec commission, and the library, and the many other committees here, because we know that it's so vital to making our communities vibrant and healthy communities. So thank you so much for the work that you're doing to make our communities wonderful places to work and live. And I hope that you will feel, that you will please, I invite you to be in touch with me if there are ways that I can help in your efforts, because I do see this as a partnership, And I really love people, and I love the work that you're doing in Vernon. I'm especially excited about the community garden that happened at the school over the summer, what's going on with the trails in town, and the work that's being done on the Governor Hunt House is just a few of the highlights. It's been a really exciting year from where I sit, of the good work that you're doing here in town. And before I wrap up, I wanted to just say a few things about our delegation. In Windham County, we have communities that have a lot of different needs. But as a delegation, we work really closely together up in the State House. We meet every other week. And I'm so grateful to be part of a high-functioning collaborative delegation. And I say that's not true of all the other delegations. The House members have really strong relationships with our senators. And I think a lot of that has to do with the strong leadership and the collaborative spirit of our senator, Senator Ballant. So I'm really delighted that she could join us here tonight. And I'm thrilled to hear her report and to turn the microphone over to her. So thank you so much, and thank you for your trust in me.
Good evening. So for those of you who don't know me, I'm one of your 2 senators for Windham County, and I get to travel around to many different town meetings on town meeting day and in the few days leading up to it. And I know what I've heard from so many people is they're feeling so sad and anxious and worried about democracy in general, regardless of political party. There is a level of anxiety that I feel when I go out to talk to constituents. And so to come here tonight and to see everyone here and the line out the door when I came, people ready to come here and engage in the democratic process, it is so, so inspiring. So I wanted to start with that. And I also wanted to let you know that Sarah has been a great representative for you in Vernon. And I know that there was some concern, given that she is a Guilford resident, whether she would champion you in the State House. And I need to tell you, there is not a day that doesn't go by when she is asking the question, how is this going to impact Vernon? How is this going to impact Vernon? And so I just want you to know that you are very well represented by Sarah Coffey. So I sit on 2 committees in the Senate. One is Economic Development and Housing, and the other is Finance. And several years ago here in Vermont, we realized that we had sort of kicked the can down the road on housing statewide, and we'd come to a critical place where we had so many employers that needed employees, but there was actually statewide a shortage of housing for those employees, even if we were able to have them come here. And so we made a big investment along with the governor. It was a really great bipartisan effort in 2017. We leveraged, we had a $37 million housing bond, which was the largest investment in housing that the state had seen in over a decade. And we were able to turn every one of those dollars of investment into $5 of additional investment from public, private, and other philanthropic initiatives. So we were able to raise an additional $100 million in housing investments for the state. And so they're scattered throughout the state, over 800 additional units of housing. And this year we're trying to build on that with a couple new initiatives. We wanted to do another additional housing revenue bond, but the treasurer was a little bit worried about what that would mean for our debt ratio in the state. So we're looking at some other investments, and one of them is, I don't want to bore you, but I want to talk to you a little bit about tax increment financing. And it's known as a TIF. And generally in Vermont, when we do tax increment financing, it's the larger towns and the larger cities that get to take advantage of this. And it's a way for you to take some investments from the state to do improvements to infrastructure and sewer and do building in your downtowns that you wouldn't be able to afford otherwise. And this year we said those TIFs have been so important to those larger towns. Why are we not offering something to the smaller towns in these communities? And so we are calling it a mini TIF program, and we're hoping that Guilford and Vernon and Jamaica and Townsend all over the county will find out how they might be able to take advantage of these mini TIFs to be able to afford building in your new downtown as you envision it here in Vernon. So the housing bond is a big thing that I've been working on. Another couple things I just want to tell you about. Finance Committee deals with taxes and housing, but we also deal with pharmaceuticals. And I know from representing one of the counties with the oldest demographic that pharmaceutical prices are killing us. They're absolutely killing us. And if you are someone who requires insulin, you've seen the cost of insulin triple in the last decade. I heard from a Vermonter the other day who's spending $1,600 a month for insulin. If you look at the charts of the three biggest producers of insulin, these pharmaceutical companies are clearly engaging in price fixing. There is no other way for you to look at these charts. When one goes up by $100, the other one goes up by $100. And you can see the chart over the course of the last decade. And we are not able to afford a drug that when the patent was sold for $1 because the doctor said, I don't want anyone to make money off of this drug that people need to survive. So if you're a Vermonter, hopefully it will get passed the House. We passed it unanimously in the Senate on Friday. You will not pay more than $100 each month for your insulin, regardless of how many drugs that you need, regardless of how many injections that you need. You will be capped at $100. And we understand that it might mean that there is some cost shifting somewhere else among insurance companies, but we cannot allow our most vulnerable Vermonters to pay over $1,600 a month just to stay alive. So that's one of the bills that I'm most proud of this session, and I hope Sarah will take a good look at it in the House and get it through. The other thing that I'm keenly aware of is the amount of student debt that so many families are carrying. And I sponsored a bill that will regulate student loan servicers. We found out that many of our student loan services are taking advantage of borrowers by putting them in higher payment plans. And it's costing American borrowers millions, and in some cases, depending on the loan, billions of dollars a year in additional interest. So again, pass the Senate unanimously. We'll send it off to the House and hopefully have a similar result there. I want to close by saying I am so lucky to have the job that I do. I love people. I love policy. I'm one of only 30 people in the state of Vermont that get to sit in those seats in the Senate. And I am so grateful that I have the opportunity to represent you. The last thing I want to say is, a couple years ago, when I turned 50, I did something that I always wanted to do, and that was buy a motorcycle. And my favorite back roads are the back roads of Vernon, and Sarah hears about it all the time. So thank you very much for having us here tonight, and I look forward to chatting with you in the hallway if you want to step out of the meeting. And thanks, Tim, for giving us time.
Thank you, Sarah. Thank you, Becca. Couple of notes. The Vernon PTC is in the back of the room selling refreshments by donation. And there's also plenty of literature here, including literature about an upcoming benefit spaghetti supper to benefit one of our own, Kelly Wunsch. So please read on and support your neighbors. Time now to go to the Vernon School Board. In fact, I'll read the warning as it stands. Article 1 is to elect officers of the town by Australian ballot tomorrow from 7 to 7. Article 2 is to elect all town school district officers by law by Australian ballot. And Article 3 is the Vernon school budget to be done by Australian ballot as well. You can find the budget on page 51 and 52. And with that, we'd like to introduce the chair of the Vernon School Board, Kerry Emmadon. Please hold the microphone up close. Make sure that they can hear you, because I know you speak so softly.
Have we met before?
Plenty.
All right, thank you. Thank you all for coming tonight. Can I actually just take this off? This might be easier. Tell me if I rip the tablecloth. Okay, so introductions. As Tim said, I'm Kerry Amidon. I am the chair. We also have Sandy Morrison, who is our vice chair. And then we have Hannah Rosinski and Chad Mulverhill. Walter Bro, who is our clerk, was unfortunately detained at work and could not make it this evening. From the central office, we have Lyle Holliday, our superintendent, Frank Rucker, our business administrator. They are my phone-a-friends. as well as Mary Ross, our principal. So a few updates before we get into the money matters. Act 46, this is the question I get asked constantly. Where are we? Vernon remains its own district. Brattleboro, Dummerston, Putney, and Guilford have merged into a new district. So they are now known as the Wyndham Southeast School District. Both Vernon and this new school district are still under the Wyndham Southeast Supervisory Union. So the way this looks, you've got the Supervisory Union as the umbrella organization, and then you've got the new merged district. Again, that's the former Brattleboro, Putney, Dummerston, and Guilford. And then Vernon is here. You still have a local school board. We still have budgetary authority for our building. And we still have school choice for our 7th through 12th graders. Also on the horizon, we talked about this last year at the end, I believe, is Act 173. So this is a special education formula change as to how they will reimburse. Instead of it being a reimbursement-based system, it's going to go to a census block system. So we're keeping an eye on how this might impact us. We are also in the midst of a superintendent search. Lyle has announced her retirement as of July 1st. I believe Martin put this in this week's Facebook page. We are looking for community members, a parent, taxpayer, doesn't matter, to serve on some of our search committees. The time commitment is probably about a half day here, maybe a full day somewhere. If it's something you might be interested in, you can either see me tonight or check out the Facebook page, and there's an email address of someone at the central office that you can email your desire to possibly serve. So thank you if there is anyone interested. So how do we plan your budget? We start by looking at the needs of our 300 plus children and then trying to balance it with the affordability issue for our taxpayers. It is a collaboration between our principal, our central office, our staff, and the board. And we're trying to keep an eye out for those future legislative endeavors that might come down the path. We are looking at every single line item by line item, to see if there is anywhere that we can trim. So what you're voting on, this is language that every school district in the state has to use. So it's a lot of words, and I'm not going to read them all, but I do want to get across to you 3 numbers. So the warning article reads blah, 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 $6,353,800. Blah, blah, blah. 17,178 per equalized pupil. Blah, blah. 5.8% higher. So this is the slide you all hate, but we're going to do it. Okay. This is page 52 of your town report. I just want to give you a sense of how we get to your tax rate. So this line, line 7, is that $6,353,800. That is our total education spending in Vernon, K through 12. Line 16 is where you see the equalized per pupil cost. Again, that's the $17,178, and that is up 5.8%. How those two numbers then translate to your tax rate is because of 3 other numbers that we do not control. So the first is the property dollar equivalent yield. That is a number set by the legislature. Then we have the equalized pupil number. Now, equalized pupils are not the number of kids who are sitting in seats in our schools. It's not the number of names on a list of all of our children. It is that number sent up to the state, and then they use weighting formulas to send us a number back. So certain types of demographics get different weights. If you're a child living in poverty, you might count for more. If you're a preschooler, you count for less. High school is more than elementary school. So all of those factors are taken in, and someone at the Agency of Education sends us back a number. And that's how we come up with the number of equalized pupils. The final number is the common level of appraisal. So that is done, I believe, by the tax department. It's another state agency who is looking at our assessed value and then looking at all of the homes that have sold in the previous year to see how close they are selling to assessed value. So we take these three numbers and they impact our tax rate. Two things worked in our favor this year. The property dollar equivalent went up, and up is good. The equalized student number stayed stable. Up is better, down is bad, we'll take stable. And then the CLA, the common level of appraisal, it came down a little bit. So it's a good thing in that our houses are selling close to their assessed value. But when you're doing this math, this does impact our taxes on the negative side. So this is how the money is spent in our building. So this is our K through 6 part of the budget. We wanted to give you guys sort of a visual as to where does the money go. So most of it is going to direct instruction. So that's teachers in front of kids in classrooms. Then we've got some student support. So that is our nurse and our guidance counselor. We've got staff support, administration, the central office. So the people here tonight, we pay an assessment based on the number of kids. It's a very fair-based way to account for our services that we use from the central office. We've got operation and maintenance in the building. We've got transportation, so those are our buses. And then we've got food services. So where are the increases? The tuition that we pay for our 7th through 12th grade students has gone up. Our health insurance is up. And our salaries are up about 3.7%. If you look at the budget, you will see that our K through 6 costs are down. They are actually down slightly. So the next area where we have a bit of a problem is that special education costs are increasing by 89% over last year. So it's $327,000. Now, overall, special ed costs are increasing. There is not a district in this state who is not going to see an increase. For us, it is due more because we pulled out of the merger. So we are no longer part of BUHS number 6, which also now does not exist because they have merged. But we are not part of that merger, and therefore we are now paying the full costs of our education for students. Hannah's got a good, can I pass Hannah? Do you want to give your analogy? Sure. Hannah's the queen of our analogies. And you can pick either one.
Wasn't planning on speaking tonight. Haha, sure. Yeah, I would say that in trying to think about how to, what this translates to, we can all relate to a buffet, for example. I think this is something that everyone can appreciate. I love food, so it works for me. When you're going up to a buffet and you're deciding whether or not you're going to choose something for breakfast, you can choose to opt into the buffet and split the costs and eat as much as you want and indulge in all of the food there, or you can pay a la carte. Essentially, what we're doing here is paying a la carte for what we're receiving. So for all the special ed costs, we're paying for every aspect of that, which has an allocated cost associated. So rather than getting the buffet, which is split among all the other consumers, we're paying specifically our portion.
Thank you. That was a good analogy. So is there anything we could do as a board to help lessen the impact? We came up with two things that we thought were quite helpful. First, we chose not to add to our capital fund this year. Normally, we put in a $50,000 line item to go towards our capital. But we feel like we are in a good position with where our fund is, and for 1 year, we cannot do this. Secondly, we chose to increase the amount of our general fund reserve that we put into the budget. Normally, or for the past 2 years, we have used a figure of $150,000. So this year, we're going to put in an additional $120,000. So the way this is going to look on your taxes now this is the school side of your taxes. Excuse me. If your house is valued at $100,000, you're going to see a $98 increase over last year's tax rate. This is the high level. So this is what the 30% of people in town who pay based on their assessed value will pay. 70% of people in Vernon and in all, basically the average in Vermont is 70%. You don't pay on your assessed value, you pay based on income. So you're paying less than. For a $200,000 house, the increase is going to be $195. So that's where we are. Voting is tomorrow. If you have any questions about voting, see Tim here tonight. If you have any questions, you can ask any one of us. And anytime during the year, feel free to contact us. And all of our contact information is on the WSCSU website, but probably the easier way to go is just call Tim, and he'll get you in touch with any of us.
Thanks.
But as you might notice, there are only 4 names here. And that is because one of us is leaving, and that would be Sandy. So this is Sandy's last town meeting with us. So Sandy has been nothing but polite and nothing but professional and always persistent. She keeps her cool at all of our meetings, but she doesn't let anybody get away with anything. So she is the perfect balance of a force to be reckoned with, as well as a pleasure to serve with. So we would like to thank Sandy for her years of service.
I just want to say it's been a privilege and an honor to be able to serve on the school board. I was on the board back in the early 1980s, and there have been a lot of changes, but I really felt...
Can you move the bag?
I felt called to come back and serve again, and I'm so glad that I could, and I've loved working with other members of the community that I wouldn't have known otherwise, and so thank you for the opportunity.
So are there any questions that we can answer?
Questions for the school board, please come to the center mic if you would like to be recognized. I guess not. You got off easy.
Well, we're here all night, so if you do think of something, track one of us down. Especially Sandy, because this is her last chance. Thank you.
Thank you to the school board. We're taking a short recess to allow the select board to set up on the platform. Please take your seats. Town meeting is back in order. We move now, before we consider Article number 4, we'd like to introduce the Chair of the Vernon Select Board, Mrs. Sandy Harris, to introduce the board and the interim town administrator.
To my left is Jean Carr, Chris Parker, Jeff Dunkley, and Tom Garino is our interim town administrator who has been unbelievably helpful.
Thank you.
And we thank all of you for coming tonight.
All right, with that in mind, we will go to Article number 4. Shall the voters of the Vernon Town School District authorize the school board to expend, oh, wait a minute, that's the Article 3. Hello, Article 4. Article 4, shall the voters authorize the total general fund expenditure for operating expenditures of $1,894,285, of which $1,608,585 will be raised by taxes, and $285,700 to be raised by estimated income. You'll find the budget on pages 23 through 28 of your town report. Is there a motion?
Mr. Moderator.
Mr. Parker.
I move that the voters authorize the total fund expenditure for operating expense of $1,894,285, of which $1,608,585 shall be raised by taxes and $285,700 by estimated income. Mr. Moderator, I also ask that you allow the presentation of the PowerPoint.
Is there a second? Second. Moved and seconded that the voters authorize total fund expenditure for operating expenses of $1,894,285, of which $1,608,585 shall be raised by taxes, and $285,700 by estimated income. Does the board wish to speak to its motion with the PowerPoint? Mrs. Harris.
Yes.
Go for it.
Mr. Garino is going to do the PowerPoint.
Chair recognizes Mr. Garino, who, by the way, is a Vernon resident, so he is allowed to speak without worry of whether or not he is.
Thank you, Mr. Moderator. Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Tom Garino. I am acting as the interim town administrator for the town of Vernon. I have lived up on Tyler Hill for about 21 years now. It'll be 21 years this May. I want to walk through a little bit of what I've acknowledged and encountered over the past few weeks here, and it's been a very positive experience, both for me and I hope for the select board, as I try to help the town out as they start moving toward a replacement for a full-time administrator. So what I have seen this year, in my time here, in my discussion with the board, is the board is delivering on what the town's people have asked it to do. It's presenting to you tonight a very frugal FY 2021 budget. It's continuing to update and refine its policies, both internal and external. It's listening to the professional staff. I think there needs to be a lot more communication between the professional staff and the board, and they're working really hard to make sure that communication channel is opened. They're focused on economic development, and that is working with the Friends and all of the things that the Friends are doing for the Downtown Village District and the Planning Board as well. They are requiring from each of the departments and every employee fiscal accountability on how they spend the money. They are very dedicated to be sure that the money that you provide for us to run this community is being spent appropriately and judiciously. They act promptly on citizen concerns. They expect staff to act promptly on citizen concerns. And if we don't know the answer, to try to find the answer. And they've dealt with some complicated things over the last several months and some curveballs. And they are now in the process, once the board reconfigures itself tomorrow, they'll be setting a new set of priorities for the board to work on for the next year. So what's new? They're following through with the Vermont Council on Rural Development recommendations, including the trail improvements and mapping of the town forest, the broadband exploration through the Wyndham Regional Commission with Mr. Hicks, and I am going to just not pronounce this name correctly. Thank you. Just to remind you, please fill out the survey. They're working with the Friends of the Vernon Center have acquired their not-for-profit status, which is really important, and are poised to capitalize on the tremendous work for the plan of a village center in Vernon. They've acquired ownership of the Governor Hunt House, and the Friends are now researching the best utilization of that piece of property. And the board is working with the Planning Commission to engage the students at Antioch College to determine the development potential of the former VY property. So with a lot of changes, opportunities present themselves as well. There's been some internal changes that everybody's aware of. There's been the resignation of the town administrator. There was a recent departure, of a select board member. They've hired me. They're preparing for the recruitment of a permanent replacement town administrator. They have updated and clarified the travel reimbursement policy, which I understand had caused some consternation recently. And they are committed to reviewing all of the other policies within their book. One of the select board members told me today that is going to be a priority moving forward. Opportunities are to build new teams of leadership with the advent of a new administrator and redefine through the board expectations for that role. They're going to further promote cross-communication within town departments and agencies where it's appropriate. And they plan to discuss and try to come up with new ways to disseminate information to the citizens of Vernon. I've been there 15 years. It just kind of comes out naturally. My apologies. So any select board and administration in a town has things that it needs to balance. We need to balance the municipal needs, the running of the operation, with the citizens' ability to pay. And that's where the board's frugality and checking every bill is very important. We need to continue to try to create efficiencies. This is a pretty slim operation. There aren't a lot of people in a lot of departments, so I think there are a lot of efficiencies, and people are doing a lot of work crossing over departments and helping each other out. We certainly always have to adhere to the increasing level of state and federal requirements, and they are not getting less as time goes on. They are getting to be more and more. And it's my job, or whoever the replacement for the town administrator is, to implement the goals and policies of the elected leaders. So moving right to the budget, the general fund budget shows an overall increase of about 1.83%. The town is meeting all of its financial policy requirements. The town clerk's budget, because there is a slight increase in that, represents 3 elections this year. This is a presidential election year. There are primaries, so there are more elections. Health insurance costs are budgeted at an approximate increase of 5.25%. That's what I gleaned from going through the budget, and that's where it seems to come down. The select board budget depicts $15,000 to undertake a capital needs assessment, which will be looking at all of your capital assets and seeing what the long-term life is and what expectations for repairs you will probably need to start funding or putting money aside for as time goes on. The town van budget is down slightly. The fire department is level funded. The town garage operations is reduced slightly, and road equipment repair and maintenance, which is important, as you know, is level funded. And the estimated revenue this year is down, it's estimated to be down about 2.72%. The free library, which is Article 5 in your handbook tonight, is raised less than 1% over the current fiscal year, or $598. The Vernon capital expenditure budget is at $252,923. And when you get through with all of the funds that you have so smartly put away over the years, only $60,482 is to be raised. And that is on page 16 of your handbook. And the CUSIC scholarship has not been funded for several years. But the money has been paid based on the guidelines. The town is likely only to have about $7,000 in the account next year, and there will be a question on how the town wants to proceed with that. And that will be Article 30 in your handbook. These are what we see as our estimated revenues for the ensuing year. And if there are questions on this later, I'm sure the select board will be able to provide you some guidance on that as well. And I'm going to skip down here a little bit. I'm just going to run through this quickly because I put it in the wrong order, and I apologize. And we'll come back to that when we get to Article 5. And we'll come to the general budget of the town. And I will turn this over to the chair.
Okay, we would ask that questions on the budget come up. We want to do this like we have in the past years, go department by department. So first department is the town clerk's office. Questions on the town clerk's budget. Again, this is page 23 of your town report. Page 23. Any questions on the town clerk's budget? Going once, going twice, sold. Next, go to the town treasurer's budget, just underneath the town clerk's budget. Any questions on the treasurer's proposed budget? Seeing none, let's go to the listers. Any questions on the lister's budget? Oh, I'm sorry. Lister's office budget. Any questions there? Seeing none, scroll down, Tom. Go to the select board budget. Any questions on the select board proposed budget? Seeing none, we'll go to general expenses. Any questions on the general expense portion of the budget? Seeing none, let's go to planning. Questions on the planning portion of the budget? Please go to the microphone in the center. Microphone in the center, yes, all the way over there. And please state your name and go ahead. I think that needs to be turned on. Ian's going to help you with it.
Got it. Deb Barrier. And now I don't have my paper in front of me, but there was a grant? Let me look at yours. Planning. Oh, yeah. So I was wondering what the matching grant was. If someone on the planning commission could speak to that.
The select board or the planning commission is interrogated if they so wish.
Bob Spencer?
Bob Spencer is recognized for the purposes of answering the question. And
I don't recall what this
second microphone. Please use the microphone,
Hi,
Bob.
sorry. Pardon? Okay, yes. We received a Vermont municipal planning grant, also to work on the Vermont Yankee site redevelopment. And the local share of that grant is $6,000. It's a formula. the state provides.
Thank you.
Thank you. Further questions on the planning portion of the budget? Seeing none, we'll go to the Recreation Department budget. Any questions on the Recreation budget? No questions there. Let's go to the Buildings and Grounds portion of the budget. Questions on Building and Grounds? Okay, please come to the microphone over here, if you would, please.
Make it difficult for a guy my size.
And we all need the exercise, don't worry.
Mark Parker. Question, who is doing groundskeeping now?
The board
I
is
know at one
interrogating.
time it was hired out, so I'm just curious, who's doing it now?
Select board is queried.
Turner and Renard.
Turner Renard. Is that a, was that contracted?
Yes.
And bids sent out?
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
Any other questions on Building and Grounds? We'll move on to cemeteries. Questions on cemeteries? Questions on the seniors? Questions on the seniors? No questions on the seniors. Town van. Questions on the town van? Questions on the historians?
Tim?
Yes. Okay, I had a problem seeing you back there. Please come to the microphone. This is a question for the historians. And please state your name when you get to the microphone.
Mary Lynn Sherlin. There's two items under historians. One says grounds and one says lawn care. I was just wondering if they could clarify what the difference in those two items are.
The select board and the historians are queried.
I believe part of that is the part that goes to offset the cemetery caretaker. I believe that's why it's separate. Is that true, Cindy?
Mm-hmm.
Yes.
Use the microphone, Cindy. Mrs. Turnley.
Cindy Turnley, treasurer. The lawn care is the mowing of the lawns. The grounds is the planting around and that kind of stuff.
Okay, because to me they sound like the same thing, so one's a lot more.
Thank you. Any further questions on the historians? Seeing none, questions on contracted public safety. Questions on contracted public safety. Seeing none, fire department. Questions on fire department. Seeing no questions on the fire department, questions on other public safety. Questions on other public safety. No questions there. Highway maintenance. Questions on highway maintenance. No questions there. Town garage operation. Questions on town garage operation. No questions there. Road equipment repair and maintenance. Questions on road equipment repair and maintenance. No questions there. So, we've gone through the total budget. Are you ready for the question? Again, the motion is that the voters authorize the total fund expenditure for operating expenses of $1,894,285, of which $1,608,585 shall be raised by taxes and $285,700 by estimated income. All those in favor of Article 4, please say aye. Aye. Those opposed, nay. Nay. The ayes appear to have it. The ayes have it. You passed Article 4. Article 5, shall the voters appropriate a total library fund expenditure of $87,453 to be raised by taxes for administration of the Vernon Free Library. And you can find that budget on page 31 of your town report. Ms. Lockever, you are recognized for purposes of making a motion.
Thank you very much, Mr. Moderator. I move a total library fund expenditure of $87,453 to be raised by taxes for administration of the Vernon Free Library.
Do we have a second? Second. Moved and seconded that the total library fund expenditure of $87,453 be raised by taxes for administration of the Vernon Free Library. Ms. Lockever, do you wish to speak to your motion?
Yes, Mr. Moderator, briefly. The Vernon Free Library is one of Vernon's community centers, along with the school and the rec department, and it is more than books, shelves, and computers. It is a gathering place of knowledge, interests, and experiences for everyone to share. In yesterday's Boston Sunday Globe, an article on libraries called Much More Than Books talked about the evolving role of libraries in the 21st century. And I quote, "In a time when information, commerce, and socialization are becoming increasingly impersonal online, libraries provide physical spaces for people to come together and share what they are learning and experiencing." Unquote. Here in Vernon, my favorite offerings in our library include the weekly cribbage games on Wednesdays, the monthly coffees with our state rep, Sarah Coffey, when the legislature is in session, the interlibrary loan program, and the new mystery books that come in every month, and the DVD collection. I think I've watched Mrs. Doubtfire and Calendar Girls at least 3 times each, and there's a few others. Other folks like the weekly coloring group and the knitting group, the audio book collection, and the occasional floral arrangement workshops. Our youngest residents enjoy the children's area with its new, easy-to-reach bookshelves and great selections of books, and the young adult book section is also very popular. On behalf of the library trustees, I would like to say that thanks to the support of voters at last year's town meeting, the library, under the able leadership of Jean Carr, our library director, has been able to maintain a high level of programs and services this year. With your continued support, we are confident that the library will go on meeting the needs of our community. At this time, Mr. Moderator, I wish to give the mic to Jean Carr, our library director, for a PowerPoint presentation about the library and to answer any questions folks may have.
Ms. Carr is recognized for purposes of a PowerPoint presentation.
Yep. Go. Is it on? Yep. Okay. So in the library, we have a collection of over 19,000 items, and there is unlimited interlibrary loans available. Our circulation last year was 11,409 items, and we interlibrary loaned 240 items. We have 854 cardholders utilizing materials, an increase of 60 borrowers over last year, and there were 5,933 visits to the library. We did 180 programs, some meeting weekly, with 925 attendees. And Brana addressed some of those programs that are ongoing that we do. And other services available are museum, state park, and historic site passes, and the retreat farm pass. As I said, we do interlibrary loans. We have an ongoing book sale. There's computers and printing accessible to anyone. We print tax forms as people need them. We have free high-speed fiber optic Wi-Fi, and it's available throughout the town office building. We do scanning and faxing. We have special events. We do Netflix for our patrons, and Universal Class through the Vermont Department of Libraries is available to patrons. We cater to both the electronic and traditional readership. We have Listen Up Vermont available to the patrons. There were 5,600 downloadable audiobooks available to our patrons and 10,191 ebooks. The Vernon Free Library patrons use the service 1,292 times.
Sorry.
That's okay. We also have access to 51 databases through Vermont Online Library. That includes all kinds of articles, periodicals, just about any kind of information you'd want to look up. And the Vermont Online Library was utilized 524 times by our patrons last year. And Universal Class is available for patrons through the Vermont Department of Libraries, and that's certificate level classes available in hundreds of different categories. And we subscribe to Consumer Report Online, and that's available. So the library, the budget we're proposing, the $87,453, would cost each household $27.20 per 100,000 of their assessed property value. The nearest library would charge non-residents $62 a year and $5 for each additional household member. And an Audible download service could cost about $15 a month to do it yourself. Okay, this is a repeat, I think. Yep, this is a repeat. So if you were to use your library, what is it worth? Over a period of a month, if you were to borrow 4 books, 2 movies, 2 audiobooks, use a museum pass, request an interlibrary loan, the value of all those services is approximately $322. And this is our budget. The only line that increased this year was mostly our medical insurance, which has gone up for everybody. Any questions?
Questions on Article number 5? Please be recognized by the moderator. Any questions on Article number 5? Seeing none, are you ready for the question? Again, the question is that the voters appropriate a total library fund expenditure of $87,453 to be raised by taxes for administration of the Vernon Free Library. All those in favor of Article 5 as read, please say aye. Aye. Those opposed, nay. Nay. The ayes appear to have it. The ayes have it. We passed Article 5. Article 6, to elect a library trustee to fill the unexpired term of 1 year through town meeting of March of 2021. We have a motion.
Kristen Dietrich. Mr. Moderator, I would like to nominate Ian Heffley to fill the unexpired term of 1 year through town meeting of March of 2020.
Do we have a second? Okay. Any other nominations on this particular question?
Oh, sorry. It should be 2021.
2021.
Sorry, not 2020.
2021. All right. Any questions on the article? Seeing none, all those in favor of Ian Heffley as a library trustee to fill the unexpired term of 1 year through town meeting March of 2021, please say aye. Aye. Those opposed, nay. The ayes appear to have it. The ayes have it. You have approve Ian Heffley as a library trustee. Article 7, to elect a library trustee to fill the unexpired term of 3 years through March of 2022. Is there a motion on the floor?
Joanne Lovely. I'd like to nominate Elaine Dietrich to fill the unexpired term of 2 years through town meeting of 2022.
Is there a second on the motion? Second. Moved and seconded that Elaine Dietrich be nominated as library trustee to fill the unexpired term through town meeting of March 2022. Discussion on the motion? Seeing none, all those in favor of Elaine Dietrich to fill the library trustee position. All those in favor, please say aye. Aye. Those opposed, nay. The ayes appear to have it. The ayes have it. You have passed Article 7. Article 8, to elect a library trustee to fill the term of 3 years through March of 2023. Is there a motion?
Yes, Elaine Dietrich, Mr. Moderator. I'd like to nominate Joanne Levely to fill the term of 3 years through town meeting of March 2023.
Is there a second? Second. Moved and seconded that Joanne Levely be elected as library trustee to fill the term of 3 years through March of 2023. Any discussion on the article? Seeing none, all those in favor of Article 8 as read, please say aye. Aye. Those opposed, nay. The ayes appear to have it. The ayes have it. You have passed Article 8. Article 9, to elect the Marsh Fund Committee. Do we have a motion?
Mr. Moderator,
Mrs. Carr.
I nominate James Brown and Sandra Harris as the Marsh Fund Committee.
Is there a second? Moved and seconded that James Brown and Sandra Harris be nominated as the Marsh Fund Committee. Discussion on the motion. Seeing none, all those in favor of the article as read, please say aye. Aye. Those opposed, nay. The ayes appear to have it. The ayes have it. You passed Article 9. Article 10, to elect a Memorial Day Committee. Is there a motion?
Mr. Moderator.
Ms. Carr.
I nominate Peter and Angela Miller as Memorial Day Committee.
Is there a second? Second. Moved and seconded, Peter and Angela Miller be elected as the Memorial Day Committee. Any discussion on the motion? Seeing none, all those in favor of the motion as read, please say aye. Aye. Those opposed, nay. The ayes appear to have it. The ayes have it. You passed Article 10. Article number 11. Shall the voters appropriate $252,923 for the funding of items approved in the capital plan, of which $60,842 will be raised by taxes. Is there a motion on the floor? You need to come to a microphone if you could, please. In fact, Ian's bringing you one. And if you do have limited mobility, please raise your hand. We'll make sure that the other microphone gets to you.
Thank you. I am on the capital plan
You need
committee.
to make a motion.
Oh, my motion, sorry. The motion is, shall the voters appropriate $252,923 for the funding of the items approved in the capital plan, of which $60,842 is to be raised by taxes.
Is there a second?
Second.
Moved and seconded that the voters appropriate $252,923 for funding of items in the capital plan, of which $60,842 will be raised by taxes. Mrs. Staropinski, do you wish to speak to your motion?
Yes. The capital plan is on page 16. And if you'll take a look at that, you'll see all the departments, their expenses are listed as we have done in the past. And over on the right-hand side, in the darker color, you will see the money that each of the departments returned to the budget that they did not expend. And so if you go down to the bottom of the budget, you'll notice the returned excess funds are $70,501. So that significantly reduced the $252,923 that we needed to raise. The figure above that is interest and gains. That comes from the money that's invested and is returned to us through the money that's made in the stock market investments. That's quite considerable this year because the stock market was up. The funds to be appropriated are reduced, now down to $135,895. And I want to really point out and thank the citizens for following the emergency capital fund plan. Because in the emergency capital fund reserve, any monies borrowed from it needs to be returned, and it is being returned, which allows the investment to return to the citizens $75,053, which has significantly reduced it down to $60,842 to be appropriated by taxes. Are there any questions on any of the articles that are on the capital plan?
Questions on the capital plan? Questions on Article 11? Seeing none, all those in favor of Article 11, that the voters appropriate $252,923 for the funding of items of the capital plan, of which $60,842 will be raised by taxes. All those in favor of Article 11 as read, please say aye. Aye. Those opposed, nay. The ayes appear to have it. The ayes have it. You passed Article 11. Now we come to Article number 12. Shall the town continue to provide curbside trash collection, pay as you throw? Is there a motion on the floor?
Mr. Moderator.
Mr. Parker.
I move that the town continue to provide curbside trash collection known as pay as you throw.
Is there a second? Second. Moved and seconded, the town continue to provide curbside trash collection known as pay as you throw. Mr. Parker, do you wish to speak to your motion?
I do, Mr. Moderator. This is a program that we've struggled with. There's some legalities with it that if we run it in the negative, we are illegal, the way that the state has this set up. I am going to point at Mr. Spencer, as he knows considerably more about this than I do. And that's really where this came from. This program is in trouble. There is not a lot of use of it, which is just causing prices go up, the lack of use, it's creating a lot of issues that is not evening out anywhere. So that is why this has been brought up on whether we want to continue this or not.
Further questions, comments on Article number 12? Back of the room, please come to a microphone. And state your name when you begin speaking.
Heather Frost. As a community, we would save money if we all participated in pay as you throw. Doing it individually, you're going to pay more. But we need the participation. And we need to realize that you're not paying for a bag, you're paying for a service.
Further discussion on Article number 12, gentlemen over on the far side of the room. Please state your name.
Jeff Kosis. Some of us in this town already have a dumpster that do our own trash, so we don't have to walk out with those puny bags. They don't hold anything. They're darn expensive, and I don't feel like having to pay twice because if somebody wants, you know. And frankly, when you go to Triple T Trucking, they tell you the recycling, they don't make any money on it. We're paying for someone else. You know, we do all the recycling, all that. It's a program that needs to go away. We don't need to have out, you know, every Thursday or Wednesday, or it just needs to go away. I don't need to pay twice for my rubbish. I already have it taken care of, so thank you.
Further discussion on Article number 12, woman at the front of the room. Then we'll get to you after her. In fact, if you want to walk over to the microphone while she's speaking, that'd be good.
Deb Barrier, I know this has been a problem. I've heard from some older folks in the community that if we got rid of pay-as-you-throw, they would have a really hard time getting their trash to where it needs to go. And then I've heard from the dumpster people. And honestly, whatever people are doing to rent a dumpster, that's got to be costing more than if you're recycling and spending, Tim, help me out here on the price, $3 a bag?
Actually, I am not allowed to.
Oh, you're not allowed to, sorry. But three or $3.50 or something a bag. In our household, we use probably at the most 2 bags a month, and we just do a heck of a lot of recycling. So $7 a month for bag, we can't get it any cheaper. I just want to say that.
Chair would recognize Mr. Gilligan, and then come on up after he finishes speaking.
Patrick Gilligan. I believe the pay-as-you-throw program is a great benefit to the town of Vernon. It's also done fairly cheaply. If we had Lake Casella doing this, it would probably cost us double to dispose of this recycling. Norm Mallory's my grandfather. I work at Triple T, and he gave the town of Vernon a very good rate to do this, and I hope we all vote yes on this.
Further discussion on the article? You're up.
Thank you.
Munson Hicks. Just wanted to see if my figuring is right, because I took the number of 148,000, which was the quote from Triple T, divided it by the approximate 800 houses that we have in town, which comes out to cost each median town owner $185 a year. And then if we use 1 bag a week, that's $5 a bag, that's $260. So the basic cost would be $445 a year, partially done by taxes and partially done out of your pocket. The second thing I did was I called a friend who lives in Guilford, and they have they pay for their service at $40 a month every other week. 1 week is trash, the other week is recycling. So that comes out to $480 a month. So it's actually cheaper here, and it's funded by using your taxes. The questions I don't have answers to, and I'm curious about, is how much of the municipal trash will be covered, the basic stuff that the town creates, how much of the school trash is covered, if anything, and how is that paid for, if not? And finally, to clarify, this is only for homeowners. This isn't for businesses. Businesses do indeed need to have their own pickup, and if businesses are cheating, or that's a little bit. If you have a little business in your home, it's hard to divide it up. But unless my numbers are wrong, it's cheaper, and it's going to stay cheaper because the Guilford ones go up every month as well. Plus, it's easier. You're going to have to, drive into Brattleboro to drop your stuff off. If you don't have a truck, what are you going to do? I say we keep it.
The board is interrogated. There was a couple of questions in there, so if you wish to answer those questions, we'll do that first. Mr. Parker.
I will do my best to answer these, and Bob, please jump up if need be. The recycling is covered with the money raised by taxes. The pay-as-you-throw is not. The pay-as-you-throw has to pay for itself. So if we're not participating in that, then the cost goes up, which the price of the bags will be going up very soon. The numbers do not work out now. I think that we have put it off as long as we can to see how things played out here, but the end result is that your bag prices will be going up, and that has a lot to do with the lack of participation, the fact that that program has to cover all of the fees that Triple T has, and yes, Triple T has given us a great price on that. But that still doesn't change that if we're not bringing the money in to pay for those bags, to pay for your trash, then it's not working out that way. So.
Further discussion on the motion? The gentleman walking up to the microphone.
Andrew Gant. I've heard a lot of people mention about how cheap pay-as-you-throw is, and I am sure for our older families in town it may be, but as a father of a family of 3 kids and a wife, once you have a handful of diapers in those bags, they break as you go down the driveway. We currently are contracted through Franklin and Sons to have ours. We're allowed to have up to 6 bags a week, and it's costing us a fraction of what the pay-as-you-throw will. So I say it needs to go.
Further discussion on Article number 12. Over here, Ian will bring a microphone over, and you'll be after her. Okay.
Hi. I know diapers are heavy because I now have a great-grandson. So anyway, between the diapers for the children and the diapers for the elderly and all the little other pads in between, those things are recyclable and can be put in the cow bin.
No, they're not.
That's what the material came through that said, as can cat litter, which is also very heavy because I've got a cat. So there are ways that you can get around that and not have to buy so many bags. We use 1 bag every 2 weeks because I compost and I bring things to the cow bin, and I have thankfully a yard that I can bring my yard waste to and compost there. So I am able to drive and bring my bags if I have to Triple T or down to Wyndham Solid Waste at the other end of Brattleboro, but there are many people who can't. And I'm getting to the point where I can't lift up as much as I used to, but I can still do it. So that's something that you need to consider also.
Further discussion on Article 12. Gentleman in the center of the room.
Mark Parker. I guess I'm kind of a unique individual because my wife and I, we use 1 green bag every 3 months. And a big part of that is we don't throw, one of the things is we don't throw garbage in our trash can. We put that in a bag, we keep it in the freezer, and then once a week I take it down to the cow. When we had cats, I used to take the cat litter. There's a lot of different ways. We recycle. We do as much as we possibly can. I can put 3 13-gallon trash bags in one of those green bags. Yes, at times they do not hold up as well, but 90% of the time, I have no problems with them. It's a big expense for this town, and I agree, but we have to be more diligent upon what we put in the trash. Now, granted, diapers, the plastic diapers, Pampers and things like that, the plastic is not recyclable. And when my kids were growing up, we used real diapers. We didn't use Pampers, but old school. But in a way, I guess if we were still having kids and we were still with our grandkids and we were using the diapers, we pull them apart, separate the plastic. The rest of it can go into the cow. Now, you may think that's kind of gross, but you know what? They make plastic gloves. But there's ways of doing it to do more so that we don't have to pay as much. But it just takes a little work, a little time. But if you put your mind to it, there's different ways of doing it. And, you know, my wife and I, we're just 2 people. And 1 bag every 3 months, it's not a problem for me.
Further discussion on Article 12. Gentlemen in the center of the room.
Ian Heffley. I am also a new parent of two. Luckily, we only had about 6 months worth of diapers to deal with, but with a family of 4 and 2 dogs, which also have diapers now, unfortunately, we go through about 2 to 3 bags a month, if that. And I'm using it as a teaching moment because, after all, we do live in Vermont and the rest of the country looks at us as those recycling hippies. So we have to live up to our reputation, and I use it for a teachable moment for the kids on what gets recycled, what can go to the cow bin, and then go to the cows and see them using it. So I hope we can keep this pay-as-you-throw program.
Further discussion on the article. Again, come to the microphone and state your name.
Don Rosinski. I just want to state the obvious. I don't know if everybody else has picked up on this, but the problem is we're not selling enough bags. Right. So the more you're able to reduce the number of bags you're using, the worse off we are. Am I right? Does that sound correct? I mean, it's just common sense. So I'll let Mr. Spencer see if it's any different, but that's what it sounds like to me.
Further discussion on the article, please state your name.
Yeah. Bob Spencer. I'm a resident of town, but I'm also the executive director of Windham Solid Waste District, and I've been on the Solid Waste Committee for 10 years here in Vernon, as it's gone through quite a few different members. And now there are no members on it. But what I wanted to clarify on what Linda was saying about the adult diapers or baby diapers, they are not compostable. The material collected at the highway garage goes to Martin's Farm in Greenfield, and they are not permitted to take any human or waste like that. They do take pet waste, though. So that's why it's somewhat confusing. So please don't bring your diapers to the cow dumpster. We also in Brattleboro at Windham Solid Waste compost and serve the town of Brattleboro's curbside program, which has food waste collection. If you live in Brattleboro, you put out your recyclables, but also you can put out your food scraps and soiled paper and cardboard and pizza boxes. Vernon actually is, and I'm not taking a position on this article, I just wanted to clarify what's acceptable. But I did want to respond to something Chris Parker said, and I've just really figured this out with the state. You can subsidize the pay-as-you-throw, the trash component, with general tax revenue. They try to encourage towns, and they won't give you a really straight answer on this, but if you read the law, it's Act 148, Universal Recycling. There is no provision in there that pay-as-you-throw has to cover all of the trash. It's collection and disposal of trash. So Chris was right. It doesn't cover recycling. So Brattleboro, for instance, pays quite a bit out of tax base, as does the town of Westminster, the only other 2 towns with curbside trash and recycling in Windham County. So it still doesn't change what Don Rosinski was saying, and the more we recycle our little hearts out, the less revenue we generate. So I think it's true that over time, the town will be spending more and more on trash. The way this whole thing came up was that the town does not have a contract with Triple T for this service. And so the Solid Waste Committee said, you know, in the interest of our budgeting and knowing what our expenses will be, we should sign a contract and have a 3-year term with it. And so now, if the town approves this article, it would then go back to the select board to sign a contract with Triple T, locking in these rates for 3 years, and I believe there's a couple renewal years, and so it could be a 5-year deal. So if anyone has other questions, I'd be glad to try to answer them. So,
if there's no one else who wants to speak, Mr. Kosas will recognize you for a second time on this question.
Thank you. Is there a chance to opt out? If everyone who is in favor of this program, go ahead and do it, but those who have their own trash services, can we opt out and just do our own thing? Because I don't want to pay twice, and it seems like all these articles, all the taxes are going up, and my property taxes are climbing up pretty rapidly here. I'd like to not to pay twice for trash. Thank you.
Amen.
Further discussion on the article? Gentleman coming up, please state your name.
Jim Belleville. One thing everybody needs to keep in mind when you're complaining about the bags being too heavy, mandatory composting is coming to the state very shortly. That food waste, the heavy stuff that's in there now, won't be allowed. I don't know about the private haulers, but if you're doing it in the town bag, you're going to get it sent back, and you'll have to separate it out yourself again. So keep that in mind. I'd like to see it stay.
Gentleman coming up to the microphone, you're recognized.
Ryan Gilligan. So a big problem that I see, because I pick up your trash every Thursday, if you're wondering, is that there is a lot of people that only put out recycling, and they'll never put out a single trash bag. So is that really fair to all the people that are putting forward all the effort to go get the green bags, pay for it, and then you have people abusing the system and only putting out recycling? We was in a perfect world, paying for your trash bags would pay for the whole system, and none of it would fall back on the tax base.
Further discussion on the article? We have someone coming to the microphone now.
George Pond. Chris, I just wondered a couple questions. We've had Triple T for, I don't know, as long as I can never remember. Has the board or has the folks from the town ever put this out to bid to a separate contractor? And then am I correct in hearing that starting 1 July, the compost will be starting house to house also? Is that coming around? Okay.
Mr. Parker, you are queried if you so choose.
So yes, it has gone out. I believe, Bob, we sent it out to 3 different companies, 3 or 4, anyway. 10. Okay. So 10. Triple T was still the cheapest. Again, your prices are going to go up. The gentleman that was just speaking about the trash and recycling, those are 2 separate things. So it's not being unfair one to the other. The recycling is covered by taxes, and pay-as-you-throw is supposed to be covered by the bags that nobody is buying. And so what, I'm sorry, the other question that you had was, I got sidetracked there. Oh, the composting, yes, and that one I am going to defer to Bob on. He knows much more about that.
Chair, we recognize Mr. Spencer.
Yes, Bob Spencer again. The state law, Act 148, was amended last session to not require residential curbside collection of food scraps. The original law did have that. Wherever there was curbside trash and recycling, they had to offer food scrap collection. The hauling industry objected strenuously to that and has a lot of clout in Montpelier, and they amended the law. So starting this July, it still is mandatory that all food scraps be recycled, fed to animals, reused in food banks, or composted. But there is no there's no real enforcement of it. So it's really up to and there's no inspection going out, opening up bags. So it's a typical Vermont legislative decision, an unfunded mandate that sounded great and went through the legislature with no money to back it up. So that's why we're all dealing with it.
Further discussion on the article. I'm going to go to Mrs. Manning because she hasn't spoken yet. And then we'll go to Ms. Barrier and then Mr. Gant as time allows. So Mrs. Manning needs to speak first. She's not spoken yet on the article.
I would just like to mention that at our elementary school, if you notice the beautiful artwork, we teach our students to separate their plastic, their recyclables, their compost, and my sincere hope is that that's carried out within the homes of Vernon as well.
Thank you. Chair recognizes Ms. Barrier.
I just want to be 100% clear I know what I'm voting on. What I'm voting on with pay-as-you-throw is the green bags. Do we keep the green bags, raise the price of them to cover the cost of Triple T collecting them? And that's only that. Recycling is completely separate. Or do we abandon it, in which case we're responsible for our own bags going up to Ferry Road?
The board is queried.
So yes, this article has absolutely zero to do with your recycling. And when we put these out to bid, we did make sure that was broken down separately so that if we opted out of this, that recycling could still be picked up. If we wanted to do one or the other, we've looked at everything about this. We've looked at going, and I believe you guys had done it before, where it was bi-weekly things were picked up, and we've looked at that. We've looked at all of these prices to try and figure out what fits best. But as we're hearing, and we've been hearing it a lot, is that people with dumpsters, because they have bigger families, are going to be paying twice if we have to subsidize this. And that's why we're bringing this here, because we need to know what you guys want to do.
Chair will recognize Mr. Gant for a second time.
Just a couple quick questions or clarifications. We started pay-as-you-throw 3-4 years ago now. I'm curious, A, out of those years, have we had any year where it was actually profitable for us? And B, if we have a deficit in the bill because we're not buying enough bags, that money has to come from somewhere. So where does it come from? I would assume somewhere where our taxes are paying into. So even those of us who do have dumpsters are still paying for the bags in the end. It would seem to me it's been in place for the past couple years and has failed every year, and we want to keep the program. That doesn't make sense to me. Thank you.
The select board and the administration is queried. Mrs. Turnley?
Cindy Turnley, Town Treasurer. When we started this program, we started it before we had to start it. A year before we had to start it, and it was part of the solid waste fund. And it depleted, we bought all of our startup inventory, our bins and everything out of that fund. And we started to deplete that fund out, so they decided a couple years later to start a pay-as-you-throw fund, which was fine, but they never put any money in it. So what happened was we had to write off, we had to buy $6,500 worth of trash bags because we were running out. And we've been having trouble catching up ever since. Right now, as of the end of February, the fund is in the hole by $5,763. So it's right about the amount we would have paid for the inventory that we had to buy in order to keep the fund going if we had had startup money, which we were told at the time we couldn't do, but now Mr. Spencer has told us that we could have done that, and we probably should have done that, and then we would be okay.
Further discussion on the article. Woman of the second row, please use the microphone.
Elizabeth Ellis. So, in order, like Cindy just said, we're pretty much at where we were when we started. That's my understanding. We started out, we put money into the bags, and here we are years later. We just haven't made up that money. Am I wrong about that? Or is that kind of, we just still need, if we could be level if we put in that money like we should have. So it seems like for the number of households in the town, it wouldn't be that much money to get us up level, and then whatever it costs to have the bags pay for themselves. Seems like we could do that. I'm not sure what we would, if we did that, it wouldn't be a huge amount of money compared to some of the other things in the budget. And I don't think people who aren't using the bags would be out a lot of money. That's just my thought. There's other things in the budget that people don't use. The school, some people don't use that. Some people don't use the library. Some people, but you know, we have to take care of our people and our older people. Again, it's something that's hard for them, and we don't want to lose people.
Further discussion on the motion? Young lady over here.
Kristen Dietrich, can we call the question?
Question is called. Is there a second? Moved and seconded. We cease debate. All those in favor of ceasing debate, please say aye. Aye. Those opposed, nay. The ayes apparently have it. We've ceased debate. Again, the question, Article 12, that the town continue to provide curbside trash collection, also known as pay-as-you-throw. All those in favor of Article 12, please say aye. Aye. Those opposed, nay. Nay. The ayes appear to have it. The ayes have it. You passed Article 12. Article 13. Article 13 is, shall the voters authorize the town to dissolve the pay-as-you-throw fund and cover negative expenditures from the solid waste fund up to $8,000. Chair would recognize Mr. Parker.
Mr. Moderator, I move we pass over Article 13.
Is there a second?
Second.
Moved and seconded that we pass over Article 13. That would be objecting to consideration of the article, which means it's non-debatable and requires a 2/3. All those in favor of the motion to pass over Article 13, please say aye. Aye. Those opposed, nay. Nay. The ayes appear to have it. The ayes have it. You've officially passed over Article 13. Article 14, shall the town continue curbside recycling? Chair recognizes Mr. Parker.
Mr. Moderator, I move that the town continue curbside recycling.
I heard a second over there. Moved and seconded that the town continue curbside recycling. Mr. Parker, do you wish to speak to your motion?
I do not.
Brevity is indeed the soul of wit. Discussion on Article 14. Mr. Spencer.
This is something that's clear about the Act 148. If you have curbside trash, you must have curbside recycling. So that's what the article's asking.
So, Mr. Chair, Mr. Moderator.
Mrs. Harris.
I move we pass over.
I want a ruling from the town attorney on that, the effect of either approving this article or passing over the article. And please use the microphone, Larry. Town Attorney Larry Slayson from Salmon and Nostrand.
Well, I haven't been asked to research this article, but I don't see any harm in having the electorate vote on this question. It's what we're being told is that it's required if you have the recycling, if you have the curbside pickup, that the recycling is also required under Act 148. I don't know that to be the case, but why don't we still have the voters vote on this article at this point, Mr. Moderator? I don't see any harm in doing that, and then and then if there's a contrary vote, we can sort that out.
When I was a young moderator, I told the then town attorney, if I ask for your advice, I'm bound to take it, because we're paying you. So we're going to continue on with debate on Article number 14. Any further comments or questions on the article? Mr. Gant, please come to the microphone.
Call the question.
Oh, okay, moved and seconded that we cease debate. All those in favor of ceasing debate, please say aye. Aye. Those opposed, nay. The ayes appear to have it. The ayes have it. You've ceased debate, and the recurring question is that the town continue curbside recycling. All those in favor of the article, please say aye. Aye. Those opposed, nay. The ayes appear to have it. The ayes have it. You passed Article 14. Article 15, shall the voters appropriate $108,000 for municipal building refuse, curbside recycling, and compost recycling to be raised by taxes to fund the previously established solid waste fund. Is there a motion?
Mr. Moderator?
Mr. Parker.
Mr. Moderator, I move that the voters appropriate $108,000 for municipal building refuse, curbside recycling, compost recycling to be raised by taxes to fund the previously established solid waste fund.
Is there a second?
Second.
Moved and seconded that the voters appropriate $108,000 for municipal building refuse, curbside recycling, and compost recycling to be raised by taxes to fund the previously established solid waste fund. Mr. Parker, do you wish to speak to your question?
I do not, sir.
Discussion on Article 15. Ms. Barrier? No.
Okay, so because now we've passed everything else, we need the $108,000 to pay for it. Will this also include paying for the deficit in the current bag fund? What is, and it obviously wasn't included in your select board budget that we voted on. So this is an addition, right?
The select board is queried. Mr. Parker.
This has to do with the municipal building refuse, which we were questioned on in the previous discussion, as well as the recycling. So that's what this article is. This does not have to do with your pay-as-you-throw right now.
Further discussion, Article 15. Mrs. Staropinski, can we get her a microphone, please?
I was wondering, because of the way that it's written, if part of that is the recycling of the compost that we were just told is no longer mandatory. It's part of that $108,000. Does that include that?
The select board is queried. Mr. Parker or Mr. Spencer?
Mr. Spencer, please correct me if I'm wrong. I believe that the compost mentioned here has to do with our cow bins at the town garage. Yes.
Further discussion, Article 15. Seeing none, the recurring question is that the voters appropriate $108,000 for municipal building refuse, curbside recycling, and compost recycling to be raised by taxes to fund the previously established solid waste fund. All those in favor of the article, please say aye. Aye. Those opposed, nay. The ayes appear to have it. The ayes have it. We passed Article 15. Article 16, shall the voters appropriate $14,518 for the Wyndham Solid Waste District assessment to be raised by taxes to fund the previously established solid waste fund. Is there a motion?
Mr. Moderator.
Mr. Parker.
Mr. Moderator, I move that the voters appropriate $14,518 for the Wyndham Solid Waste District assessment to be raised by taxes to fund the previously established solid waste fund.
Second. Moved and seconded that the voters appropriate $14,518 for the Wyndham Solid Waste District assessment to be raised by taxes to fund the previously established solid waste fund. Discussion on the motion. Well, anybody wish to speak to the motion?
Mr. Moderator, I know
Mr. Parker.
that we had received a decent amount of information from Mr. Spencer. It is all available over there on the table, and it just talks about everything that we are discussing here. So that might be a place to get the information that you're looking for more. So on this, in reference to Article 16, I'll read the last paragraph, anybody that has it. As a member of the Wyndham Solid Waste, the town is assessed an annual fee which in fiscal year 21 will be $14,518. This cost has decreased the past 3 years from $19,197 to $15,162 in fiscal year 20. The town is obligated to pay this annual assessment unless it officially withdraws from Wyndham Solid Waste, which would take 2 years in accordance to the Wyndham Solid Waste Charter from the state of Vermont. Due to significant state mandates, particularly providing 2 household hazardous waste collection events per year, most towns decide to remain members of the Wyndham Solid Waste rather than provide the mandated services. And we just had one of those in the town office parking lot this year.
Further discussion on Article 16. Mrs. Staropinski, if nobody else will speak, you'll be recognized for a second time.
I just wanted to say we don't have any more forms. I passed them out to people when they came in. So they will need to either come to the town office or look online because it's been posted online.
Thank you. Your town clerk was keeping his copier budget down. Further discussion on Article 16. Mr. Brzezinski.
Thank you. I'm Don Brzezinski. Just reading Article 15 and then going to Article 16, and we're paying an assessment of $14,518. What do we get from Wyndham Solid Waste for that money? I guess that's my question.
The Select Board and/or Mr. Spencer was queried.
Mr. Spencer.
Defer to Mr. Spencer, please.
Mr. Spencer.
Speaking as the director of Wyndham Solid Waste, I get asked that question a lot, especially since 2 years ago the members of the district voted to close our recycling plant after 20-some years. So the boxes that we had at the highway garage for bottles and cans, paper and cardboard, they went away. So then the question is, well, what does Wyndham Solid Waste District do for the towns? As Chris read, probably the most expensive function that saves the town's money is our 4 household hazardous waste collection events a year, which we move around the district. We just had it in Vernon this year. That event in Vernon cost approximately $20-some thousand. It's very expensive, and by rotating the location, we are able to provide this to hundreds of residents in the district. And I have numbers on exactly how many Vernon residents participate. We also run it every fall in Brattleboro, and a lot of Vernon residents come to that too. So that's probably the number one dollar value. In addition, we comply with a state plan called the Solid Waste Implementation Plan, which all towns are obligated to have. So being a member, that plan, which is being updated this year, meets that requirement for our member towns. We have 18 member towns. And then we have an education and outreach program where we do education in the schools as well as with businesses. And we're, again, a town would have to do this on its own if they were not a member of a district, and hire some other consultant or a town employee to do the mandated education outreach components. So there's actually quite a few things that benefit the town financially. We've also been cutting our expenses. As Chris read, we've reduced them 3 years in a row. We have a very lean staff. I have 1 full-time employee that works with the education outreach, and I'm part-time, and 3 other people are part-time. And then we have our transfer station staff of 4 people that run that 6 days a week. So we also have a new representative to the district that the select board just appointed. So you have a representation at the district's meetings and a vote on our budget and what we do. So I'd be glad to try to answer any more questions.
Further discussion on Article 16. Seeing none, the article is the motion that the voters appropriate $14,518 for the Wyndham Solid Waste District assessment to be raised by taxes to fund the previously established Solid Waste Fund. All those in favor of Article 16 as read, please say aye. Aye. Those opposed, nay. The ayes appear to have it. The ayes have it. You have passed Article 16. Article 17. Shall the voters establish an emergency repair replacement fund to cover urgent unbudgeted expenses for the repair or replacement of town property and or equipment costing over $500? Is there a motion?
Mr. Moderator.
Mr. Dunkley.
I move that the voters establish an emergency repair replacement fund to cover urgent, unbudgeted expenses for the repair or replacement of town property and or equipment costing over $500.
Is there a second? Second. Moved and seconded that the voters establish an emergency repair replacement fund to cover urgent unbudgeted expenses for the repair or replacement of town property and or equipment costing over $500. Mr. Dunkley, do you or any other board member wish to speak to the motion?
I'll speak very briefly about it. Basically, and Cindy, the town treasurer, should correct me if I'm wrong, but if there's examples of some items that, you know, with town property that we have difficulty figuring out how to pay for on an emergency basis. I'll give you a couple examples. You know, if a town well goes dry, the drilling cost won't be over $10,000. Septic replacement, possibly. So I guess anybody else can jump in if they can think of some other urgent items that we need this flexibility for.
Further discussion on Article number 17. Back of the room, Mr. Hicks.
I'm just wondering if there is not a simpler, cheaper way of handling this. One thing we sort of love to do here is set up funds. We have more funds than almost any, than we have real money. The question is, each one of those funds actually does cost us money to administer by the bank charges or the investment company charges. So they do add up a little bit. And I'm just wondering if there's not a simpler way to add a line item to the select board budget to simply say we have a reserve line item of $10,000 to be used for this purpose.
The select board is queried. Mrs. Turnley.
Cindy Turnley, Treasurer. We did have a line item in the selectmen's budget, and the selectmen decided to remove it and ask if we could make a fund. So it was taken out of the budget this year, and they're asking for us whether you want to have a fund for items over $500 but less than $10,000 in emergency situations.
Further discussion? Ms. Card.
Anything that's a line item in a budget, if it's not spent that year, it disappears. So you've funded it, you've paid your taxes to fund it, and if it doesn't get spent, it's gone. When you develop a fund, whatever is in there will stay there. It's designated for those very specific things that the fund was developed for, and it will keep building. So if it doesn't get used, it will continue to build. It won't just disappear at the end of the year because it wasn't used.
Further discussion, Article 17, Mr. Kosis.
This fund, are there any constraints to have to go back out for bidding on these? It looks like with an emergency repair, does it still go out to bid, or is it just we need it and we're going to, so we're not using, the revenue as best we can? I'd like to know if this article will be setting up for this fund if the select board still has to go out for 3 bids and do it go find the product for the best price to make most of use of this money if we're going to go approve this.
The board is queried, Mrs. Harris.
We do have a bid policy. It can be waived by the select board but it's seldom waived. But we do have a bid policy, and as Jean said, If you raise it in a fund, you're only taxed on it once. If you raise it in the budget, you're taxed on it every year.
Okay. And so 16 is anything over 500 is setting up the fund, and then 17 is going to be throwing $10,000 into it.
Right.
Actually, it's 17 that is setting up the fund.
Oh, sorry, 17, 18, excuse me. Thank you.
Further discussion on Article 17. Seeing none, the article is that the voters establish an emergency repair replacement fund to cover urgent, unbudgeted expenses for the repair or replacement of town property and their equipment costing over $500. All those in favor of the article as read, please say aye. Aye. Those opposed, nay. The ayes appear to have it. The ayes have it. We passed Article 17. Article 18. Shall the voters appropriate the sum of $10,000 to be raised by taxes to fund the previously established emergency repair replacement fund from Article 17? Is there a motion?
Mr. Moderator.
Mr. Dunkley.
I move that the voters appropriate the sum of $10,000 to be raised by taxes to fund the previously established emergency repair replacement fund.
Is there a second? Second. Moved and seconded that the voters appropriate the sum of $10,000 to be raised by taxes to fund the previously established emergency repair replacement fund. Discussion on the motion. Seeing this young lady, please come to the microphone.
Julie Nevins. Where does the number $10,000 come from, and how does that relate to how money that was previously a line item was spent or not spent? An average maybe is fine.
The select board is queried. Mrs. Harris.
It's for items up to $10,000, so if something came in at 9, we don't want someone to pad their bid to bring it up to over 10. So 10,000 is what is the threshold. Do you see what I meant?
Can I clarify?
Sure.
I'm just wondering how it's related to how that money has previously been spent, if it's been a line item that we're not spending.
Okay, previously we would take it from the emergency repair fund. No, the other capital fund, right, Cindy?
Mrs.
No, Cindy will answer this one.
Mrs. Turnley?
Cindy Turnley, treasurer. We had a line item in the selectmen's budget that we took it from, and we used it for, one time we had a water leak in the selectmen's room. We had to have someone come and clean it up. We had our pump go in our well. We had to have that replaced, and a few other things. The reason the 10,000 is because we have a emergency capital fund for items 10,000 or more. But this is for like between 500 and 10,000 is what they want to set this fund up for. You're welcome.
Further discussion on article number 18. Seeing none, the motion is that the voters appropriate a sum of $10,000 to be raised by taxes to fund the previously established emergency repair replacement fund. All those in favor of Article 18, please say aye. Aye. Those opposed, nay. Nay. The ayes appear to have it. The ayes have it. You passed Article 18. Article number 19. Shall the voters establish the office of lister and authorize the select board to contract with or employ a professionally qualified assessor as provided by Title 17, subsection 2651C of the Vermont statutes annotated. Ms. Carr.
Mr. Moderator, I move that we object to consideration of this article.
Is there a second?
Second.
Moved and seconded that we object to consideration of this article. Again, it is not able to be debated and does require a 2/3 vote. All those in favor of not considering, or in effect, what we call passing over Article 19, please say aye. Aye. Those opposed, nay. The ayes appear to have it. The ayes have it. You have passed over Article 19. Again, the phrase object to consideration is the correct term under Robert's Rules of Order, but Vermont state law also calls it Passover, since Passover also is known as a Jewish holiday. Article number 20. Shall the purpose of the Professional Service Fund be amended to include representation of the town of Vernon on issues relating to utilities and industrial scale development? Is there a motion?
Mr. Moderator.
Mr. Dunkley.
I move that the purpose of the Professional Services Fund be amended to include representation of the town of Vernon on issues relating to utilities and industrial scale development.
Is there a second? Moved and seconded, the purpose of the Professional Service Fund be amended to include representation of the town of Vernon on issues relating to utilities and industrial scale development. Mr. Dunkley, do you wish to speak to your motion, or does any board member wish to do so?
Again, briefly. So the Professional Services Fund is strictly geared towards only utilities. And as far as industrial scale development, we may need counsel for looking at repurposing the VY site. So this is the reason for amending the purpose.
Further discussion on Article number 20. Mrs. Barrier, please. Those chairs are hard, aren't they?
Yeah, I just wanted some clarification. Professional Services Fund, so we're paying for people like electricians, engineers, those kinds of people?
The board is queried. Mr. Dunkley?
No, it's strictly for legal and professional counsel dealing with utilities. It's not for electrical work or anything of that sort.
Mr. Hicks?
Just a point of clarification, if you don't mind. Industrial scale development. What does that mean?
Board is queried.
And what are its limits? Are we only talking about the VY space, or is this a general expansion of fund to use wherever someone decides industrial scale development applies?
Mr. Dunkley or Mr. Parker?
I'm going to ask Cindy to chime in here as well, that because we had looked at this before and the legal counsel was separate, and then there was some question on when we got into the VY redevelopment, whether some of that legal counsel carried over or whether we needed to word that differently, and I believe that's how we got here. Yes.
Mrs. Turnley is also queried if she chooses.
Chris Parker's correct.
Further discussion on Article 20. Mr. Hicks, you are allowed a follow-up since no one else is looking to speak.
Sorry, it's just a clarification that I was looking for, and I'm still confused about what that actual phrase applies to. Is it simply to the VY space, or is it going to be available, this council available to other industrial sites that may or may not come along?
Mr. Parker.
Yes, it's there for anything industrial that would come to town that we might need legal clarification for, or any of that didn't fall under that other line item. And we kind of felt that was too big of a gray area to leave there without putting some clarity on that, which is turning out to not clarify it at all.
Yes. Further discussion on the article. Seeing none, the article is that the purpose of the Professional Service Fund be amended to include representation of the town of Vernon on issues relating to utilities and industrial scale development. All those in favor of Article 20, please say aye. Aye. Those opposed, nay. The ayes appear to have it. The ayes have it. You passed Article 20. Article 21, shall the voters appropriate $100,000 to be raised by taxes to fund the town road upgrading fund. Is there a motion?
Mr. Moderator.
Mr. Dunkley.
I move that the voters appropriate $100,000 to be raised by taxes to fund the town road upgrading fund.
Is there a second? Second. Moved and seconded, the voters appropriate $100,000 to be raised by taxes to fund the town road upgrading fund. Mr. Dunkley, or board members, or Mr. Walker, do you wish to speak to the motion?
I don't.
Mr. Walker, do you wish to come speak to things?
Seems it didn't make it into this book, so everybody knows this will be for Homestead and Lily Pond. They'll be regrinding the whole thing and paving them.
Further discussion on Article 21.
Dave, I'm not sure why you want $100,000 to pave those two roads. We haven't had an increase of population on those roads. You've got almost $100,000 already under road maintenance budget, separate from your town garage budget. Seems to me $100,000 is an awfully big chunk that for roads we might not need.
Those
Mr.
roads
Walker.
are falling apart. Homestead hasn't been touched since I've been here, and I've been here 30 years. Lily Pond has been over 25 years. And I really don't want to deplete the fund because you're going to have all your other roads eventually that are going to need it too. We've been just maintaining, it's usually over 100,000 we spend, we've been just maintaining it.
Further discussion on Article number 21. Seeing none, the motion is that the voters appropriate $100,000 to be raised by taxes to fund the town road upgrading fund. All those in favor of Article 21 as read, please say aye. Aye. Those opposed, nay. The ayes appear to have it. The ayes have it. You've passed Article 21. Article 22, shall the voters appropriate $40,000 to be raised by taxes to fund the town culvert fund. Is there a motion?
Mr. Moderator.
Mr. Dunkley.
I move that the voters appropriate $40,000 to be raised by taxes to fund the town culvert fund.
Is there a second? Second. Moved and seconded, the voters appropriate $40,000 to be raised by taxes to fund the town culvert fund. Does the board or Mr. Walker wish to speak to that question? Mr. Walker.
We started this fund a few years ago. We got a culvert on Tyler Hill Road. It's for the box culverts. That's going to be over $400,000. And going through this year with what the state rules are, any culvert over 3 foot, we have to go through them. We're going to have 25 culverts. We're going to have to go through the state. So we're going to be planning on a lot of money in the future.
Any further discussion on Article 22? Gentleman coming up here, please state your name.
My name's Chad Baldwin. I am new to this town. I have a question. If it's on your income, why is it not increased every year? Why do we keep adding to it? That's the whole point of an inventory.
The town road commissioner is queried.
This was put in a fund so we could start raising the money because of all the culverts that are going to be coming up. It's going to be, all of them will be over $200,000.
But wouldn't you put that in your budget?
We could do it that way to raise the money.
The select board is also queried if they so choose. Mrs. Harris.
Try to remember, if we put it in the budget, you raise it by taxes every year. If you put it in a fund, we do not have to raise it every year unless you're adding money to it.
Further discussion on Article 22. And seeing none, the article is as read, that the voters appropriate $40,000 to be raised by taxes to fund the town culvert fund. All those in favor of Article 22, please say aye. Aye. Those opposed, say nay, please. The ayes appear to have it. The ayes have it. We passed Article 22. Article 23. Shall the voters appropriate the sum of $2,500 to be raised by taxes to fund the town parking lots maintenance fund? Is there a motion?
Mr. Moderator.
Mr. Dunkley.
I move that the voters appropriate the sum of $2,500 to be raised by taxes to fund the town parking lots maintenance fund.
Is there a second? Second. Moved and seconded. The voters appropriate the sum of $2,500 to be raised by taxes to fund the town parking lots maintenance fund. Discussion on the motion. Seeing none, all those in favor of Article 23 as read, please say aye. Aye. Those opposed, nay. The ayes appear to have it. The ayes have it. You have passed Article 23. Article 24, shall the voters appropriate the sum of $5,000 to be raised by taxes to fund the previously established Elderly Assistance Fund. The chair would recognize Mary Lynn Sherlin for the purposes of making a motion. Is she? Yes, she is here. Thought I saw you out there.
I make a motion to appropriate the sum of $5,000 to be raised by taxes to fund the previously established Elderly Assistance Fund.
Do we have a second?
Second.
Moved and seconded. The voters appropriate the sum of $5,000 to be raised by taxes to fund the previously established Elderly Assistance Fund. Do you wish to speak to your motion? Which means you do.
Yes, yes, I do. No.
Please continue.
The Elderly Assistance Fund, we have been primarily in the more recent years been doing snow plowing. The winters have been fairly good to us the last couple of years. We haven't had a lot of other requests for assistance, so our funds have remained fairly healthy. So we felt $5,000 was probably enough to keep us going in case something really major came along. So,
thank you. Further discussion on Article 24. Mr. Kosis.
How much money is in the fund currently for this elderly?
Mrs. Turnley is queried.
The current balance in the fund is $49,358.55.
So it's almost $50,000 already in there.
That's correct.
How much do we take out every winter or season for the?
Last fiscal year, we spent $9,276.42. So far this current year, we've spent $5,981.25.
So we're almost half of what we've spent last year this year. So can we, I'd like to see this voted down. It's got plenty of money in there for a few years. If we're using just $10,000 a year on a bad winter, can we just, the way these articles are going, it's a lot of money. It's going to add up to a lot for us. There's plenty of money. Can we vote this down and save ourselves some, it's only $5,000, but it's going to add up through the course of the rest of these committees and funds that still have a ton of money in their coffers. So thank you.
Further discussion on Article 24. Seeing none, looks like you are ready for the question. The motion is that the voters appropriate the sum of $5,000 to be raised by taxes to fund the previously established Elderly Assistance Fund. All those in favor of Article 24, please say aye. Aye. Those opposed, nay. Nay. The chair is in doubt. I'll use our BCA as checkers. All those in favor of Article 24 as read, please stand. And you hold up your voter cards when you stand, please. Make sure that you're a voter. Yeah. Please be seated. All those opposed to Article number 24, please stand and hold your voter cards up.
This one time, I think we could bypass it for a year or two. Well, you didn't say who it was, so it's
Oh, yeah.
Huh? Oh, it is? Okay. Well, I thought you turned that off. You had something like this. Oh.
Please be seated. Listen to the results of your vote for Article 24. We are still in order, people. Thank you. Article 24, the results of your vote. Voting yes, 65. Voting no, 73. I declare Article 24 has been defeated. Article 25, shall the voters appropriate the sum of $1,100 to be raised by taxes to fund the Vernon historians for the purposes of record preservation, retention, and promotion of history, educational initiatives, and insurance coverage. Is Heather Frost available to make that motion? Hop over here, Heather.
Shall the voters appropriate the sum of $1,100 to be raised by taxes to fund the Vernon historians for the purpose of records preservation, retention, and promotion of history, educational initiatives, and insurance coverage?
Is there a second?
Second.
The motion, as previously stated, as I heard it, I move that the voters appropriate the sum of $1,100 to be raised by taxes to fund the Vernon historians for the purposes of record preservation, retention, and promotion of history, educational initiatives, and insurance coverage. Do you wish to speak to your motion, Ms. Frost? Discussion on Article 25. Seeing none. Again, all those in favor of Article 25 as read, please say aye. Aye. Those opposed, nay. Nay. The ayes appear to have it. The ayes have it. You passed Article 25. Article 26. Shall the voters appropriate $2,000 to be raised by taxes to fund a public fireworks display? Is there a motion? Ms. Carr.
Mr. Moderator, I move that the voters appropriate the sum of $2,000 to be raised by taxes to fund a public fireworks display.
Second.
Moved and seconded. The voters appropriate the sum of $2,000 to be raised by taxes to fund a public fireworks display. Discussion on the motion. Mrs. Gant.
Mr. Moderator, I would like to amend this article so that it will cover the minimum due for a fireworks show, which is $5,000.
So that means you want to increase the bottom line to $5,000.
I do.
Do we have a second? Second. Moved and seconded that the bottom line on the article be increased to $5,000. Do you wish to speak to your motion? Or amendment, excuse me.
Last year, I said that we could raise the money for this year because I had great faith in this town. We currently have $1,389.44 for fireworks. Obviously, that is not enough for the minimum due. I am yay close to needing to cancel the fireworks show with Atlas and not give them a contract because I've inquired and asked for help, and nobody has donated. Nobody has stepped up because I don't have a lot of time to do it myself this year. And so if you raise it to $5,000, that means in the next coming years, you're at least guaranteed a $5,000 fireworks show. The show you had last year was actually $7,200 because of how we voted at town meeting a couple years ago. So, yeah.
All right, further discussion on the proposed amendment. Mr. Barrier.
I think there are a lot of people in Vernon that don't necessarily turn out for the fireworks. We have a lot of people from out of town often that come. We have surrounding towns that have fireworks. Coincidentally, Northfield always does theirs in West Northfield, so it's really close. Brattleboro has a fabulous fireworks program that they fund. They're also much bigger. And this might sound like a cheap shot, but we're not finding $5,000 for the senior citizens, for the Elderly Assistance Fund. Why are we funding something as frivolous as fireworks?
Further discussion on the Gant amendment? Mr. Gant.
The previous statement is correct. We do have a lot of towns around us that have great fireworks shows. We also have a great rec department here, and there is a lot of people from those towns that come to Vernon and end up going to our rec department and getting used to coming to our town and pouring money into our town. It wasn't mentioned yet this year, but if I remember right, the rec department is the one line item that actually makes money here. So why aren't we investing back into it and trying to get people to come to this town, get used to utilizing us for what we do have? Thank you.
Further discussion on the Gant amendment? Over here, please come to the microphone.
Hi, John Wielden. Couple things. Is it not just help the rec department, also helps out the fire department as well. We help raise money through that at night. It's not a lot, but it's some money to help out with items that we want to purchase. The other thing is, there's other ways of helping out with raising the money, and I know Hannah's been doing great with doing all that stuff. I've put money into that for my business. I've put money into that. I actually would like to put a challenge out to all the businesses in town to match $500 that I'm going to put for the next 3 years into the fireworks display. So hopefully maybe the businesses will come forth with the challenge. And I think we should keep going with it. Thank you.
Further discussion on the Gant amendment? And seeing no further hands up, the amendment proposed by Hannah Gant was to increase the bottom line on Article 26 to $5,000. All those in favor of the amendment, please say aye. Aye. Those opposed, nay. Nay. The nays appear to have it. The nays have it. The amendment has been defeated. We go back to the original article for the voters to appropriate a sum of $2,000 to be raised by taxes to fund a public fireworks display. Further discussion on the article.
Julian Evans. I would just like to note that although the money for the $5,000 for the seniors was turned down, for the record, I voted for it, that fund was not in deficit. And could you please correct me, Ms. Gant, Mrs. Gant, that your fund currently is in deficit, or would be if we were to spend the amount proposed on fireworks this year?
We don't have money to spend on fireworks.
We need to be able to hear you. Ian's going to give you a microphone.
We can't. Is it on?
Yes.
We can't have a fireworks show at this exact moment this year, and I need to be able to give that contract to Atlas like yesterday. We only have $1,389.44, and we need a minimum of $5 for them to even consider coming to us.
Thank you.
Further discussion, Mrs. Turnley.
The $5,000 that you're voting on is not for this.
Mrs. Turnley?
$2,000, I'm sorry, that you're voting on is not for this year's fireworks display. It's for the following year. So it's not going to help with this one.
Mr. Gant.
Just to add to what Mrs. Sternley just said, the $2,000 is also not going to help us get fireworks for next year either. If we don't have one this year, we add $2,000 to the coffer for next year, we still don't meet the minimum for a fireworks display. Just so you're all aware.
Further discussion on Article 26? Back of the room, could you come up and get... The question has been called. Is there a second? Second. Moved and seconded. We cease debate. All those in favor of ceasing debate on Article 26, please say aye. Aye. Those opposed, nay. The ayes appear to have it. The ayes have it. You've ceased debate. Article 26 is read. Shall the voters appropriate the sum of $2,000 to be raised by taxes to fund a public fireworks display? All those in favor of the article, please say aye. Aye. Those opposed say nay. Nay. The nays appear to have it. The nays have it. You have rejected Article 26. Article 27. Shall the voters appropriate the sum of $3,250 to be raised by taxes to support visiting nurse and hospice of Vermont and New Hampshire? Is there a motion?
Mr. Moderator.
Mrs. Harris.
I move that the voters appropriate the sum of $3,250 to be raised by taxes to support visiting nurse and hospice of Vermont and New Hampshire.
Is there a second?
Second.
Moved and seconded that the voters appropriate the sum of $3,250 to be raised by taxes to support visiting nurse and hospice of Vermont and New Hampshire. Do you wish to speak to your motion?
Yes, this is a very worthy group. They come in when our people need them, and they stay until they're no longer needed.
Your name, and are you a voting resident?
I'm not. Terry Highland, I'm the visiting nurses.
So unless there's objection, we will allow you to speak. So please continue.
All right. Nice to see everyone again. I came this year with some new information. We have some massive federal changes coming down through CMS, Medicare, which we receive over 92% of our funding through that service. The program is called PDGM, and it's the first time in 20 years that Medicare has changed their reimbursement structure for post-acute care. That includes nursing homes and places like us, visiting nurse associations. So after you leave the hospital but still need continuing care. They're changing how that is reimbursed from what they called pay per service, which was established in 2004, to patient-driven grouping model, PDGM for short. It is a value-based reimbursement. So depending on the patient's needs, how acute they are, they might be paid more, sort of like the equalized pupil statement that was made earlier, very similar. And if it's a low need, if it's a fairly simple service, we'd be reimbursed less. However, both needs may require a registered nurse or physical therapist, et cetera, who get paid the same, right? So our initial estimates, and this went live January 1, and so far our estimates are, in this first quarter, sort of making sense. We anticipated between 4 and 7% revenue loss this year. So that's somewhere between $1 and $2 million of our annual budget, which will be leaving us. So in a time like now, not 20 years, have town appropriations been more important to our mission. Throughout Vermont and New Hampshire, we bring in around $650,000 annually in town appropriations. So the small amount of $3,250 from Vernon obviously helps with that. We have some towns giving $65,000 where they're seeing nearly 700 patients a year. Vernon at $3,250, we saw 33 patients last year, 561 home visits. That doesn't include our monthly clinic at the community room below the library, where we do blood pressures and general wellness checks. So that's really about it, and I can answer other questions. I'll respect everybody's time, so I won't go on with more facts. I'll just wait for questions.
Further discussion on Article number 27. Mr. Gant.
I would just ask that we vote consistently. We already voted down helping out our seniors, and we voted down giving town picnic for the kids. If we don't have money to spend on our own seniors and our kids, we don't have money for hospice. Please vote it down.
Further discussion on the article. Mr. Kosis.
Thank you. Just clarification, the elderly assistance situation, the snow plowing, they have $50,000 in their account, so they're funded for a few years. The hospice, having my mother gone through it for 8 weeks before she passed, and seeing the care that they do, they were with her all the time. just a fantastic, it takes a special type of person to be a hospice nurse. Fantastic. But my question is, the money needed, is that our contribution to the county, or how does that fit into, is it just, just wondering how that works, that's all.
The gentleman from hospice is queried.
Yes, good question. So that goes directly to us, the entity, a nonprofit, VNA, Visiting Nurse Association, and it does go into our general fund. It's not limited specifically to this town. I will state, however, that it offsets approximately $22,000 last year in charity care just in Vernon. Our total charity care for the year for the state, for example, just so we see the scale here, is a little over $4.5 million annually that we don't get reimbursed on.
Further discussion on Article 27, Mrs. O'Donnell.
Thank you, Mr. Moderator. I just want to say that I think the one thing I've been the most proud of in all the years that I've represented this town is to watch how we always took care of each other. We've always been a town that's prided ourselves on being there for our neighbor. The years that I was a state representative, many, many times I called on them to come help a neighbor of ours and to take care of them, and they were always there. There are many elderly people in this community who, through no fault of their own, are alone, need help, they need care, and without the visiting nurse, they will literally stay in their homes without any good quality care at all. And I think we're better than this. This is literally pennies for each one of our homes.
Further discussion on Article number 27, Ms. Lockerbie.
As many of you know, 6 years ago I had both knees replaced, and then 2 years after that I had a revision in my left knee, and if I couldn't go anywhere, and so they had to come to me, and it was visiting nurses of Vermont and New Hampshire, and they came to me, and it was, I wholly endorse this motion.
Further discussion on Article 27.
Call the question.
Moved and seconded that we cease debate. All those in favor of ceasing debate, please say aye. Aye. Those opposed, nay. The ayes have it. We have ceased debate. The article is Article 27. Question is whether the voters appropriate the sum of $3,250 to be raised by taxes to support visiting nurse and hospice of Vermont and New Hampshire. All those in favor, please say aye. Aye. Those opposed, nay. The ayes appear to have it. The ayes have it. You've passed Article 27. Article 28. Shall the voters appropriate the sum of $15,000 to be raised by taxes to fund the operation of the Emergency Management Office? Mrs. Harris.
Mr. Moderator, I move that the voters appropriate the sum of $15,000 to be raised by taxes for the operation of the Emergency Management Office.
Is there a second?
Second.
Moved and seconded. The voters appropriate the sum of $15,000 to be raised by taxes for the operation of the Emergency Management Office. Do you wish to speak to your motion?
I'll defer to Dave Emery.
Mr. Emery, the town's Emergency Management Director, is in the House. He is not a Vernon resident. However, we will allow him to speak unless you object.
Thank you, Mr. Moderator. However, I do plan on being a resident next year. So, having said that, Vermont emergency management, as we speak, and probably the thing that you're most interested right now is the virus. And as of this evening, the governor has set up a task force, which includes emergency management in all the towns as part of that, so that we will be up to speed on whatever needs to be done. So anything that comes out of the state of Vermont through the Department of Health, et cetera, will filter down through our office, emergency management. However, a lot of that information obviously is going to be your responsibility to find out where and what needs to be done. So having said that, just so that you know where that goes. Emergency management every year, we are deeply involved with the schools this year, rewriting the programs for the unfortunate shooting incidents and everything else that takes place. So we have a great program going with the principal, and she's really on top of that. I would say that you should be proud of her because she takes emergency stuff very seriously. We meet with the fire department, with the sheriff's department. We participate in unified command. As well as with the fire department this year, we're sponsoring a train derailment training, which will be held here, which will include fire department and emergency services from around the community. So we are fortunately been really quiet, and I knock on wood with that one. But that's what we do annually. The budget is $15,000. I'm pretty tight with that. The office is eventually going to have to move. As you know, we're in the building known as the old Edson House, and eventually, probably within some period, we'll probably be asked to leave, and so we're looking at relocating the office either to the town hall, but that's going to require an expenditure of putting emergency power in there. And some renovations, or to the firehouse, which would require adding a building or adding to their building. So we're still jumping between both of those and haven't made that decision yet. Any questions?
Further discussion on Article 28? I see no questions, so therefore, all those in favor of the article as read, please say aye. Aye. Those opposed, nay. The ayes appear to have it. The ayes have it. You passed Article 28 as presented. Article 29, shall the voters appropriate the sum of $15,000 to be raised by taxes to fund the previously established Vernon Farmland Protection Fund. Chair recognizes Art Miller for the purpose of making a motion.
Yes, Mr. Moderator, I move that the town appropriate the sum of $15,000 to be raised by taxes to fund the previously established Vernon Farmland Protection Fund.
Second.
Moved and seconded that the voters appropriate the sum of $15,000 to be raised by taxes to fund the previously established Vernon Farmland Protection Fund. Mr. Miller.
Thank you, Tim. As the town knows, we've set aside over 200 acres, I believe, the last 2 years here in the town of Vernon to purchase the development rights. That's a lot of land set aside, especially quite rapidly in the last couple of years. The fund had a little over, around $400,000 in it, and it's currently around $220,000. We had spent the money, obviously, to buy the development rights. Last year, we voted $20,000 to build the fund up a bit. It's the Farmland Protection Committee's opinion that we're targeting to raise about $250,000 total for the fund, and then kind of level, stop asking for the appropriations at that level. So we were intending to ask for $15,000 this year, $15,000 next year, assuming we get the approval. The reason why we think $250,000 is a good level to have, much of the farmland that people are intending to sell the development rights have already sold that. Basically, Dunkleys have a little bit left, Blodgetts have a lot left, Millers have a lot left. Millers aren't intending to at this point, and we have spoken to Don Blodgett. He, at this point, is not intending to set any aside, but he may in the future. And so we feel that 250 is a good target for us. Again, we're asking for $15,000 this year, and assuming the approval, we intend to ask for another $15,000 next year, and then not ask for any more for a while.
Thank you. Further discussion on Article 29. In the back of the room, Mr. Kosis.
Thank you. I just want to find out how much is about $200,000 in the coffers right now, correct?
220, yes.
220. Again, we're looking at how much we're looking at the special education needs of the elementary school here. That's what, up 85%? It's going to climb up to, they said. Is there a way for some of these committees, and I got a couple acres myself, and I raise goats, I get it, but there's a point when these expenditures, these insurances and the special needs are going up so fast. It's $15,000 here, 20. These committees, when they defer and return some money back to the town to offset some of these crazy expenditures of, say, the special needs for the elementary school? Can that happen? Because you had $50,000 for the elderly. They used $5 this year. The Farmland Protection's got $220,000. I mean, I look at this. Those are big accounts. And here we are, we got the kids that are, special needs are going to need, what's that, 300? I don't know, 85% is going to increase, so that's a lot of money. That's got to come out from somewhere. And I think some of these committees, hate to say it, sometimes we got to maybe tighten our belt a bit. Maybe these committees need to be kind of dealt with a little for a few years and offset so we can save some of this money and use it where it may need to be. Thank you.
Further discussion on the article, the board is responding. Mrs. Harris.
Unfortunately, the school and the town are two different countries when it comes to money.
Further discussion on article number 29. Seeing no further discussion, all those Mr. Belleville, please step forward.
Jim Belleville. I would move to support this because when it comes to land development, usually it's one of those things, you get a shot at it, and if you don't have the money there, you miss your chance. And 250 is a pretty safe number looking at land parcels. If you got a chance to buy a good parcel of land, 250 if you're buying large acreage is pretty good. So I think it's a wise decision to go there and get there slowly so that we're not jumping on it now.
Thank you. Further discussion on the article. Seeing none, the motion has read that the voters appropriate the sum of $15,000 to be raised by taxes to fund the previously established Vernon Farmland Preservation Fund. All those in favor of the article, please say aye. Aye. Those opposed, nay. Nay. The ayes appear to have it. The ayes have it. You passed Article 29. Article 30. Shall the voters amend the James Cusick scholarship requirements, which presently reads, each full-time resident recipient shall receive $1,000 or the amount voted for 2 semesters at an institution of higher learning, a certified training center, or a vocational school. If the amount of the appropriation is not sufficient, it shall be divided equally among the students selected, with the number of recipients and the amount of scholarship provided to each shall be determined based on the money available. Is there a motion? Ms. Carr.
Mr. Moderator, I move that the voters amend the James Cusick scholarship requirements, which presently read, each full-time resident recipient shall receive $1,000 or the amount voted for 2 semesters at an institution of higher learning, a certified training center, or a vocational school. If the amount of the appropriation is not sufficient, it shall be divided equally among the students selected, with the number of recipients and the amount of the scholarship provided to each student shall be determined based on the money available.
Moved and seconded that the voters amend the James Cusick scholarship requirements, which presently read, each full-time resident recipient shall receive $1,000 or the amount voted for 2 semesters of an institution of higher learning, a certified training center, or a vocational school. If the amount of the appropriation is not sufficient, it will be divided equally among the students selected, with the number of recipients and the amount of the scholarship provided to each shall be determined based on money available. Discussion on the motion, Ms. Carr?
I believe these changes were requested because the fund is no longer funded by the town, so it is just drawn on. So we need to kind of preserve what's there. We can't give it out the way we had been.
Mrs. Turnley, is there a current accounting of the status of the Cusick Scholarship Fund?
Cindy Turnley, treasurer. There's $17,047.76 in the fund right now.
Thank you. Further discussion on article number 30. I believe Mr. Pond is coming to the microphone. Nice hat, George.
Yeah. I'm not against this, but I'm curious. When the students that are selected for this scholarship fund, are they expected to keep a certain grade point average? Or is this, I went to school this year, I'm going to school next year, but I was a D student, but I can still have some money?
Mrs. Harris.
Yes, they can have some money, but they have to have proof how many hours they took.
The question is, are they expected to have a grade point average?
No.
They should be.
Further discussion on Article number 30?
Julie Nevins, how many students benefit from this program annually?
I know of 4. Mrs. Turnley.
This year, we gave out 20 full scholarships and 1 half scholarship.
Further discussion on Article number 30? Seeing none, we're going to go for the question. All those in favor of Article 30 as presented, please say aye. Aye. Those opposed, nay. The ayes appear to have it. The ayes have it. You passed Article 30. Article 31. Shall the voters authorize payment of real and personal property taxes to the town treasurer in 3 installments, with the due dates being September 10th of 2020, January 14th, 2021, and May 6th of 2021. Mrs. Harris.
Mr. Moderator, I move that the voters authorize payment of real and personal property taxes to the town treasurer in 3 installments, with the due dates being September 10th, 2020, January 14th, 2021, and May 6th, 2021.
Is there a second? Moved and seconded that the voters authorize payment of real and personal property taxes to the town treasurer in 3 installments. The due date September 10th, 2020, January 14th, 2021, and May 6th of 2021. Discussion on the motion. Seeing none. All those in favor of Article number 31 as presented, please say aye. Aye. Those opposed, nay. The ayes appear to have it. The ayes have it. You passed Article 31. Article 32, shall the voters approve the provision of notice of availability of the town report and auditor's report by postcard mailed to all registered voters at least 30 days prior to town meeting, in lieu of mailing or otherwise distributing the town report and auditor's report as authorized by Vermont law and 24 VSA subsection 1682A2. Is there a motion?
Mr. Moderator.
Mrs. Harris.
I move that the voters approve the provision of notice of availability of the town report and auditor's report by postcard mailed to all registered voters at least 30 days prior to town meeting, in lieu of mailing or otherwise distributing the town report and auditor's report as authorized by Vermont law and 24 VSA subsection 1682A2.
Is there a second? Oh, good, we have a second. The motion is that the voters approve the provision of notice of availability of the town report and auditor's report by postcard mailed to all registered voters at least 30 days prior to town meeting, in lieu of mailing or otherwise distributing the town report and auditor's report as authorized by Vermont law and 24 VSA subsection 1682A2. Discussion on the motion. Seeing none, all those in favor of Article 32, please say aye. Aye. Those opposed, nay. The ayes appear to have it. They have it. You passed Article 32. Article 33. Any other business that may be allowed to come before this meeting? Ms. Lockever.
I just want to remind folks to fill out the broadband survey. We need to know your internet needs and concerns. And the link is wyndhamregional.org/broadband survey. And we need this information by March 17th. Thank you.
Mrs. Harris.
I'd like to defer to Chris. I forgot to ask him to say something earlier.
Mr. Parker is recognized. You're on, Chris.
Oh, boy. I just wanted to take a minute and ask our highway guys to stand up, our fire department, our treasurer, our clerks, anybody that is an employee of this town. I think that they deserve a round of applause for getting us through everything that we go through in town.
Anything else under Article 33? I'm going to take the moderator's prerogative and say something. Right in the back? Did somebody want to speak? Mr. Belleville, you go for it first.
All right. I'm going to take, I don't know, fairly unpopular look at things. We just went through a whole bunch of articles. We had 2 we voted down to the tune of $10,000. Now, if you do the math on those $10,000 that we saved ourselves, eliminating the fireworks, eliminating the elderly, which here's debate whether or not they need it, but if they needed it, they would be without. But by eliminating those 2 things, you saved $12 a household. $12 to eliminate the fireworks. Okay? $12 to, put off the $5,000 for the elderly. I understand times are tight, budgets are tight, you want to save some money. But for $12, you basically gave a raspberry to 2 big sections of this town. The people that enjoy the fireworks, the fire department, it caps off their muster, it helps them raise some money. Now we don't have the fireworks unless somebody steps up to raise some money. As we know, nobody stepped up this year, so we don't have a fireworks this year unless somebody big comes through with some big money. People will try. Yes, but we're short because, times are tight. So think about it. For $12, we told those people for one reason or another that their projects didn't matter. Just think about that when you're looking at your budgets. I know we added about $500,000 to our overall budget. $562 a household. Okay? So to the tune of, how much is that a week? $10 and change a week? No, $12, $11 a week to fund all these things, and for $12 we said no. So just think on that.
Further discussion under other business, just from a town employee perspective who's also been your moderator for 20 years, it has been an honor to serve you. We will continue to serve you. We will walk through walls for you. Come see us, come talk to us. I will now accept the motion to adjourn.
So moved.
All those in favor, say aye. Aye. Good night, everybody.
going to call the meeting to order at 6:03. Sorry, we had a bit of a meeting backup. I have, of course, a few changes. You can delete 10A, the PPE presentation. I was so excited that I scheduled it earlier than the PPE committee asked for it, and they apparently don't want me to see it. You can delete the 10D, the flag policy. That's not ready for prime time. You can delete X10. The doc has been created, but we have just, the policy committee sort of spoke about, let's wait till the next board and they can work on the policy committee created a list of things that need to be reviewed on an annual basis, and we figured it'd be better to hand it to the next board and the next chair to work on scheduling it versus having a conversation about it now when it's going to be a different board. So people may want something different. But it exists for the next chair to have some fun with. And I will very popularly going to move public comment section, public comment on items not on the agenda to that little spot before the 3 executive sessions. You get all that? There's going to be a quiz later. Any other changes that anybody needs to make? Frank?
Were you able to reorganize the sequence, or do you need to talk about that?
I don't think I need to for executive session, because we go into an executive session en masse, and we'll invite y'all in, and then, assuming all the parties are here.
I was talking about the academy discussion.
Oh.
Were we going to try to get Tori out of here earlier than later?
Oh, let me see, where is that? I thought about that.
So,
9A. 9A. So if it is okay with the board, how about we move up the academy project to, how about after approval of the warrants before committee reports? Does that work?
And can I just tell you, if you're a new board member or a returning board member, I have your oath of office. I'm going to bring those around to you. If you could just sign them and put your town name in. So that's what I'm doing, wandering around.
Thank you. Time for her to go. She's just wandering around. With that, sorry, John?
I'm sorry, I probably missed it. You did the sign-up sheet for the guests?
They're already floating about. There's 2 of them.
And
make sure that town is...
Yeah, I was going to get to that when I welcome recognition. I have it on my list.
Sorry.
No worries. So with that, I would entertain a motion to approve the minutes of February 26, 2020.
So moved.
Thank you, Tim Morris. Is there a second?
Second.
Thank you, Thomas Nolan. Any discussion about the minutes of February 26th?
Sorry, go ahead.
There was a mention that I was going to distribute David's resolution to Sarah Coffey.
Oh, yeah.
But David did them all.
Okay.
Yeah. So,
I did all of ours, our local people.
yeah.
So long as
So
You can send it again.
No, I didn't do it. I sent you the email address.
Any other corrections?
Very minor, but Jamie asked me after I had sent her the minutes, and she had said that she wanted to add it that she had welcomed the board on behalf of the Putney PTFO.
Fair
I
enough.
didn't get a chance to add that before I sent it back.
I thought I got that. I'm sorry.
I didn't see
so
it.
Can you send me an email with that, please? Thank you. Then I'll correct it.
Any other changes to the minutes, aside from Tim Morris's? All those in favor of approval of the minutes of February 26th as amended, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Nays or abstentions? Ayes appear to have it. The ayes do have it. Recognition of visitors. Hello, everyone. There is a sign-in sheet going around. If you could put your town on it, and if somebody new comes in, if we could all just look out for our neighbors, and if somebody comes in late, could you get folks to sign it? Because we've had people come in late, and then we don't have them on the record. We don't know who spoke. So it's very helpful if you could do that.
Madam Chair?
Yes.
May I address I want people to write legibly. I don't need your signature. I don't care. What I need to know is what your name is. So if you could make sure that it's printed legibly, that would be really helpful because it's for a legal document. Thank you.
Thank you, Wendy. It's a statutory requirement, so I appreciate that. Jody.
Jody Normando Dummerston.
I just wanted to comment on the ballots. Then particularly for the ballots that were at town meeting.
So this is out of order because it would be under the non-agenda items, although you could conceivably, if I'm
Okay, I'll
in a
wait.
good mood, we could wait until we talk about it would actually fall under town meeting school discussions.
Okay, thanks.
Back to my welcome. As is our practice, I take comment on any agenda item before we move on, but sometimes I get distracted, so wave furiously. I'm used to teaching 7th grade, so jump up and down and wave, and I will not be judgmental of you if you want to comment on something. I take board comments first, supplemented by administrators, because they're the ones that can very much inform our discussion, but the board will always take input from the public. So wave if I somehow miss that in my urge to get people home on time. Communications, I'll whip through mine quickly because maybe it'll help people recollect ones they've had. I had a communication from the union. I had a communication from Kelly Dias about Robert's rules. I had a discussion that I initiated with one of our new people that were elected about Robert's rules and things, which has made me think it might be good for us to do some training for people coming on who don't have experience and for leadership councils. That's a parenthetical. I had an email from Kelly Kalansky asking for an update on our POW flag situation, and an email and email I forwarded, but I also had a discussion with Franz Reichman from the Brattleboro Town Finance Committee about their report and about the future of that process. Those were mine, and a million others from you that don't really rise to this occasion. So. Any other communications that the board should be aware of? Moving on to finances. I would entertain a motion to approve the warrants of February 3rd in the amount of $749,978.05, February 10th in the amount of $193,351.73, February 18th in the amount of $300,865.63, and from February 24th in the amount of $367,622.32, as well as the payrolls of January 31st in the amount of $1,067,357.96, and from February 14th, $1,280,666.14, all of which have been approved by the Finance Committee. So moved. Thank you, Emily. Do I have a second?
A second.
Thank you, Thomas, for the second. Any discussion? All those in favor of approving the warrants as listed, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Nays or abstentions? The ayes appear to have it. The ayes do have it. And so we are going to now move into an update on the Academy project with Frank presenting project goals and green building strategies with Stevens and Associates.
Okay, I'm going to very quickly turn it over to Corey Frasee with Stevens and Associates. This is a follow-up to our last board meeting. I'll just repeat the motion that was approved. Motion is that the administration engage Stevens and Associates to contact the Putney School, the Building Green manufactured building contractors for alternative design examples that meet the needs and requirements of the Academy project and maximize environmental fiscal advantages. So just as a reminder, then there was a second motion for the board to pursue the next steps in the Academy School project, which is to prepare for a public hearing on a bond vote. So we have followed through with that, and we're very pleased that Corey was available to respond as quickly as he has in essentially taking the next steps. So we needed to inform you of our progress on that, and keeping in mind that we're looking for consensus from the board and clarity from the board on, as we move forward, that we have a clear sense of the board's goals. We've created some resources to help facilitate that discussion, and hopefully at the end of this, we do have a clear sense of next steps. So that's a quick summary.
Great, thank you.
So can I turn it over?
Yeah, Corey Frazee with Stevens and Associates. I'm a civil engineer and a principal there. Diana Bade, who was here with me last time, is the licensed architect who did the project. She wasn't able to be here tonight, but I think I can move the conversation forward adequately with you, and I think there's probably another discussion where we bring others back in. So quickly, we've reached out to the Putney School, at least one contractor, and Peter Yost, who I have a working relationship with and who used to be at Building Green. We could also reach out to Building Green. We can talk more about why I think Peter might be a good fit for this. And unfortunately, I haven't heard back from those folks yet. It's only been a few days. So we are moving that discussion forward to get their input, to talk about alternative systems. I think we're fortunate in this valley that we have a lot of companies that have alternative systems. Ford Panel also comes to mind, and we could go on and on with other resources that we can tap into. I wanted to add that alternative building systems, wall types, wall sections fit well within the feasibility work that we did. We can build off of the feasibility study, and as we get into the next steps of design, we absolutely would envision looking at building systems that meet with the project goals. So I don't know that tonight's discussion and update to you is linear, but I'll do my best. We have some handouts that I'd like to go through with you, at least quickly. We would like to, as part of updating you, talk about project goals. I think that we could study this indefinitely, and to make good use of our time and everybody's resources to get some direction from you, which perhaps is finalized at a following meeting, so that we can complete the next step of having these conversations with other organizations and bring back to you some concise material that would help you finalize the next steps or the path forward. And I'll go back to Peter Yost. I think that he would be a great person to bring in to help finalize some project goals specifically as it relates to energy. And sorry, Peter, I haven't heard back from you. Put you on the spot on television. So I think I'll circulate these goals now. And we worked with Frank and Lyle to just come up with a draft. And if you could pass those around. I've got a 6-page handout. So this is a draft of goals that I think responds to what I've heard in discussions to date. And then there's some discussion about energy efficiency specifically. And I don't want to take too much of your time, so I'll quickly kind of walk you through that and then see if there's questions and whether we want to continue this discussion at another meeting. So the goals that we've drafted, that we would be looking to you to kind of finalize, but rather than starting with a blank page, I hope it's okay we took a crack at this. The first two are talk about meeting the students' needs. The third is about financial responsibility, fiscal responsibility, and balancing the finances of this project with the energy piece and the sustainability piece is going to be a challenge. Although, again, I'll go back to our feasibility study. I believe we included a budget to do a high-performance building. And then the last two goals address sustainability and energy efficiency. And one of our proposed action items, not necessarily tonight, is that we think it at some point to choose a building standard rating or certification system to work towards would be a good strategy. And in the Finance Committee, we quickly talked about a couple projects that started out working towards one of those certifications. They didn't necessarily achieve that certification, but it provided the path to a high-performance, highly energy-efficient building. So just fly through the top of page 2 at least, quickly touches on several different of those industry standard certification systems. Just start with the basic Vermont Energy Code. It's worth pointing out that that is higher than most national standards. And then we believe the Academy School project is going to require an Act 250 permit. And therefore there's something called stretch guidelines. So the state of Vermont has added on additional energy requirements for projects to come under Act 250. And so that is a higher standard already. And the BUHS garage, which is under construction right now, which I believe everyone on this board is familiar with because that came through about 6 months ago, that's being built to the stretch code. Then you also have net zero. Net zero is interesting because it looks at net energy consumption for a project or a property. So if you're offsetting your energy consumption in some way, you can still be considered net zero, but it may not mean your building is all that highly energy efficient. You've got LEED certification. There's 4 breakdowns, 4 different thresholds for LEED. And just to give you an idea, based on other similar projects, we think you're looking at a 10 to 20% cost premium for LEED. And then passive house is also a common standard, and that could exceed 20% of additional cost. The following 4 pages are a document that I found to be a fairly neutral and comprehensive document about building standards and certifications. And it was cool to see that Building Green was quoted on the first page. That's, again, one of the organizations that you would like to talk to. They talk about 600 different product certifications and over 100 in the US. So there's a lot to sort through when it comes to choosing a path for energy efficiency. It has on pages 2 and 3 just a lot of language about building certifications. If I pointed you to the 4th page of that document, it has a table which tries to compare LEED to net zero to passive house to another standard that Stevens and Associates hasn't ever pursued, but this green standard, which I think is the standard that other certifications come from. So the last page talks about life cycle cost, and we touched on this in the Finance Committee. And this is not new, but it's identified as an emerging issue in green building. So looking at life cycle costs as a part of this project is a really valuable way for all of us to think about the appropriateness of decisions when it comes to the construction. And that is something that we would recommend you incorporate into the next steps of the project. Back on page 2, we brainstormed some things that you could include for procurement of the final design. Stevens and Associates hasn't been hired for the final design. We've finished our feasibility study. We wanted to offer to participate in a couple of these goal-setting meetings pro bono. We've talked to Frank and Lyle about that. Once we get some direction from you, if there's some work to do to talk to other organizations and to come back to you with some concrete information, that would be great to be engaged on, but we're kind of in this, we're exploring next steps. I could talk all night about this.
If I could also just add, you may already recall our discussions earlier on the sequencing of the project, but as Corey is alluding, traditionally it would be setting goals, understanding where our consensus is around one of these standards, and then asking our architect to incorporate those standards in a schematic design. The schematic design phase is what's going to define those general cost premiums and whether or not the board feels they can afford that. And that precedes the final design. The final design is where we have a bid package that goes out to the public, and we get general contractor responses. But so what Corey's really underscoring is how important it is in the work that we do in these next few weeks that it responds to the board's interests, because to engage these resources obviously costs money, and we want to be going in the right direction. So it's did I get that right in terms of?
Yeah, and we could talk more about design process if you want, because schematic design is really the meat and potatoes of where we're going to flush this out, and we're going to find that balance of finances with energy efficiency. But to have some goals and some direction now is absolutely appropriate and important.
Okay, I could listen to you talk all night about saving energy and green building standards, but I'm not sure everybody else feels that way. So I'm looking for suggestion from somebody on the board about the best way to go forward and what their thoughts are. I mean, it'd be lovely to come out of here tonight to have people say what we meant by green was low energy consumption, or this is, and if we all had a mind that really directs us in terms of one of these standards. But
well, let me say that I have some proposed steps that you could consider. So if you wanted me to throw out kind of 3 proposed action items, I think you've received some information that you should digest. I think that if there's consensus around setting some goals that will provide direction, that we should come back to that, and I understand your next meeting is actually scheduled at Academy School, so maybe that would be the right time to do that. And I think that I need some more time to hear back from these people that I've reached out to, and specifically, what I think is really important, this is a niche, this is a specialty, and Stevens & Associates has brought in an energy consultant on their last 2 projects. And so if the goals go in this direction of being a high performance building, that if we were presenting a proposal to do final design, we would have an energy consultant on our team. But we have some local people in this community who would bring more credibility to the discussion that I would be interested in inviting to that next meeting to finalize these goals, to make sure we didn't miss something, right? And whether that's Peter Yost or Alex Wilson from Building Green. I've been on a panel with Peter, so I just know that he and I would have a good kind of dynamic in that discussion with you guys. But so that would be one thing that I'd be looking for your feedback on tonight, but that would allow us some more time to move this along.
so the one caution I will give you is that some of these seats will be changed, and there'll be a new bunch of people coming in for that next meeting, but many of them are here tonight. I haven't actually done a head count, so they're not, we'll make sure they get copies of this so they'll be up and running. That sounds like a good way to go. I mean, I know that time is of the essence, but to me it seems like a good way to go so that people can sort of read through this and have an opportunity to hear from somebody who specializes in that. And so I'd like to hear from the board what their thoughts are, like head nods.
So to go over what the information we got here, and then just at the next meeting, talk with everybody and have a final.
Come up with what it is that we mean by green, because green can mean lots of things to lots of people.
Yeah, I mean, I can't speak for everybody. I think for me, I was thinking, obviously the energy consumption, and that the materials were responsibly sourced and sustainably sourced. That's what it meant to me. I don't know about other people. And it's, I guess, the building's impact on the surrounding area, but I don't think that, if it's a basketball court right now, it's probably not gonna, that probably won't be an issue. Mainly materials and energy consumption.
Mm-hmm. And so LEED is a good metric to use for measuring how are we doing with sourcing materials. And then most of the certifications touch on energy use.
Anybody else want to throw out an initial thought, because maybe it helps direct also who comes if you're hearing overwhelmingly lead versus energy efficiency, maybe. Sean?
Sean Murphy, I could say that I built for a living for years and years and years and years, and there's always what you want to do is maintain or achieve the best thing that you can for the amount of money that is expended. And when you start to concentrate on saving money in terms of energy efficiency, it's like a bell curve. There is a place where you're going vertically in money expenditures where you're not really gaining that much in terms of long-term energy gain. So I think it's very important to maintain a financial reality in the same time that you're considering any kind of new building. So I know that you talked about the SIPS building. I mean, I've been in SIPS building, and I wonder how the integration of this, and maybe this is getting ahead of today's conversation a little bit, but how you integrate a SIPS building with the requirements of, fire protection and safety and all that in a commercial building. There might be some serious considerations to achieve using that material and also achieving the state mandated safety goals within a building. So it's a balancing act as I see it. And I think the bottom line is that this is going to have to be a bond vote. So it wouldn't be difficult to make a presentation to the public that because the financial overview is too much and then the bond doesn't pass. And I know that the needed academy is a real-time need. So, it's like walking on a knife edge, or, and taking medications, and you want to keep the sweet spot. It's difficult to achieve. But I appreciate what you bring forward.
We call it point of diminishing returns, like you said, when you're vertical on that bell curve. We did do the public building up at Hilltop Montessori with Ford panels, so that was a SIPS panel that was put into a public building. We figured out that challenge of fire protection and such. Durability is another part of the conversation, and maintenance is part of the conversation. So again, we're getting a little ahead of tonight's discussion perhaps, but we've got, I think, like 80,000 square feet of an existing building type at Academy School with a brick veneer, and we've got a 2,000 square foot addition proposed. And so we need to have a discussion about whether we introduce a different building type there and what that looks like for maintenance, durability, and consistency of building materials.
Just one question, so the NZEB portion?
That's the net zero.
Okay.
Yeah.
I mean, I can look it up on my own, but some of their requirements seemed inspirational. So, I mean, like, it says limits of growth, net zero energy, rights to nature, beauty and spirit, inspiration, and education. I don't know, beauty and spirit, inspiration, and education, that sounds amazing. I don't know what that means for, like, a standard. Do you know a little bit more about, I mean, I can do my own research, but I didn't know how that came into the green conversation, but I was like, oh, maybe my definition should be expanded.
Yep.
I want it to be beautiful and I want it to be inspiring, but I don't know.
Educational, sure.
Yeah, educational, definitely. Maybe it'll be pretty too. Okay, I can look it up though. Cool.
So, any other?
Yeah, a couple of us. One, this is great. I really like the idea of us talking about identifying. I really like that there are standards so we can reach a consensus about what our goal is. It seems like a really good place to start. And also, thank you for bringing these descriptions so that we can take the time to look at them. I haven't read as much as Emily did, so I haven't found
And
these
this
inspirational.
website is, you could go for days on this website, so it's
I'm
a
not
good
gonna.
resource.
I'm not gonna do, but this is a good start. Also, it's reassuring to hear you mention Pete Yost, who was on the Brattleboro School Board for, I think, 3 or 4 years.
Okay.
And whose youngest child voted for the first time yesterday, so I know he's in town. But he's hard to get because he's a consultant now, he's around a lot. But I think Frank mentioned Alex Wilson, who Building Green generally recommends to work on these things. There's also the New England Sustainability Energy Association of Greenfield that Sion here in town is associated with. And I think among the 3 of those, I think it's not going to be hard to find a, I forget
Energy consultant.
an energy consultant, yeah, somebody to help us with that. And to help us understand, I mean, we can all read about this, but to help us understand what that it sort of means in lay terms. And a couple questions about the architect and the schematic. That's after we tell them what we want in terms of the range of materials, what shape we're thinking about, or maybe even have 2 small buildings instead of one big one, depending on on all the other considerations, whether you use panels or not. We need to decide all that before we give it to the architect to make this?
At least our recommendation, and I think the best way to move this particular project forward, is that we have a high level of confidence that we have a viable project. We have a project budget, right around $1 million.
That's your budget. We haven't.
Fair enough. But we have real cost data. This went to a professional cost estimator. We've done the programming. We've established the need of the sizes of the classrooms and the renovations as well. Let's not forget there's a renovation piece of this. And we have a high level of confidence that this budget would suffice for the needs of the school. And I've just passed around a second handout. It's titled 2015 CBES, as we call it. That's the stretch, the Vermont stretch energy code guidelines. We anticipated that as part of this feasibility study. So we did pick a building type. It is a pretty good energy efficient building type. It's got exterior insulation. And I forget what the complete wall section looks like, but we have a viable project. So the next step, after there's goals and a direction for the board, would be to procure the architect for final design, and then to get into schematic design with that firm. And during schematic design, they should be pursuing alternatives and bringing them back to you for final decision. But let's say they come up with 3 building sections that they feel like will meet your goals, but they're going to come at different cost premiums, and have a discussion about, this one will be LEED Platinum, but it's going to cost 20% more than, I don't know, some other building section. And then I'm being neutral here, but you've got 3 building sections at 3 different costs. So David, you wouldn't be expected to choose those prior to hiring the architect, and the architect will be leading that conversation. We think you should have an energy consultant that's, the advocate for the project, working with the architect, helping to advise on those decisions.
And just to be clear, energy consultants generally get paid.
Yes.
Yeah, so we would be hiring an energy consultant to work with the architect that we'd be hiring as well. Okay. And that's really the only difference.
Could be required as part of the consulting team. It's done, that's commonly done nowadays. The commissioning, which actually I think we made a bullet point, the commissioning we suggest is by owner, because when you're commissioning all of these mechanical systems that have such a big piece in energy efficiency, it's nice to have that that entity working directly for you as an independent third party.
Okay. Take your word for that. I have no idea. So I think that's all my questions. Thank you. Great.
Anybody else have a question, thought, or comment?
Well, just one quick question. There are going to be a lot of infrastructure that has to be built in somewhere in this building for the HVAC and the heating and all those different things. So is that something that's already been laid out in what you've already given us to an extent?
Yep, it was explored. We actually consulted, we pulled in a mechanical engineer and electrical engineer. We reviewed the current systems at the school with them to again, make sure we had a viable solution for the HVAC needs of this addition and of the renovation space as well. And that is included in the budget.
And all the required, state required protective things like
Yep.
door types. And,
Yes.
And
Yes.
sprinkling and all that stuff,
Mhm.
everything.
Yep.
Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah.
Yeah, we did a comprehensive code review as part of
Yeah.
this.
So we have a good foundation, it sounds like.
Yes. Again, we have a high level of confidence. There are contingencies in here, so, you know, I would say that this budget kind of is for the Vermont stretch code, which, you know, I would encourage you that if we hire a consultant, Christina, I really like the way you said it in the finance committee meeting, you know, that we look at life cycle costs and that we identify places where we can go above and beyond. But I think the Vermont stretch code is going to be your basis, and you're going to be very happy with the energy efficiency that you find from that building.
So if you missed finance committee, one of my thoughts was that there are things that you can do that they might say, oh, there's a 7-year payback on this, but we're going to have that building for more than 7 years, so look at, well, will this last 12 years and what the long-term cost is of something, as opposed to doing what, I mean, if you do this with your house, they'll say, oh, don't do it, it's a 5-year payback and that's too long. But that depends on how you look at it, really, what's too long and what your priorities are. So I agree that there is a curve, and we have to figure out where on the curve we are and what our return on investment should be. And I think the other thing that I won't be here to make these decisions, but you referred to something called papering, which is going after some of these certifications, and somebody in town was going after a certification, but the cost of actually getting the plaque on the wall was going to be a lot. And I think from my perspective, I would rather have us invest in actually technologies that will improve the building performance than the attractive plaque on the wall, because we're not marketing a destination resort, we're serving students and modeling. So I think we should be mindful when we're talking about these standards. Maybe we go to the standard, it's built to a LEED standard, but maybe we don't want to pay for the LEED certification process. I mean, that sounded like what you were saying is an option. You get almost there, but maybe there's a piece that is not, maybe there's something we would have to comply to that would not have a good ROI. So to be thinking about having that kind of flexibility in what we're doing going forward. So. And maybe we could invest somewhere else that you wouldn't get recognition for, but it absolutely makes sense for the situation of a building where we don't occupy it hardly in the summer. You know, I mean, maybe that would, you know, there might be different circumstances. So. Yeah, Sean.
Would you be the shepherd to get us to a place where we knew as we go along that if we choose this, you know, the cost is going to escalate beyond a point of comfort?
Yes.
Because that's easy to do, you know, choose things. And if you have a vision of where that choice will get us in a financial realm, I think it'd be very helpful to have that sort of check, so that, you know, we do as much as we can with the money available.
Yes. Well, I should rephrase. I very much hope that we are. You know, that is going to be your architect. And that architect is going to be working in consultation with hopefully an energy consultant, a mechanical engineer who has a lot of expertise in this field. Efficiency Vermont is a free consult on these projects, so they're another resource that can be easily and at no cost brought in to collaborate. And perhaps there's a contractor involved at some point. But again, going back to that schematic design process, that's where we see really digging into this and having those discussions.
If I could follow up, you know,
it's very logical that you would have the same firm that does the schematic design be the final design architect. As far as that decision, that would be another decision point for the board. You know, and it sounds like if the conversation moves the way we've just described it here with maybe on the 18th, March 18, we fill out the discussion around, you know, you've had a chance to absorb some material, we hear from some of these other resources. It wouldn't be too long after that I would be recommending that the board consider hiring the architect to get us to those next steps. And you know, we'll see what the conversation looks like on the 18th if the board is thinking that's a good time to do this.
And David had one follow-up.
Yeah, just I want to be really clear that Efficiency Vermont can be helpful, but they are not energy consultants, and they don't advise you. They tell you what they think. They help you out with your ideas. So I wouldn't want to have Efficiency Vermont become our energy consultant. I would want to have somebody that was really going to get us where we want to go once we figure out where that is.
And that's not the intent.
Great, thanks.
So it sounds like the board members that will continue to serve are asking that for 318 that Corey will return, bring some backup singers for your presentation, and the board will have done their homework, and new board members will have done their homework and read about and got somehow, do you have a digital copy of this packet you could send to me?
I do,
Okay.
yes.
So that I can make sure that the oncoming board members can start doing homework
You can
beforehand.
send it on to all of us, so we can send it on.
And
to
again,
the
those goals were
college.
intended to be a draft. I think I even put a watermark on it. I can send those along as a Word document.
Keep the watermark on it, that's a good idea, yeah. Whatever, we're pretty good at.
So we'll post it on the website as well.
Oh, great, fabulous.
That's easy.
Awesome, thank you. So I see nods of agreement that that's going on the next agenda. I see at least 4 nodding heads, so that makes it warm. Excellent. Thank you so, oh, I'm sorry. Let me just, yes, Jody.
Both of these handouts will be on the website.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Any other quick public comments on this agenda item? I want to thank you so much for this really thoughtful presentation that you put together really quickly. And if you know me, you know I really want to thank you for offering to do a little bit of pro bono work for us too.
Our pleasure. So, thank you for moving me up the agenda.
Well, thank you. Hey, yeah. Thanks again.
Yeah.
Moving back to committee reports. Sean, you want to take it away with just a little brief highlights and?
Sure. The Finance Committee met this afternoon at 5 o'clock, and we did a couple of things: warrants of payrolls, approved the minutes, and then we did another agenda item that we didn't have time to get to, was prepping for the budget meeting on 3/10, but we'll probably do that in this meeting. And then Frank gave us a fiscal year-to-date financial statement review, and we went over that. And then right at the end of the meeting, Corey was able to make himself available at 5:45, and so he gave sort of a preliminary of what we just went through with Corey right now, and that was about it.
And so maybe I'll talk about the Franz Reichman report down later.
Yes, thank you
I'll talk
very
about
much.
that down maybe when we're talking about budget prep. That might be a good place to put it.
Okay.
Did Frank just leave?
He was just walking Corey out.
Oh, okay, because I would love to hear the financial statement to this point.
Yeah.
How we doing?
He had a
We're
handout.
concerned about a deficit, so.
Wow,
a
it's
handout.
early yet. I have
And
it.
he went through the whole handout.
Yeah, I know, but not with us. I don't know. I don't
getting
know
it
any
to
of it.
you.
And we'll be presenting a budget.
Here. Well, this is the current year, so there.
This is all, everything that he handed out?
Yeah.
No,
let's
this is
look
the
at-
budget, right?
This is the year-to-date budget.
That's an expanded version of this, so that you could
Oh, I see.
actually look at each.
This is the
item.
backup.
Okay, yeah, we've had these before.
He had a
So-
summary, and then he had the whole.
And
he
what
had
was
the big
the,
package.
I guess what I'm asking, what was the summary? Are we like
The
overspent
summary
at
was
this point? Or 9
just
months?
where we are now, but it also includes all the encumbrance figures, so things that anticipated, like in the in the payroll, the figure represents what it'll be on June 30th. So, you know, he didn't, I think probably because they're unknowns, I don't think he made a specific recommendation, but it, you know, he gives all the information.
I'll ask him, maybe we can just come back to this for a second. Because I'm just curious, we're 9 months, you know, 3/4 of the way through the year, and we know pretty much what our spending, unless something comes up that's a surprise, we know kind of what our spending is going to be.
Well, I think
and I'm
that's-
just curious as to where we are in terms of what we budgeted as opposed to what we spent
That's
as of
exactly
9 months.
why, that's why he gave us these materials.
I think when Frank comes, let's ask
Yeah.
Frank his, because I think
We're
he
talking
might,
past each
yeah,
other.
yeah, he'd be the one that would say, I'm worried, I'm not worried. And we didn't ask that question, we went, oh, okay. Yeah. Personnel Committee.
She is not here.
Okay, so skip right over that.
But we did have a meeting.
Oh, okay, then you can do it.
We had 1% that we approved. And it was for a science teacher from Putney to go to the National Science, what do you call it?
Congress.
Say it again.
The NSTA?
Right, the National Science Teacher Association, which is in Boston. And we set dates for 1% to be due, so May 1st will be the date that 1% need to come from teachers to be due to principals. Principals will vet them, get them to Barb. Barb always does the financials, makes copies, sends copies on to board members to preview, and then we'll need at least 1, probably 2, even 3 meetings, because in the past, of course, each individual board did their own. We'll be looking at far more 1% requests. So our goal is to have them all done and approved and wrapped up by June 15th. So like
That's a
that.
question for personnel. I think you can probably answer it. In the January 22nd meeting, is that the most recent one, or you met since then? It doesn't matter. In the January 22nd meeting, I noticed that the committee approved a long-term leave for someone.
Yes.
And I'm curious as to, I mean, I didn't know that a committee could do that. I thought if someone wanted long-term leave, the board had to do that.
So did we report out on that? Because I am sure.
It's in the minutes, but I don't recall.
Yeah, I don't recall either. If the board would like to approve it, I can talk in generalities about who and what and why.
Well, I think it's more of a question of just, I mean, it makes perfect sense for the personnel committee to do that. I just don't ever recall us saying that. And when something appears that I've never seen before, because you had given us, well, it weren't leaves, but a lot of retirements. You've given us a lot of retirements, but this is a different thing.
Right, right.
That's a good question. I know we gave them the approvals of 1%. I don't remember leaves.
Leaves.
I can't think of why not, but just, you know, it doesn't mean anything if I can't think of it.
That hasn't come up since I've been taking minutes.
Yeah.
I think that was.
Yeah, I do remember we were at Oak Grove School when we discussed it.
Yeah, it was one of Mary's people.
Yeah, it's one of Mary's.
Christina? I'm trying to remember what we put in the mission statement.
I know, that's what I was just
Is that
trying
what
to
you're
look-
looking at?
that's what I was trying to
It didn't
look
have
up.
that.
It didn't have
It was
that
1%, it was
specific?
something,
Okay.
the language, there was some language about negotiations, and that was then altered to say something else, but
Okay.
it was a very brief mission statement.
And so maybe we could consider that, if that would make sense.
Just to, you know, to formally say that's a good idea for personnel to do,
So would you like to make a motion?
that we look at it, or that we ask them to add it to their,
We authorize the Personnel Committee to approve long-term leaves?
did you get that?
That was David's motion.
That was David's motion.
To authorize personnel committee to approve long-term leaves, right? By David. Thank you.
Is there a second?
Second.
Any discussion? All those in favor of approving David's motion to authorize the Personnel Committee to approve long-term leaves, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Nays or abstentions? Ayes have it, the ayes do have it. Oh, see what happens when you're away, Kelly. We can put more work on you.
More work for Kelly.
Okay.
Actually, we don't have very
AP committee, oh, that's mine, I was skipping ahead, how about that? We met Monday morning, we've met twice since the last meeting, is that correct? Yeah, we've met twice since the last meeting. We've been looking at creating a sexual assault policy. We've been working on, and that's taken the bulk of our time, we've been working on a flagpole policy, had some discussion. We're gonna have to meet with an attorney on the phone because this is a complex Title I issue that we're going to walk very carefully on, but we've sort of talked about the committee's concerns and issues and sort of had a preliminary discussion so that we can actually have a cost-efficient conversation with an attorney, that we know what our concerns are, we know what our interests are, and then we can find out what the law has to say about it. And then David very wonderfully created a list of annual updates that are embedded in policy that we're supposed to do, and unless you read through the whole policy book, it's hard to know. So just to pull out from that to say, if it says the superintendent will inform the board annually, and it's always somewhere tucked into a policy. So he came up with a list of things, and I would also like to publicly thank Tim Morris for saving my butt on the sexual assault policy, because I think I wrote him on Sunday night. No, that was a bad metaphor. You're trying to get through this position without doing that. But there was a lot of legal stuff in there, and I'm like, this can't be right, this can't be right. And so I chose the right person to be to be the one that helped in that committee, because he's like, nope, that's what it says, Christina, that's what the law says, and then really did the bulk of the backbone writing, and I just did the nerdy laundry list stuff. So it was a really big help for somebody who's just supposed to be my proofreader, and he really stepped up. So I appreciate that personally. So I sent the first copy out of that for a read, so we're gonna just, there's nothing really to talk about in a first read, but I wanted to get it fleshed out so we can run it by an attorney. And Sean, you already sent me edits, thank you so much. But if you'd all take a look at that, but it'll be later in the agenda. And is that pretty much it? Policy and amendment? Excellent.
That's quite a bit.
Yeah, we were there for 3 hours, on Monday. So, and I did, Kelly Kalansky had communicated to me like what's going on with that, and I said we have been crushed behind getting some other things done, and we have to schedule time to talk to the attorney, and it didn't happen this past meeting. So I told her it may not happen before the 18th, but it was still on our radar. So, Climate Crisis Task Force.
So we finally got a time that worked for everybody. The meeting is going to be, hold on, let me double check. Tuesday, March 10th. Where's that going to be? Oh, that's at the main office at 4 p.m. And then after that, every month we're going to have the same time, same place, so it's more predictable. Yeah, that's it for now.
Just, and while you're commending, I don't know how to describe what Tom's had to go through to get this done. He's got 2 committees with 4 or 5 people, all with really complex schedules. And I don't know if you have your email system. Every time a message comes along, there's a line that goes down to it, and the lines go across the way as it becomes a long chain. But he pretty much filled the page with lines, trying to get us to figure out what time on a Tuesday, we get them which Tuesday.
Yeah.
It was pretty amazing.
Very exciting.
So we're through it. What time? Oh, nobody.
4 p.m. 4 p.m. We're going to have
Just under
every second Tuesday of the month, 4 p.m., so people can plan on it.
Nice. I mean, it might be an interesting thing to talk about the building, the academy project a
Yeah,
little bit.
we'll add it to the agenda.
Yeah, just get some other opinions. Excellent.
Yes.
Can you, sorry.
Did you skip PPEC?
Oh, I did. Oh my gosh, how
That's
did I
okay.
do that? PPEC, sorry.
We haven't met.
It'd be a short meeting.
No, I just wanted to make sure everybody knew that we are meeting next Wednesday at 5 p.m. at the library. And that'll be at least our summative meeting around after-school care before we give our presentation. So if you did have questions at that point or just wanted to come hear some of the stuff we're putting in the presentation, you can come on down. And the following meeting after that will be on the 25th. I hope if any board member, future board members are here that think about joining PPEC, maybe they might attend one of those meetings. They're always on Wednesdays at 5, usually at the library.
Same with sustainability, too.
So
Looking at Tim back there.
everybody's going to make their pitch for their committee now.
Yeah.
And you're planning to do a short presentation on 318, correct?
Yes.
Okay, fabulous. I'm filling out that agenda.
I was wondering who's gonna fill out that agenda, because you're not here.
I know.
Hopefully you're gonna do that before you leave.
She's here till the day
That's
before,
right.
we'll pile it on.
Well, it has to be warned while I'm still
Yeah.
here.
Okay.
Unless
So I'll
you
still
decide
be
you want to
working.
make it an emergency meeting. Communications Council.
I have one, can I actually ask
Sorry.
something? So it was something that came up, David and I were chatting about. Did we want to do, I know that the equity committee will be looking at more of the equity study that was done on sports in our PPEC 25th meeting?
Mhm.
But is that something we thought, I don't know, last time when I'd heard PPEC would be taking that on, I'm fine with that too, but I wanted to re-bring it up to the board because we will have new board members who've not been involved in any of the discussions. Would it be valuable at that point on the 18th to actually have the overview discussion and then hand it off to PPEC? So we have a little bit more direction than we have right now.
The executive committee discussion of the.
Equity, yeah. I just
Yeah.
labeled it. Equity.
Yep. That sounds like a good idea.
Okay.
On the 18th?
So on the 18th, you'll do a presentation and we'll do an equity and sports
Yep.
discussion? Okay.
I don't know if that has to be.
Yeah, probably not. Okay, sounds good. Communications Council, hey, I'm gonna try, give it a third try. Communications Council.
We have not met since our last meeting, and we don't actually have a plan to meet as of yet. But I did want to update the board on a couple of things. One, I sent 2 releases earlier today that I actually wrote myself, because I realized if we don't have a release in about the annual meeting by Friday, it won't be in the Commons before the meeting. Jamie was sending around a draft release that's just as a general update regarding the resolution from last time. I know it was already approved, but just to keep an update. And then in the interest of full disclosure, I individually, on my own, with no authority, created 2 Facebook events. One for the information session and one for the annual meeting, just so they're actually on social media as soon as possible.
So if it pleases the board, we're firing him effective. Let this be a lesson to the rest of you. Thank you, Tim. I know there's a lot of pushing out of stuff, so I appreciate it. I know Jamie's working on getting that flyer out too, so.
Oh, I'm sorry, I did want to update. I forgot to mention that I think this might be incorrect, that David, you had a release to the Commons last Friday, right?
Yeah,
Resolution.
the board asked me to send it to the ed committees and to the board, our
resolution.
local representatives. Yeah.
Just the resolution, though, right?
Yeah,
Yeah.
no comment.
Okay, diversity and equity.
So similar to the climate crisis task force, we set up a recurring meeting every month. This month it has to be the second Monday, just because of people's schedules. 4 p.m. on Monday, March 9th at the BAM's conference room. And then after that, every first Monday of the month, it'll be at 4 p.m. at at main office from there on.
So you have not met since our last.
We have on Monday.
And WSESU board, I think we'll skip over because it's been focused solely, am I correct, on the superintendent search, right? Since the last meeting. Right. That brings us to leadership councils. Any reports? Any appointments?
Yes, I have a list of people for the BAMS Leadership Council.
Awesome.
Okay. So Cassandra Holloway, Valerie Annis, Tim Young, Samantha Eagle are all parents or community members for the BAMS Council.
So I would entertain a motion to approve Cassandra Holloway, Samantha Eagle, Tim Young, and
Valerie Annis.
Valerie Annis to the BAMS Leadership Council.
So moved.
Thank you, David. Is there a second?
I'll second.
Thank you, Kelly. Any discussion? All those in favor of the motion to approve the listed members to the BAM's Leadership Council, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Nays or abstentions? As appear to have it, we're halfway there.
And we have two teachers, Jen Corse, who's a parent and a staff member, and Jessica Montanari, who is a staff member.
Although I would entertain a motion to appoint Jen Corse and Jennifer Montanari. Jessica, sorry, I couldn't read my scrawl. Jessica Montanari to the BAM's Leadership Council. Please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Nays, abstentions? Ayes appear to have it. The ayes do have it.
Who made the motion and seconded that one?
Yeah, I think I'm on it.
Oh, I didn't. I was really hurrying. I'd entertain a motion.
So moved.
Thank you, Tim. Second?
I second it.
Thank you, Thomas. All those in favor?
Aye.
Nays, abstentions? The ayes appear to have it. Now the motion carries. And is there any other, we're still working on the, awesome, that is terrific. Thank you so much, Keith and company, for getting that started. This might be a good place to pause and, like, I have found a lot of questions because of the Secretary of State's requirement that we we are meeting open meeting law requirements and that we follow Robert's rules. In the Leadership Council, we have new board members coming up. I was thinking if there was anybody of doing a few little Robert's Rules light, open meeting light presentations at starting up leadership councils and for new board members. I'd be willing to do that. If there's somebody else that wants to do that, I'd be very happy to let somebody else do that. But just go over the basics of Robert's Rules, the basics of open meeting law, so you've heard it once. And it's so hard to find where everything is in trying to do this job. Maybe just put some materials together. So here it is.
I can help you with that because I've got a little handout about the Robert's Rules for small boards, the distinctions that the town has, and I also have a brief thing that came from the Secretary of State when they revised the old meeting law years ago.
So that'd be great. So
glad to help. Just let me know when.
So maybe we'll try to keep our ears when they're first starting out, and we can just come for 10 minutes and say, look, this is how you warn a meeting. This is what an agenda looks like. You have to do it 48 hours in advance. You have to,
Yeah, perfect. So why don't you and I be in touch? I'll be in touch with Keith to figure out when they're going to meet. And any of the other principals who have had meetings established, if you want that to happen, you can just let me know and we can work that out too.
After the budget meeting would be really
I'm
great
sorry, I don't have
timing for me. So excellent, because it's confusing and it changes. Yes.
Ruby McAdoo Putney. So I'm the clerk of the Putney Central School Leadership Council, and I just this year. And I would just encourage you to really lean into having a document rather than...
I have a document actually, so that's...
But having that be something that's self-supporting, because you're going to have this every year for all 10 schools.
Yeah.
Because it's a new leadership council every year. And I do think that, I'm sure there's little cheat sheets for the small boards, Robert Rules, that you could adapt. And even put like Barb's email address so everybody knows where to send things like that on it.
I actually wrote a draft of it in the first one. I was like, oh, yeah, people don't know this. So, yeah, we should get this. And it's a good thing to know. Good thing to know Robert's Rules. So if you go to town meeting or whatever, or are part of any organization. So with that, we have I don't know why there's finances in there, administrative update.
So it's only been 3 school days since we last met, so it's going to be quick. We did have excellent feedback for the PD day. Again, thank you to Deb and Paul for the elementary. Steve and Keith worked, and Nancy worked for this complex here, and thank you all very much for that. I do have 2 letters of resignation. So the first one, dear Ms. Holliday, I'm writing this letter to formally inform you of my resignation from teaching pre-kindergarten at Dummerston School at the end of the 2019-2020 academic year. It was not without much deliberation that I have made the decision to discontinue my work here in WSESD at the end of this school year. I am passionate about my work as we educators do and have felt welcomed and supported by WSCSD during my time in the district. It's been a privilege to work with this district. My hope is that submitting this letter now will allow for an adequate amount of time to find a suitable candidate for the pre-K position in Dummerston. Should you need any additional information from me at this point, please let me know. Thank you for the opportunity to work with the children of Dummerston and grow as an educator. Sincerely, Jill Johnson. So I would ask to accept with regret, extreme regret, actually.
I'm not accepting that. Let's go make that motion. Oh, Ann can't talk.
I'm afraid even if you don't accept it, she's going to leave.
Come on, somebody call
I'll
up.
make the
Thank you,
motion
Sean.
to accept with regret Jill Johnson's resignation as the Dummerston pre-K staff.
And we have a second from Ann. Thank you for bailing out the Dummerston reps. The reps who hail from Dummerston, who have to walk through town.
And I'll say, just because I was on the board for a long time in Lynn Coram, is this all within contractual
Yes.
timeline?
Yes, contracts for next year have not gone out. She has not been here long enough for separation benefits. She's not asking for that, so.
Any discussion? All those in favor of the motion to accept with great regret the resignation of Jill Johnson, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Nays or abstentions? The ayes appear to have it. The ayes do have it.
And I was just given one minutes ago. And actually it was forwarded on from Steve. Dear Steve, I'm ready to inform you that I will not be returning for the 2019-2020 school year. My husband and I bought a large farm in Maine and my family will be moving. I'm bringing this to your attention now as there is already a hiring team in place and it would be appropriate to let my department have the best possible chance at the replacement for my position. Leaving has not been an easy decision as BUHS has been my home for many years and every school year has been unique in students, initiatives, classes, and focus. It's one of the things that has been awesome about working here. We are always evolving to meet the needs of our students. This is a big transition filled with much excitement as well as sadness. I'm excited to shift my focus more to my family and farm and set up as we embark on this new journey that has been years in planning and preparation. Thank you for being an inspiring leader who is willing to take risks and rally the rest of us forward towards the bigger vision, even when it's scary and fraught with the potential for mistakes. You and the BUHS community will be missed. Diane Skoski Pride. So I would ask that you accept with regret Diane's.
I'd entertain a motion to accept with regret the resignation.
So moved.
Thank you, Tim. Is there a second?
Second.
Thank you, Thomas. Any discussion? All those in favor of approving the motion to accept the resignation, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Nays, abstentions? The motion carries.
The rest of mine, I will talk with you under the coronavirus stuff. Got lots there.
Excellent. You're just filled with good news.
Great news tonight.
Thought I'd have a little fun in my last regular meeting. So we have already discussed the academy project, so we're moving on to item B, which is next week's budget info session and how that's going to go. Hopefully I won't have to call a meeting for anything, but you never know, so I will keep you posted. It would be great to have all the members of the finance committee there who are probably the best, the most familiar with the budget. We need a quorum, so if you can't make it that night, let me know, because I know it's not a regularly scheduled night. There is childcare available, so you can bring your children. And then I'm not sure if the board has, I figured we would just go through, have copies of the budget, give an overview, answer questions. Anybody want to do like a song and a dance or some sort of, art project to the budget or anything to supplement learners?
Do we have, Tim mentioned the press releases going out. Do we have things going out to the school newsletters and websites, and is it a full court press in terms of getting that out? I know we mailed it, we already mailed it out.
Everybody
Yeah,
got the postcards. We can certainly put reminders in newsletters and.
it's, people aren't in the habit, and of course surrounding towns think it's all over.
Yeah.
Town meeting's done.
I should add that I actually wrote those 2 press releases in part because I got an email from Barb saying, what should we do? Should I pay for ads? I was like, that's when they have it, so you don't have to pay for ads.
Yeah.
So.
Excellent. And I think, when Jamie and Barb do it, doesn't it go to all the principals and stuff? So it could go on the newsletter, so it's going that direction, so.
Usually Thursday is the newsletter day, so the info meeting might be a little.
Too late.
It's ready to go.
It's ready to go, okay, yeah.
Awesome.
But definitely the 17th.
Yeah.
Could
you just state your name?
I'm sorry, Tara Castine Putney. You mentioned postcards had gone out to everyone.
Weeks ago.
I never got one. Either of these two from Putney. So I would like to have a review of that process to make sure that people in the towns actually have received your postcards.
They go to, it's one of those mailers that gets put into every single post box and every single mailbox, so I don't
got
know.
one, but it was like kind of stuffed in with the ads that we usually just, put in recycling.
Yeah, it does go in that, junk mail stuff, so I know that my husband, it came in his box in his junk mail, and he pulled it out, but it may have gone to people's junk mail, because that's the cheap way to mail. But we got it at home and at work, so I know 05346 in some fashion was working, and I know 05302 in some fashion was working, so.
So it's not anything that we do, it's whatever the post office does, so you'll need to check in with your post office, I guess, on that one.
Okay, thank you.
Sorry you didn't get it. I hope it wasn't a rampant problem, yes.
Ruby, Matthew Putney. Will the budget info session be recorded by BCTV?
So the only additional factor, since nobody seems to want give a musical presentation of the budget, which is really fun, the only other additional piece of, kind of assessment data that would be available to the public is a gift arrived, which I shared with all of you, which was the Brattleboro Town Finance Committee's review of the budget. And it's been something that has been done. It's appointed by the select board, a group of volunteers who have reviewed the Brattleboro Town School Board budget and the BUHS budget independently and given a recommendation. So even though we are a different district now, they went ahead and did it. And I forwarded to all of you, get rid of that because that wasn't the final copy, so you can delete that. And when the final copy comes through, because our budget changes like $5 one way or the other, and then that throws everything off. And so Franz Reichman, who's the chair of that group, is doing the final touches on it, so we should have it in the next day or two. We spoke at Finance Committee about having copies of that available to the public at the budget info session and the annual meeting. And we agreed that that would be a good idea to recommend to the board. Would that be a fair way to say what I said, what we all agreed? So if that is acceptable to the board as a whole, I would entertain a motion to have copies made and included. Did you want to speak to that?
Well, it'll be online also.
Yes, it'll be online too. Yep.
Yeah.
Yep.
I think that he said, I could be wrong, but I think he said that it's at the town rep meeting that they're actually appointed. Is that correct?
I think that's what he said.
Yeah, you had said the select board.
Oh, I'm sorry. Sorry.
Maybe David.
Well, yeah, the representative town meeting created the finance committee to do those reports, and I think that Franz's point to talking to us is that it's a representative town meeting, Brattleboro representative town meeting function, and so we might want to get people from the communities that, rather than Brattleboro people telling everybody what's wrong with their budget, might we get some contributions from the surrounding towns about the insight in the budget. If we wanted to have a report like that went to the public. If we didn't want to have one, then we wouldn't do anything.
So
we have to decide that at some point.
That has to be decided. It doesn't have to be decided because we have it now, and we've all agreed it's very helpful to have now. And I didn't want to bury the lead in case you didn't read it. The Brattleboro Town Finance Committee recommended approval and passing of our budget. So that might change how you feel about including the information if you're voting on the board. So I would entertain a motion to ask central office to make copies of the final Brattleboro Town Finance Committee recommendation to be available for the budget meeting and the annual meeting. Was that your motion, Sean?
Sure.
Thank you, Sean, for the
I also
motion.
want to say something after.
Oh, okay. Is there, well, that we can do it during discussion. Is there a second?
I'll second.
We're giving it to Emily. Tom's been a big second. Any discussion, Sean?
I could say it after we vote.
Okay. All those in favor of the motion, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Nays, abstentions? The ayes appear to have it, the ayes do have it, and the motion carries. Yes, sir.
This is just in terms of voter awareness. Christina did this little fold out, which maybe a lot of you already have, a trifold. And I have to say that she's amazing, as we all know, but it's really, really helpful. So these might be good to have available at the,
Yes, we should.
on the 10th.
Yeah.
Yeah, and even the 17th, well, no, the
Yeah,
17th,
both.
just the 10th. So I have 3 if anybody wants a copy.
I have a stack of about 10 or 15.
See me afterwards.
Oh, good.
Oh, I'm sorry, this is a trifold for understanding your education tax, that basically Christina put together. And it's extremely informative, very, very clear, well stated, so everybody can understand what Frank knows already.
Is that something that would be included in the presentation? Because maybe it could be a supplement that's just projected. Because it's
Well, it's a trifold.
It wouldn't really
Oh,
work on the
project.
presentation. I
Yeah.
think it was, the intent of it was so that people who were like, where does this number come from, could maybe get some guidance to that, but also a call to action on the legislature hearing about the weighting study, and you need to understand education financing to get a little understanding of that. So I tried to do 2 things in one trifold, and it takes a village, because I was in the guidance office of BUHS, and Selena Romo walked by and said, hey, we've got this trifold, I'll send it to you. So I modified it for ripped it apart and said, that's a great idea. Sean backed me up and did the editing, and then Frank Monday morning in a scramble corrected where my decimals were from a previous revision. So, and then Barb got, the best thanks to Barb. That was not, the photocopy was not cooperating, so.
Plus, our intention was not for Barb to print them out and fold them.
Well, it was to print.
And she said, oh, I can get them done by 4, but
I wondered why she didn't get any work on that. Barb, don't watch this. That's it for me.
Well, we really appreciate her taking care of that, and we certainly didn't mean to have her, if she could print them, because on my inkjet, I would still be printing now. So I really appreciate using a high-speed, inexpensive copier, but, so we should maybe ask to get, I don't want to do that. I'm gonna go to Staples and just pay for it myself. I'm not asking Barb to print more of those, because we'll make sure we come up with another 100 of those suckers to have available, so.
Out of the
David-
surplus of the Guilford Town Office, so they're available in Guilford.
Excellent. So we're kind of all set with the budget info, and I'll work on making sure I'm good with that. You're bringing the copies of the town, or somebody from Central will bring the, for Franz's list.
Once we
And
have the final, Franz is gonna fix up with your suggestion.
do we have extra copies of or a lot of copies of the annual report?
We have a few here tonight.
Well, I wanted to get like about 50 of them. The Brattleboro town budget meeting is next Wednesday night, and that would be a
Good time.
good opportunity to hand them out.
Can you stop at some point?
Yeah, I just wanted to make sure you had them. Yeah, I thought so. Thank you.
yes, Jody.
Jody Normando Dummerston. I don't recall that you talked about some of the things that we talked about from the last meeting about having photographs of where they go to the information meeting, because, I mean, I've lived here forever. I graduated from the high school, but things have changed. I had no idea where to go to the BAMS building. And is that going to happen?
I don't know how feasible it is to stick those into like one of these press releases for a website and newsletters.
Or sandwich boards out
Well,
there?
certainly, I think sandwich boards is
I mean, because last time people got locked out, they didn't know which door to go to, it was.
Well, I think Jamie was part of that request, and Jamie's on the Communications Council pushing these things out, so we should maybe just remind Jamie.
Christina?
Yeah.
Yeah, Jamie and I have sandwich
I'm sorry, could
boards.
you just-
I'm sorry, Ellen Strong Putney. Jamie and I are going to be bringing, at the very least, sandwich boards that we're taking from the Putney Library. We have permission, so at least we'll have some physical signage. So, and we'll keep working on the other piece.
Or an address, so they know where to go.
Address, we can put
GPS.
photo in social media because we can control that, and then sign.
Yes.
I should note the addresses are on all the press releases, but obviously it doesn't help if there are multiple doors.
Thanks, Jim.
Moving on from that, because we have the fabulous Carrie Amadon here, who chairs the SU board, would you be willing to favor us, if it's okay with the board, that we ask her to update us on the superintendent search?
Sure. Today is Wednesday? Okay, so tomorrow we end the application process for superintendents to apply. And then on Friday, we should be choosing, or Dawn will be choosing the search committees. And we are hoping to have the first round of the first committee to review all the applications next Monday. And then we'll be scheduling interviews. So things are going along quite well. And again, thanks to the fabulous Barb for continually answering my emails. When I say eek, I forgot to ask for, and she gets it done. So things are moving quickly, which is good.
Would you be able to just briefly outline the process so that people are aware of the process, you know, those two committees and the board, and just so board members coming on, the selection?
So we're gonna have two separate committees. The first is going to be, I might be doing the math in my head badly, about 10 people. So it'll be 2 administrators, 2 teachers, 2 support staff, 2 or so parents. There are no board members involved. So it's a group of teachers, administrators, parents, community members who will be reviewing all of the applications. And then they will be making a recommendation as to who should be interviewed. At that point, we will establish a second committee, again, similar makeup, so administrators, teachers, support staff, parents, taxpayers, community members,
Students on that one.
as well as students. So we're gonna add 2 students to that. They will be performing the interviews. And again, no board members involved in that. That group will then recommend to the board 1, 2, 3 people for the board to interview. So the board is not involved at all in winnowing things down. We're just going to be given what we hope is the cream of the crop based on the recommendations of the key stakeholders.
I did not get the impression that one for the board to
I think it's gonna be multiples.
Yeah,
I think
yeah.
Don was pretty clear about, give us choices, give us a couple.
Yeah, definitely.
So,
And then there was the wild card option too, the Don Collins Choice Award.
What Don has a lot of, I'm not messing with Don.
Yeah.
So, I mean,
But he, if there's a candidate that he feels should go into the next round, he reserves the right to.
he reserves
move
the
a
right
candidate
to add
forward.
someone to the committees. Once we get all of the recommendations as to who should be on the committees, he reserves the right to say, you're missing this person. And he reserves the right to read all the applications and say, you know what, this person should move along to the next. So.
How many applications have there been?
I did ask this question because I've been asked this a lot, and I was like, Don, can I tell people? And he said, make it sort of like that. So we're over 12, which I thought was
It's a goodly number.
a good
We
number.
should be very happy with that.
Yeah, and it's not closed yet, so.
Tim?
Tim Macy, Brattleboro. I tried to find the job description online? Where is it?
It's on, well, let's see, it's on Indeed, it's on School Spring, it's on Education Week, it's on Top School Jobs, and it's on the main website. So if you go to the SU website and you look under, I should be able to tell you this, but usually there is something for employment. So SU employment, let's hope I can find it quickly. Yeah, if you go to employment, and then look under the SU, so it's on there. But we advertised as widely as we possibly could. But also if you go to School Spring, you'll see it there, and that's got the entire process where you can apply online.
School Spring?
School Spring.
Oh, thanks.
So.
Thank you so much, Carrie.
You're welcome.
Jody.
Jody Normandeau Dummerston. Is it possible to tell if there's any in-house candidates? Or is
I'm actually not looking at them, so I don't really know. Because I figured Dawn basically said, hands off, and I said, cool. So I pretty much look at the number and say, yay. But as far as who they are, where they're from.
And does everybody know who Dawn is?
Oh, Dawn Collins is the consultant that we hired to help us walk through this process. So Dawn was a long-term superintendent himself in Vermont. He's been a principal, he was a state senator. He chaired Senate Ed. He's been a parent. He pretty much hits every stakeholder category that we're having on this board. So.
School board, 15-year school board member, teacher as well. So teacher, principal, superintendent, school board member.
Parent.
So grandparent. So I think he.
And the SBA, right?
He's a lovely SBA member. Let me just say it thusly. He's, as I think I said in an earlier meeting, Jody, he's the one person that everybody has managed to like, even when they don't agree with him, which is quite a skill indeed. So
He's a talented man.
He's a talented man, and he brings
And
a lot of
charming
experience.
Can we hire him?
Thank you so much, Carrie, for that.
You're welcome.
Any other questions from the board? Excellent. It was nice because he met with teachers before we hired him, he met with administrators before we hired him, he met with other school staff before we met with the board. So it's been a very, it's taken a little longer than we thought, but we have left no thoughts unturned in all this. So
It's taken longer, but we're on schedule.
True.
The schedule that we set in the beginning, we're making
looking
it.
for
Yeah.
March.
because he is like, nope, we're doing this. It was like music to my ears. Like, let's get the show on the road and not lose momentum. So I'm very happy. Thank you, Carrie. Oh, moving on to, speaking of superintendents, moving on to the font of good news, Lyle Holiday.
I have spent hours, literally hours on this. So, COVID-19, novel coronavirus, also known as, the information is changing as we are sitting here. I have asked a couple of school nurses to keep up with it, to make sure that they keep me informed. But the best information is that we have to be following the CDC guidelines and the Department of Health guidelines. As we know from the Vermont Department of Health, it's still unknown as to how impactful it's going to be. Right now, the best information that we've been given is that we need to ensure good hygiene, hand washing, keeping students and adults, so teachers, paras, custodians, parents, home until they've been fever-free for 24 hours without the use of medication. And that all went home in a letter that I sent out. I've been in touch with Peter Elwell and Chief Bukasi from the Brattleboro Fire Department to ensure that we are all working on a coordinated response here in the greater area. And also tomorrow evening, I'm at Brattleboro Memorial Hospital for a session with the hospital chief of staff on what the regional response will be if it hits here. Of course, we have school trips. It's hard to know what's going to be going on in April. At this point, Costa Rica and Belize seem to be fine. Those trips are probably a go, but again, things are changing every day. Germany, there are higher number of cases. It seems like it really is going to depend on where in Germany our students are going. Steve and I have been in conversation about this. He's in conversation with the trip leaders. It's still a few weeks away, but we will need to start to make a decision in another couple of weeks. As yet, there's no guidance on school closures.